Section 0 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Section 0. Introduction 1. Classic Tales. After our boys and girls have read the first half of this volume, containing selected and simplified stories from some of the greatest books of all time, their authors will cease to be merely names. Homer, Shakespeare, Chaucer, Cervantes, and Bunyan will be found here as familiar and easy in style as Cinderella or the Three Bears. True enough, the first word in classic tales may look somewhat alarming to the eyes of youthful seekers after romance and adventure, but we challenge them to turn to any one of these selections from immortal masterpieces and not become spellbound, and, moreover, impatient for more. And believing now that they have grown very much interested in these famous books, of course we also believe they will want to learn something about them. Following the order of our stories, we must begin with Don Quixote. Its author wrote it under great difficulties and distress, but one would never think so, as it is full of laughable doings. When you read our selections, you must not think that Don Quixote was merely a silly old man, for indeed he was a very noble gentleman, and tried with all his might to do what he believed to be his duty, and in no act of his life was there ever a stain of dishonor or of meanness. As for his queer fancies, you will find in your own experience that many things are not as they seem. Next comes one of Gulliver's Voyages. Under all this account of a tiny race of people, there is fun poked at government and its ministers. But we do not concern ourselves with such matters. All we think about is the wonderful deeds of Gulliver in the land of the Lilliputians. Do not think such people are impossible. For did not Stanley, the explorer, find in Africa a race of dwarfs so little that he called them pygmies? And perhaps when some of our young readers grow up, they, too, may discover small folks in the world. In regard to the Arabian Nights, from which we give you 3 choice stories, you ought to know the way they came to be told. Once upon a time, a sultan of Arabia thought that all women were of not much use, so every day he married a new wife, and before 24 hours were over, he ordered that she have her head cut off. One brave woman thought of a clever plan by which she could end this cruelty. She went to the palace and offered to marry the Sultan, and that night she began to tell him such fascinating stories that when morning came he still wished to hear more. He commanded that she should not be beheaded until all her stories were told. Then for 1,001 nights, night after night, she gave him fresh stories, and by the end of that time the Sultan had fallen very much in love with her. Naturally they lived happily forever after. Perhaps these 3 stories which we have chosen will compel you to seek out all the rest, and if you do, we are quite sure you will not wonder that the brave lady won the heart of the wicked Sultan and made him good. From the Iliad and the Odyssey of Homer we have given you some soul-stirring happenings. Several thousand years ago these stories were sung by a blind minstrel named Homer. Some day you may read Homer's sublime poetry in the original Greek, and the selections which we give you will help you to remember the stories when you are struggling with that difficult language. Parts of the old favorite Robinson Crusoe follow the Grecian tales, and we trust its simple language will make the little ones love it more than ever. You will remember that Defoe wrote this nearly 200 years ago. Everybody liked long stories in those days, but we have all heard children of to-day ask when a somewhat lengthy book would end, no matter how interesting, and many grown-ups are guilty of reading the close of a story before they have gone very far in it. So with that in mind, we have put down in brief form most of Robinson Crusoe's important adventures during his 28 years on the desert island. Here we also give 3 splendid stories from Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, which were supposedly told to one another by a party of pilgrims on their way to Canterbury. According to our gentle author, who was one of them, they stopped overnight at a house in England called the Tabard Inn, and here they passed the hours repeating fine stories. Afterward Chaucer wrote these down in a book in quaint old English. One might look at these words all day long and not know in the least what some of them meant, though they do hold such beautiful tales. Now about Pilgrim's Progress. More than 200 years ago a tinker named John Bunyan was in jail, but one night this poor man left his prison and wandered into the land of dreams. There he saw wonderful sights and heard marvelous things, and as there was no one to listen to his dream, John Bunyan wrote it down and had it made into a book. And this he called The Pilgrim's Progress. It was about the journey and adventures of a pilgrim and his companions. In our version we have given most of the dream, but when the boys and girls grow older they will want to read it all in Bunyan's own language, and we hope this account will lead them to do so. Shakespeare is a magic name to grown-ups, but to children it does not mean much. All they know is that sometimes this name is spelled on the back of one fat volume, sometimes on 3, sometimes on a dozen or more, but of the inside they know almost nothing, and when they hear persons say that Shakespeare is the greatest writer that ever lived, they wonder about that. If they take down a volume containing one of his plays, they think it very dull, but here in simple language we present the stories of 2 of the most fairy-like and beautiful plays as retold for children by Charles and Mary Lamb. Daniel Edwin Wheeler. Introduction to Old-fashioned Stories. There is much truth in the saying that "Old things are best, old books are best, old friends are best." We like to connect in thought our best loved books and our best loved friends. A good friend must have some of the wisdom of a good book, though good books often talk to us with wisdom and also with humor and courtesy greater than any living friend may show. Sometimes we think books are the best friends. They never interrupt or contradict or criticize us. Every year in our own country about 10,000 books are published. Most of them die in early life. 300 years from now every one of this year's 10,000 books will be dead and forgotten, except possibly 30 or 40. The very best books do not die young. The books written about 300 years ago that are read today, like Shakespeare's plays, are as a rule the books that deserve to live forever. And, gentle reader, if you are wise, you will see why the old books are best. They are the wheat, and the winds of time have blown only the chaff away. Is it not strange that in the olden times so few poems or books or stories were written for children? The Iliad, the stories of King Arthur, the Canterbury Tales, and Gulliver's Travels, and Robinson Crusoe were written for men and women. But happily this is the children's age, and now nearly half of all the books written are written for children. You must remember, however, that all boys and girls are children in the eyes of the law till they are 21 years old. We know a little boy who read last week a very modern story. The book was bound in red cloth, it had a gilt top, and very modern pictures, drawn by a great artist, and printed in 3 or 4 colors. How different from the books of 100 years ago, with their black covers and queer pictures. This story, read by the little New York boy last week, has been read by many little boys in Iowa, and by many little girls in Georgia. It tells about an orphan boy who was bound out to a farmer who treated him cruelly. He ran away to the Rocky Mountain region, where he had many adventures with robbers and Indians and blizzards. He was strong and heroic. He could shoot straight and ride the swiftest horses, and nothing ever hurt him very much. This, as I have said, is a modern story. It does not tell the reader to be truthful and good. It just tells him a story of thrilling adventures and daring escapes from danger. But the old-fashioned story is different, and now we are getting close to our subject. I will tell you all about the old-fashioned stories in a moment, but I must remind you that these old stories were written about 100 years ago. They were usually written to teach a moral lesson. Dear old John Aiken, or his sister Anna Letitia Barbeau, or Maria Edgeworth, or Jane Taylor, would say some morning, at any rate so it seems to me, "I will write a story to-day to teach boys and girls to be industrious." And so Busy Idleness was written. Or one of these old authors would decide to write a story, the main object of which was to teach little girls not to be too curious, and so The Inquisitive Girl was written. Both of these stories, and many others equally good, are found in this volume. I could really tell you many interesting things about these old-fashioned stories, but I will do something better, urge you to read them yourself. They are quaint, delightful, and entertaining stories, besides teaching a moral. You boys and girls should read every one of them, and then read them again out loud to your mothers or to anybody else who will listen. Among all the old-fashioned stories in this volume, I find only one that seems to me really funny, and that is Uncle David's nonsensical story about the giants and fairies. Think of a giant so tall that he was obliged to climb up a ladder to comb his own hair. But this bit of humor is not so good as a very modern nonsense story entitled The Giant's Shoes, which I read the other day, and from which the managing editor permits me to quote this little passage. The giant slept for 3 weeks at a time, and 2 days after he woke his breakfast was brought to him, consisting of bright brown horses sprinkled on his bread and butter. Besides his boots, the giant had a pair of shoes, and in one of them his wife lived when she was at home. On other occasions she lived in the other shoe. She was a sensible, practical kind of woman, with 2 wooden legs and a clothes horse, but in other respects not rich. The wooden legs were kept pointed at both ends, in order that if the giant were dissatisfied with his breakfast, he might pick up any stray people that were within reach, using his wife as a fork. This annoyed the inhabitants of the district so that they built their church in a southwesterly direction from the castle, behind the giant's back, that he might not be able to pick them up as they went in. But those who stayed outside to play pitch and toss were exposed to great danger and sufferings. G.J.B. End of Section 0. The Introductions. Section 1 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 1. Don Quixote by Miguel Cervantes, adapted by John Lang. 1. How Don Quixote was knighted. Some 300 or 400 years ago there lived in sunny Spain an old gentleman named Quixada, who owned a house and a small property near a village in La Mancha. With him lived his niece, a housekeeper, and a man who looked after Quixada's farm, and his one old white horse, which, though its master imagined it to be an animal of great strength and beauty, was really as lean as Quixada himself, and as broken down as any old cab horse. Quixada had nothing in the world to do in the shape of work, and so his whole time was taken up in reading old books about knights and giants, and ladies shut up in enchanted castles by wicked ogres. In time, so fond did he become of such tales, that he passed his days, and even the best part of his nights, in reading them. His mind was so wholly taken up in this way, that at last he came to believe that he himself lived in a land of giants and of ogres, and that it was his duty to ride forth on his noble steed to the rescue of unhappy princesses. In the lumber room of Quixada's house there had lain, ever since he was born, a rusty old suit of armor, which had belonged to his great-grandfather. This was now got out, and Quixada spent many days in polishing and putting it in order. Unfortunately, there was no more than half of the helmet to be found, and a knight cannot ride forth without a helmet. So Quixada made the other half of strong pasteboard, and to prove that it was strong enough, when finished, he drew his sword and gave the helmet a great slash. Alas! A whole week's work was ruined by that one stroke. The pasteboard flew into pieces. This troubled Quixada sadly, but he set to work at once and made another helmet of pasteboard, lining it with thin sheets of iron, and it looked so well that this time he put it to no test with his sword. Now that his armor was complete, it occurred to him that he must give his horse a name. Every knight's horse should have a good name, and after 4 days' thought he decided that Rozinante would best suit the animal. Then, for himself, after 8 days of puzzling, he resolved that he should be called Don Quixote de la Mancha. There was but one thing more. Every knight of olden time had a lady, whom he called the mistress of his heart, whose glove he wore in his helmet, and if anybody dared to deny that this lady was the most beautiful woman in the whole world, then the knight made him prove his words by fighting. So it was necessary that Don Quixote should select some lady as the mistress of his heart. Near La Mancha there lived a stout country lass, for whom some years before Don Quixote had had a kind of liking. Who therefore could better take the place of mistress of his heart? To whom could he better send the defeated knights and ogres whom he was going out to fight? It was true that her name, Aldonza Lorenzo, did not sound like that of a princess or a lady of high birth, so he determined in the future to call her Dulcinea del Toboso. No princess could have a sweeter name. All being now ready, one morning Don Quixote got up before daylight, and without saying a word to anyone, put on his armor, took his sword and spear and shield, saddled Rozinante, and started on his search for adventures. But before he had gone very far, a dreadful thought struck him. He had not been knighted. Moreover, he had read in his books that until a knight had done some great deed, he must wear white armor and be without any device or coat of arms on his shield. What was to be done? He was so staggered by this thought that he almost felt that he must turn back. But then he remembered that he had read how adventurers were sometimes knighted by persons whom they happened to meet on the road, and as to his armor, why, he thought he might scour and polish till nothing could be whiter. So he rode on, letting "Rozinante" take which road he pleased, that being, he supposed, as good a way as any of looking for adventures. All day he rode, to his sorrow, without finding anything worth calling an adventure. At last, as evening began to fall, and when he and his horse were both very weary, they came in sight of an inn. Don Quixote no sooner saw the inn than he fancied it to be a great castle, and he halted at some distance from it, expecting that, as in days of old, a dwarf would certainly appear on the battlements, and, by sounding a trumpet, give notice of the arrival of a knight. But no dwarf appeared, and as "Rozinante" showed great haste to reach the stable, Don Quixote began to move toward the inn. At this moment it happened that a swineherd in a field near at hand sounded his horn to bring his herd of pigs home to be fed. Don Quixote, imagining that this must be the dwarf at last giving notice of his coming, rode quickly up to the inn door, beside which it chanced that there stood two very impudent young women, whom the knight imagined to be two beautiful ladies taking the air at the castle gate. Astonished at the sight of so strange a figure, and a little frightened, the girls turned to run away, but Don Quixote stopped them. "I beseech ye, ladies, do not fly," he said. "I will harm no one, least of all maidens of rank so high as yours." And much more he said, whereat the young women laughed so loud and so long that Don Quixote became very angry, and there is no saying what he might not have done, had not the innkeeper at that moment come out. This innkeeper was very fat and good natured, and anxious not to offend anybody, but even he could hardly help laughing when he saw Don Quixote. However, he very civilly asked the knight to dismount, and offered him everything that the inn could provide. Don Quixote, being by this time both tired and hungry, with some difficulty got off his horse and handed it to the innkeeper, to whom he spoke as governor of the castle, asking him to take the greatest care of "Rozinante," for in the whole world there was no better steed. When the landlord returned from the stable, he found Don Quixote in a room, where, with the help of the two young women, he was trying to get rid of his armor. His back and breastplates had been taken off, but by no means could his helmet be removed without cutting the green ribbons with which he had tied it on, and this the knight would not allow. There was nothing for it, therefore, but to keep his helmet on all night, and to eat and drink in it, which was more than he could do without help. However, one of the young women fed him, and the innkeeper, having made a kind of funnel, through it poured the wine into his mouth, and Don Quixote ate his supper in great peace of mind. There was but one thing that still vexed him. He had not yet been knighted. On this subject he thought long and deeply, and at last he asked the innkeeper to come with him to the stable. Having shut the door, Don Quixote threw himself at the landlord's feet, saying, "I will never rise from this place, most valorous knight, until you grant me a boon." The innkeeper was amazed, but as he could not by any means make Don Quixote rise, he promised to do whatever was asked. "Then, noble sir," said Don Quixote, "the boon which I crave is that to morrow you will be pleased to grant me the honor of knighthood." The landlord, when he heard such talk, thought that the wisest thing he could do was humor his guest, and he readily promised. Thereupon Don Quixote very happily rose to his feet, and after some further talk he said to the innkeeper that this night he would watch his armor in the chapel of the castle, it being the duty of any one on whom the honor of knighthood was to be conferred to stand on his feet in the chapel praying until the morning. The innkeeper, thinking that great sport might come of this, encouraged Don Quixote, but as his own chapel had lately, so he said, been pulled down in order that a better might be built, he advised Don Quixote to watch the night in the courtyard. This was lawful in a case where a chapel was not at hand. "And in the morning," he said, "I will knight you." "Have you any money?" then asked the innkeeper. "Not a penny," said Don Quixote, "for I never yet read of any knight who carried money with him." "You are greatly mistaken," answered the innkeeper. "Most knights had squires who carried their money and clean shirts and other things. But when a knight had no squire, he always carried his money and his shirts, and salve for his wounds, in a little bag behind his saddle. I must therefore advise you never in future to go anywhere without money." Don Quixote promised to remember this. Then, taking his armor, he went into the inn yard and laid it in a horse trough. Backwards and forwards, spear in hand, he marched in the moonlight very solemnly, keeping his eyes on his armor, while the innkeeper's other guests, laughing, looked on from a distance. Now it happened that a carrier who lodged at the inn came into the yard to water his mules, and this he could not do while the armor lay in the horse trough. As Don Quixote saw the man come up, "Take heed, rash knight," he cried. "Defile not by a touch the armor of the most brave knight errant that ever wore a sword." But the mule driver took no notice of Don Quixote. He picked up the armor and threw it away. Don Quixote no sooner saw this than, raising his eyes to heaven and calling on his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, he lifted up his spear with both hands and gave the mule driver such a whack over the head that the man fell down senseless. Then, picking up his armor and putting it back in the horse trough, he went on with his march, taking no further notice of the poor mule driver. Soon up came another carrier, who also wanted to water his mules. Not a word did Don Quixote say this time, but he lifted up his spear and smote so heavily that he broke the man's head in 3 or 4 places. The poor wretch made such an outcry that all the people in the inn came running, and the friends of the 2 carriers began to pelt Don Quixote with stones. But drawing his sword and holding his shield in front of him, he defied them all, crying, "Come on, base knaves, draw nearer if you dare." The landlord now came hurrying up, and stopped the stone throwing. Then, having calmed Don Quixote, he said that there was no need for him to watch his armor any longer. To finish the ceremony, it would now be enough if he were touched on the neck and shoulders with a sword. Don Quixote was quite satisfied, and prayed the innkeeper to get the business over as quickly as possible. "For," said he, "if I were but knighted, and should see myself attacked, I believe that I should not leave a man alive in this castle." The innkeeper, a good deal alarmed at this, and anxious to get rid of him, hurried off and got the book in which he kept his accounts, which he pretended was a kind of book of prayer. Having also brought the 2 young women and a boy to hold a candle, he ordered Don Quixote to kneel. Then, muttering from his book as if he were reading, he finished by giving Don Quixote a good blow on the neck and a slap on the back with the flat of a sword. After this, one of the young women belted the sword round the newly made knight's waist, while the other buckled on his spurs, and having at once saddled "Rozinante," Don Quixote was ready to set out. The innkeeper was only too glad to see him go, even without paying for his supper. End of Section 1. How Don Quixote was knighted. Section 2 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Don Quixote, Section 2. How Don Quixote rescued Andres, and how he returned home. As he rode along in the early morning light, Don Quixote began to think that it would be well that he should return home for a little, there to lay in a stock of money and of clean shirts, and he turned his willing horse's head in the direction of his village. But ere he had gone far on his way, coming from a thicket, he fancied he heard cries of distress. "Certainly these are the moans of some poor creature in want of help," thought Don Quixote. "I thank Heaven for so soon giving me the chance to perform my duty as a knight." And he rode quickly towards the sounds. No sooner had he reached the wood than he saw a horse tied to a tree, and bound to another was a lad of 15, all naked above the waist. By his side stood a countryman, beating him with a strap, and with every blow calling out, "I'll teach you to keep your eyes open, you young scamp! I'll teach you to keep your mouth shut!" The boy howled with pain. Quickly Don Quixote rode up to the man. "Sir Knight," said he angrily, "I would have thee to know that it is an unworthy act to strike one who cannot defend himself. Mount thy steed, therefore, take thy spear, and I will teach thee that thou art a coward." The countryman gave himself up for lost, and he gasped out very humbly that the boy was his servant, through whose carelessness many of the sheep that he should have watched had been lost, and that therefore he was giving him a sound beating. "And," said he, "because I beat him for his carelessness, he says I do it to cheat him out of his wages." "What!" shouted Don Quixote, "do you dare to lie to me? By the sun above us, I have a mind to run you through with my spear. Pay the boy this instant, and let him go free. What does he owe you, boy?" The boy said that the man owed him 9 months' wages. "Pay at once, you scoundrel, unless you want to be killed," roared Don Quixote. The poor man, trembling with fear, said that there was a mistake. He did not owe nearly so much, and besides he had no money with him, but if Andres would go home with him, he would pay every penny. "Go home with him!" cried the boy. "I know a trick worth 2 of that. No sooner will he have me home than he'll take the skin off me. No, no, not I." "He will dare not touch you," said the Knight. "I command him, and that is enough. If he swears by his order of knighthood to do this thing, I will let him go, and he will pay you your wages." "Of course I will," said the man. Come along with me, Andres. I swear I'll give you all I owe." "Remember, then, what you have promised, for I am Don Quixote de la Mancha, the righter of wrongs, and it is at your peril to disobey me." So saying, Don Quixote clapped spurs to his horse and galloped off through the trees. The countryman watched till the knight was out of sight. Then, turning, he said, "Come, my lad, and I'll pay thee what I owe, and more." "Ay," answered the boy, "see that you do, for if you do not, that brave man will come back and make you." "I dare swear that," said the man, "and just to show how much I love you, I am going to increase the debt, so that I may pay you more. Come here." And with that he caught the boy by the arm, tied him again to the tree, and belted him till his arm was tired. "Now go," he said, "and tell your righter of wrongs. I wish I had flayed you alive, you young whelp." And so ended Don Quixote's first attempt to right wrongs. As the knight cantered along, very well pleased with himself, about 2 miles from where he had freed the boy, he saw riding towards him 6 men, each shading himself under a large umbrella. With them were 4 mounted servants and 3 on foot. No sooner did Don Quixote see this party than it struck him that here was the chance for which, above all others, he had been longing. Posting himself in the middle of the road, he waited till the men were at no great distance. Then, "Halt!" shouted he. "Let all know that no man shall pass further till he owns that in the whole world there is no damsel more beautiful than the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso." "But," said the men, who were merchants of Toledo on their way to buy silks, "we do not know the lady. We have never seen her. How then can we say that she is beautiful?" "What!" roared Don Quixote in a terrible rage. "Not know the beauteous lady Dulcinea del Toboso? That only makes matters worse. Do you dare to argue?" And with that he couched his spear, drove his spurs into Rozinante, and drove furiously at the nearest merchant. What he would have done it is not possible to say, but as he galloped it chanced that Rozinante stumbled and fell heavily, rolling Don Quixote over and over. There the knight lay helpless, the weight of his armor preventing him from rising to his feet. But as he lay, he continued to cry out at the top of his voice, "Stop, you rascals! Do not fly! It is my horse's fault that I lie here, you cowards!" One of the grooms, hearing his master called a rascal and a coward, thereupon ran up and snatched away Don Quixote's spear, which he broke in pieces. Then with each piece he belabored the poor knight till the broken lance flew into splinters. The merchants then rode away, leaving Don Quixote lying where he fell, still shouting threats, but quite unable to rise. There he was found by a man who knew him well, and who with great difficulty mounted him on his donkey and took him home. When at last they reached Don Quixote's house, the poor knight was put to bed, where he lay for many days, raving and very ill. During this time the curate of the village and the barber came and burned nearly all the books which Don Quixote had so loved. "For," said they, "it is by reading these books that the poor gentleman has lost his mind, and if he reads them again he will never get better." So a bonfire was made of the books, and the door of Don Quixote's study was bricked up. When the knight was again able to go about, he made at once for his study and his beloved books. Up and down the house he searched without saying a word, and often he would stand where the door of the study used to be, feeling with his hands and gazing about. At last he asked his housekeeper to show him the study. "Study!" cried the woman. "What study? There is no study in this house now, nor any books." "No," said his niece. "When you were away, a famous enchanter came along, mounted on a dragon, and he went into your study. What he did there we know not, but after a time he flew out of the roof, leaving the house full of smoke, and ever since then we have not been able to find either books or study." "Ha!" said Don Quixote, "that must have been Freston. He is a famous enchanter, and my bitter enemy. But when I am again well, I shall get the better of him." Section 3 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Don Quixote, Section 3. How Don Quixote and Sancho Panza started on their search for adventures, and how Don Quixote fought with the Windmills. For some weeks the poor knight stayed very quietly at home, but he had not forgotten the things for which he had come back to his village. There was a farm laborer who lived near by, a fat, good-natured, simple man. To him Don Quixote talked long and often, and made many promises. among others, that if he would but come with him as squire, he should be made governor of any island which the knight might happen to conquer during his search after adventures. This seemed so grand a thing to the man, whose name was Sancho Panza, that he willingly promised to come. Having got together some money, and having made other preparations, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, one dark night, stole out of the village without a word to any one, and began their adventures. Don Quixote rode Rozinante. Sancho Panza was mounted on an ass. That his squire should ride an ass at first troubled the knight not a little, for in none of his books could he remember to have read of any squire being so mounted. However, he gave Sancho leave to bring the ass, thinking that in no great time a better mount would surely be found for him. As they rode along in the cool of the morning, Sancho Panza spoke to his master about their journey, and asked him to be sure not to forget his promise about the governorship of the island. "It may even happen," answered Don Quixote, "that I may by some strange chance conquer a kingdom, and then presently I may be able to crown thee king." "Why," said Sancho, "if by some such miracle as your worship speaks of I am made a king, then would my wife be queen?" "Certainly," answered Don Quixote. "Who can doubt it?" "I doubt it," replied Sancho, "for I think if it should rain kingdoms upon the face of the earth, not one of them would sit well on my wife's head. For I must tell you, sir, she's not worth 2 brass jacks to make a queen of. No, no, countess will be quite good enough. That's as much as she could well manage." "Nay," said Don Quixote, "leave the matter in the hands of Providence, and be not tempted by anything less than the title of viceroy." Thus talking, they came over the brow of a hill, and looking down on the plain below, Don Quixote saw there 30 or 40 windmills. "Ha!" cried he, "fortune directs our affairs better than we ourselves could do. Look yonder, friend Sancho, there are at least 30 outrageous giants whom I must now fight." "Giants!" gasped Sancho Panza. "What giants?" "Those whom you see over there with their long arms," answered Don Quixote. "Some of that horrible race, I have heard, have arms near 2 leagues in length." "But, sir," said Sancho, "these are no giants. They are only windmills, and the things you think are arms are but their sails, whereby the wind drives them." "That is but a sign," answered Don Quixote, "whereby one may see how little you know of adventures. I tell you they are giants, and I shall fight against them all. If you are afraid, go aside and say your prayers." So saying, and without paying any heed to the bawlings of Sancho Panza, he put spurs to his horse and galloped furiously at the windmills, shouting aloud, "Stand, cowards! Stand your ground, and fly not from a single knight." Just at this moment the wind happened to rise, causing the arms of the windmills to move. "Base scoundrels!" roared the knight, "though you wave as many arms as the giant Briareus, you shall pay for your pride." And with a couched lance, and covering himself with his shield, he rushed Rozinante at top speed on the nearest windmill. Round whirled the sails, and as Don Quixote's lance pierced one of them, horse and man were sent rolling on the ground. There Sancho Panza came to help his sorely bruised master. "Mercy o' me!" cried Sancho, "did I not tell you they were windmills?" "Peace, friend Sancho," answered Don Quixote. "It is the fortune of war. I know very well it is that accursed wizard Freston, the enemy who took from me my study and my books, who has changed these giants into windmills to take from me the honor of the victory. But in the end I shall yet surely get the better of him." "Amen, say I," quoth Sancho, and heaving the poor knight on to his legs, once more he got him seated on Rozinante. As they now rode along, it was a great sorrow to Don Quixote that his spear had been broken to pieces in this battle with the windmill. "I have read," said he to Sancho, "that a certain Spanish knight, having broken his sword in a fight, pulled up by the roots a huge oak tree, or at least tore down a great branch, and with it did such wonderful deeds that he was ever after called the Bruiser. I tell you this because I intend to tear up the next oak tree we beat, and you may think yourself most fortunate that you will see the deeds I shall perform with it." "Heaven grant you may," said Sancho. "But an it please you, sit a little more upright in your saddle. You are all to one side. But that, mayhap, comes from your hurts?" "It does so," answered Don Quixote, "and if I do not complain of the pain, it is because a knight errant must never complain of his wounds, though they be killing him." "I have no more to say," replied Sancho. "Yet Heaven knows I should be glad to hear your honor complain a bit now and then when something ails you. For my part, I always cry out when I'm hurt. and I am glad the rule about not complaining doesn't extend to squires." That night they spent under the trees, from one of which Don Quixote tore down a branch, to which he fixed the point of his spear, and in some sort that served him for a lance. Don Quixote neither ate nor slept all the night, but passed his time as he had learned from his books that a knight should do, in thoughts of the lady Dulcinea. As for Sancho Panza, he had brought with him a big bottle of wine and some food in his wallet, and he stuffed himself as full as he could hold, and slept like a top. As they rode along next day, they came to the pass of La Peace. "Here, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "is the spot where adventures should begin. Now may we hope to thrust our hands, as it were, up to the very elbows in adventures. But remember this, however sore pressed and in danger I may be when fighting with another knight, you must not offer to draw your sword to help me. It is against the laws of chivalry for a squire to attack a knight." "Never fear me, master," said Sancho. "I'll be sure to obey you. I have ever loved peace. But if a knight offers to set upon me first, there is no rule forbidding me to hit him back, is there?" "None," answered Don Quixote. "Only do not help me." "I will not," said Sancho. "Never trust me if I don't keep that commandment as well as I do the Sabbath." Section 4 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Don Quixote, Section 4. How Don Quixote won a helmet. How he fought with two armies, and how Sancho's ass was stolen. Many were the adventures that now befell Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. In the very first, wherein he fought with a man from Biscay, whom he left lying in a pool of blood, Don Quixote lost part of his helmet, and had the half of one of his ears sliced off by the Biscayan's sword. The accident to the helmet was a great grief to him, and he swore an oath that until he had taken from some other knight as good a helmet as that which was now made useless to him, he would never again eat his food on a tablecloth. One day, as they rode along a highway between two villages, Don Quixote halted and looked eagerly at something. "Sancho," said he, "dost thou not see yonder knight that comes riding this way on a dapple gray steed with a helmet of gold on his head?" "Not a thing can I see," answered Sancho, "but a fellow on just such another ass as mine, with something that glitters on top of his head." "Can you not see," asked Don Quixote, "that it is a helmet? Do you stand back and let me deal with him. Soon now shall I possess myself of the helmet that I need." Now in those far away days, when doctors were few, if anybody needed to be bled for a fever or any other illness, for it was then thought that letting blood was the cure for most illnesses, it was the custom for the barber to bleed the sick person. For the purpose of catching the blood that ran from a vein when it had been cut, a brass dish was carried, a dish with part of it cut away from one side, so that it might the more easily be held close to the patient's arm or body. A small dish like this you may sometimes still see hanging as a sign at the end of a pole outside barber shops. Barbers in those days of old were called barber surgeons, for the reason that they bled people as well as shaved them or cut their hair. And the truth of the matter was this, that the man whom Don Quixote now believed to be a knight, wearing a golden helmet, was a barber riding on his ass to bleed a sick man, and because it was raining he had put his brass dish on his head in order to keep his new hat from being spoiled. Don Quixote did not wait to speak to the man, but couching his lance, galloped at him as hard as Rozinante could go, shouting as he rode, "Defend thyself, base wretch!" The barber no sooner saw this terrible figure charging down on him, than, to save himself from being run through, he flung himself on to the ground, and then, jumping to his feet, ran for his life, leaving his ass and the brass basin behind him. Then Don Quixote ordered Sancho to pick up the helmet. "On my word," said Sancho, as he gave it to his master, "it is a fine basin." Don Quixote at once put it on his head, saying, "It is a famous helmet, but the head for which it was made must have been of great size. The worst of it is that at least one half of it is gone. What is the fool grinning at now?" he cried, as Sancho laughed. "Why, master," answered Sancho, "it is a barber's basin." "It has indeed some likeness to a basin," said Don Quixote, "but I tell you it is an enchanted helmet of pure gold, and for the sake of a little wretched money some one has melted down the half of it. When we come to a town where there is an armorer, I will have it altered to fit my head. Meantime I shall wear it as it is." As they rode along one day, talking of many things, Don Quixote beheld a cloud of dust rising right before them. "Seest thou that cloud of dust, Sancho?" he asked. "It is raised by a great army marching this way." "Why, master," said Sancho, "there must be two armies there, for yonder is just such another cloud of dust." The Knight looked and was overjoyed, believing that two armies were about to meet and fight in the plain. "What are we to do, master?" asked Sancho. "Do?" said Don Quixote. "Why, what can we do but help the weaker side? Look yonder, Sancho, that knight whom thou seest in the gilded armory with a lion crouching at the feet of a lady, painted on his shield, that is the valiant Lorcalco. That other, the giant on his right, Brandabarbaran." And he ran over a long list of names of knights whom he believed that he saw. Sancho listened as dumb as a fish, but at last he gasped, "Why, master, you might as well tell me that it snows. Never a knight nor a giant nor a man can I see." "How?" answered Don Quixote. "Canst thou not hear their horses neigh and their drums beating?" "Drums!" said Sancho. "Not I. I hear only the bleating of sheep." "Since you are afraid," said the Knight, "stand aside, and I will go by myself to fight." With that he galloped down on to the plain, shouting, leaving Sancho bawling to him, "Hold, sir! Stop! For heaven's sake, come back! As sure as I'm a sinner, they are only harmless sheep. Come back, I say!" But Don Quixote, paying not the least heed, galloped on furiously, and charged into the middle of the sheep, spearing them left and right, trampling the living and the dead under Rozinante's feet. The shepherds, finding that he took no notice of their shouts, now hurled stones at him from their slings, and one big one presently hit the Knight fair in his ribs, and doubled him up in the saddle. Gasping for breath with all speed, Don Quixote got from his wallet a bottle filled with a mixture he had made, a mixture which he firmly believed to be a certain cure for all wounds. Of this he took a long gulp, but just at that moment another big stone hit him with such a rap on the mouth that the bottle was smashed into 1,000 pieces, and half of his teeth were knocked out. Down dropped the Knight on the ground, and the shepherds, thinking that he was killed, ran away, taking with them 7 dead sheep which he had slain. Sancho Panza found his master in a very bad way, with nearly all the teeth gone from one side of his mouth, and a terrible pain under his ribs. "Ah, master," he said, "I told you they were sheep. Why would you not listen to me?" "Sheep, Sancho? No, no. There is nothing so easy for a wizard like Freston as to change things from one shape to the other. I will wager if you now mount your ass and ride over the hill after them, you will find no sheep there, but the knights and squires coming back to their own shape, and the armies marching as when we first saw them." Now after this and many other adventures, about which perhaps you may some day read for yourself, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza rode away into the mountains, for the Knight was sorely in need of a quiet place in which to rest. So weary were he and his squire that one night when they had ridden into a wood, and it chanced that the horse and the ass stood still, both Don Quixote and Sancho Panza fell sound asleep, without even getting out of their saddles. There sat the Knight, leaning on his lance, and Sancho, doubled over the pommel, snored as loud as if he had been in a 4-post feather bed. It happened that a wandering thief saw them as he passed. "Now," thought he, "I want something to ride upon, for I am tired of walking in these abominable mountains. Here is a chance of a good ass, but how am I to get it without waking its master?" Very quietly he cut 4 long sticks. One after the other he placed these under each side of Sancho's saddle. Then, loosening the girths, he gradually raised the sticks till the saddle was clear of the animal's back. Gently in the moonlight he led the tired ass away, and Sancho, undisturbed, snored on. When it was broad daylight the squire awoke, and without opening his eyes stretched himself. Down fell the sticks. Down with a terrible bump fell Sancho. "Body o' me!" he yelled, "where is my ass?" And with many tears he searched high and low, but no ass was then to be found, nor for many months afterward. And how at last Sancho got back the ass you must read for yourself in the history of Don Quixote. For yourself, too, you must read of Don Quixote's adventures in the mountains, how he there did penance, and of many other things, till at last the curate and the barber of La Mancha took him home in a cart, which the Knight believed to be an enchanted chariot. End of section 4. Section 5 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Don Quixote, Section 5, How Don Quixote Saw Dulcinea. Now a third time did Don Quixote set off on his search for adventures, and as he and Sancho Panza rode away again from their village, it seemed to Don Quixote that certainly it was his duty as a knight errant to visit the mistress of his heart, the beautiful Dulcinea. It was midnight when they reached Toboso, and the whole town was still, everybody in bed and asleep. "Lead me to her palace, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Palace!" cried Sancho. "What palace do you mean? Body o' me, when last I saw her, she lived in a little cottage in a blind alley, and even if it were a palace, we can't go and thunder at the door at this time o' night." "When we find it, I will tell thee what to do. But here, what is this?" said the knight, riding up to a huge building and knocking at the door. This indeed without doubt must be her palace. But it was only the great church of Toboso. Hunt as he would, he found no Dulcinea's palace, and as morning began to break, Sancho persuaded him to come and rest in a grove of trees 2 miles outside the town. From there Sancho was again sent to look for Dulcinea, bearing many messages from his sorrowful master. "Cheer up, sir," said Sancho. "I'll be back in a trice. Don't be cast down. Faint heart never won fair lady." And Sancho rode away, leaving the knight sitting on his horse, very full of melancholy. But he had not ridden far when, turning round and finding that his master was no longer in sight, the squire dismounted, and lying down under a shady tree, began to think the matter over. "Friend Sancho," said he to himself, "what's this you are doing? Why, hunting for a princess who my master says is the Sun of Beauty, and all sorts of other fine things, and who lives in a king's palace or a great castle somewhere or other. And how are you going to find her? Why, it's like looking for a needle in a bundle of hay to look for Dulcinea all over Toboso. My master's mad, there's no doubt of that, and perhaps I'm not very much better, for they say birds of a feather flock together. But if he's so mad as to mistake windmills for giants, and flocks of sheep for armies, why, it shouldn't be so very hard to make him believe that the first country lass I meet is the Lady Dulcinea. If he won't believe it, I'll swear it, and stand to it, so that he'll think some of those wicked wizards of his have played another trick on him, and have changed her into some other shape, just to spite him." Having thus settled his plans, Sancho lay there till the evening, so that his master might think that all the day had been spent in going to and from Toboso, and in looking for Dulcinea. As luck would have it, just as he mounted his ass to ride back to Don Quixote, he spied, coming that way, 3 country lasses, mounted on asses. As soon as Sancho saw the girls, he made haste to get to his master. "What news, Sancho?" asked the knight. "Has your fortune been good?" "Ay, marry it has, sir," answered Sancho. "You have no more to do but clap spurs to Rozinante, and get into the open fields, and you'll meet my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, with 2 of her damsels, coming to see you." "Blessed heaven!" cried the knight. "What do you say, my dear Sancho? Is it possible?" "Possible!" said Sancho. "Why should I play a trick on you? Come, sir, and you will see her presently, all dressed up and decked with jewels. Her damsels and she are all covered with diamonds and rubies and cloth of gold, and what is more, they are riding 3 flea-bitten gambling hags, the like of which won't be seen again." "Ambling nags, thou meanest, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Well, well, master, gambling hags or ambling nags, it's all one and the same thing. Anyway, I am sure I never set eyes on more beautiful ladies than those that sit upon them." "Let us be moving then, Sancho, and as a reward for your good news, I promise you the very best things I get in our next adventure, and if that is not enough, then I will give you the 3 colts that I have at home in La Mancha." "Thank you for the colts," said Sancho. "As for the other things, I'm not sure that they will be worth so very much." They were now out of the wood, and could see the 3 country lasses at a little distance. Don Quixote looked long toward Toboso, but seeing no one anywhere but these girls, he was much troubled in his mind, and asked Sancho if he were sure that the Princess had left the city. "Left the city!" cried Sancho. "Why, where are your eyes, sir? In the name of wonder, do you not see her and her maidens coming toward us now as bright as the sun at midday?" "I see nothing, Sancho, but 3 country wenches riding on asses." "Now, heaven help me!" cried Sancho. "Is it possible that you can mistake 3, what do you call 'ems, ambling nags, as white as snow, for 3 asses? Pull my beard out by the roots if it is not so." Believe me, Sancho, they are asses." "Come, sir," answered Sancho, "do but clear your eyes, and go and speak to the mistress of your heart, for she is near you now." So saying, Sancho hurried up to one of the girls, and jumping off his ass, fell on his knees before her, gabbling a lot of nonsense. Don Quixote followed, and also knelt down, gazing with doubting and sorrowful eyes on the creature that Sancho had told him was the beautiful Dulcinea. He was lost in wonder, for she was a flat-nosed, blubber-cheeked, bouncing country girl, and Don Quixote could not utter a word. "Come, get out of the way," screamed the girl, "and let us go about our business. We're in a hurry." "Rise, Sancho," said Don Quixote when he heard the girl's voice. "I am now convinced that misfortune has not yet finished with me. O most beautiful lady, a spiteful enchanter puts mists before my eyes, and hides from me your loveliness." "My grandfather take him!" cried the girl. "Listen to his gibberish. Get out of the way and let us alone." And kicking her donkey in the ribs, she galloped away with her friends. Don Quixote followed them long with his eyes. "Oh, the spite of those wicked enchanters," he sighed, "to turn my beautiful Dulcinea into so vile a shape as that, to take from her the sweet and delicate scent of fragrant flowers, and give to her what she has. For, to tell the truth, Sancho, she gave me such a whiff of raw onions that it was like to upset me altogether." "Oh, the vile and evil-minded enchanters!" cried Sancho. "Oh, that I might see the lot of you threaded on one string and hung up in the smoke like so many herrings." And Sancho turned away to hide his laughter. Don Quixote rode on, very sad, and letting "Rozinante" go where he pleased. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Don Quixote, Section 6. How Don Quixote fought with a lion, and how he defeated the Moors. As Don Quixote and Sancho Panza went along, they were overtaken by a gentleman in a fine green coat, who rode a very good mare. This gentleman stared very hard at Don Quixote, and the two began to speak together about knight errantry, and were so interested in what they were saying that Sancho took the opportunity of riding over to ask for a little milk from some shepherds who were milking their ewes near at hand. While he was thus away from his master, a wagon, on top of which fluttered little yellow and red flags, came along the road toward them. Don Quixote at once imagined this to be some new adventure, and he called to Sancho for his helmet. At the moment Sancho was bargaining with the shepherds for some curds. Hearing his master call, he had not time to wait till the shepherds could give him a bowl in which to carry them, and not wishing to lose his bargain, for he had paid the shepherds, he poured the curds into the knight's helmet, and galloped off to see what his master wanted. "Give me my helmet," said Don Quixote, "for if I know anything of my business, here is an adventure for which I must be ready." The gentleman in green, hearing what Don Quixote said, looked everywhere, but he could see nothing except the wagon coming toward them, and as that had on it the King of Spain's colors, he thought that no doubt it was one of his Majesty's treasure vans. He said as much to Don Quixote, but the knight answered, "Sir, I cannot tell when, or where, or in what shape my enemies will attack me. It is always wise to be ready. Forewarned is forearmed. Give me my helmet, Sancho." Snatching it out of Sancho's unwilling hands, he clapped it on his head without looking into it. "What is this, Sancho?" he cried, as the whey ran down his face. "What is the matter with me? Is my brain melting, or am I breaking out in a cold sweat? If I am, it is not from fear. This must be a dreadful adventure that is coming. Quick, Sancho, give me something to wipe away the torrent of sweat, for I am almost blinded." Without a word, Sancho handed his master a cloth. Don Quixote dried himself, and then took off his helmet to see what it was that felt so cold on his head. "What is this white stuff?" said he, putting some of the curds to his nose. "Sancho, you vile traitor, you have been putting curds in my helmet." "Curds? I?" cried Sancho. "Nay, the devil must have put them there. Would I dare to make such a mess in your helmet, sir? It must have been one of those vile enchanters. Where could I get curds? I would sooner put them in my stomach than in your helmet." "Well, that's true, I dare say," said Don Quixote. "There's something in that." Then again he put on the helmet, and made ready for the adventure. "Now, come what may, I dare meet it," he cried. The wagon had now come near to them. On top was seated a man, and the driver rode one of the mules that drew it. Don Quixote rode up. "Whither go ye, my friends?" said he. "What wagon is this, and what have you in it? What is the meaning of the flags?" "The wagon is mine," said the driver, "and I have in it a lion that is being sent to the King, and the flags are flying to let people know that this is the King's property." "A lion!" cried Don Quixote. "Is it a large one?" "The biggest I ever saw," said the man on top of the wagon. "I am the keeper, and I have had charge of many lions, but I never saw one so large as this. Pray get out of the way, sir, for we must hurry on to our stopping place. It is already past his feeding time. He is beginning to get hungry, and they are always savage when they are hungry." "What!" cried Don Quixote, "lion whelps against me! I'll let those gentlemen know who send lions this way, that I am not to be scared by any of their lions. So, Mr. Keeper, just jump down and open his cage, and let him out. In spite of all the enchanters in the world that have sent him to try me, I'll let the animal see who Don Quixote de la Mancha is." Up ran Sancho to the gentleman in green. "Oh, good dear sir," he cried, "don't let my master get at the lion, or we shall all be torn to pieces." "Why," said the gentleman, "is your master so mad that you fear he'll set upon such a dangerous brute?" "Oh, no, sir, he's not mad. He's only rash. Very, very rash," cried Sancho. "Well," said the gentleman, "I'll see to it." And up he went to Don Quixote, who was trying to get the keeper to open the cage. "Sir," said he, "knight errants ought not to engage in adventures from which there is no hope of coming off in safety. That is more like madness than courage. Besides, this is the King's wagon. It will never do to stop that. And after all, the lion has not been sent against you. It is a present to the King." "Pray, sir," cried Don Quixote, "will you attend to your own business? This is mine, and I know best whether this lion has been sent against me or not. Now you, sir," he cried to the keeper, "either open that cage at once, or I'll pin you to your wagon with my spear." "For mercy's sake," cried the driver, "do but let me take my mules out of harm's way before the lion gets out. My cart and my mules are all I have in the world, and I shall be ruined if harm comes to them." "Take them out quickly then," said Don Quixote, "and take them where you please." On this the driver made all the haste he could do to unharness his mules, while the keeper called aloud, "Take notice, everybody, that it is against my will that I am forced to let loose the lion, and that this gentleman here is to blame for all the damage that will be done. Get out of the way, everybody. Look out for yourselves." Once more the gentleman in green tried to persuade Don Quixote not to be so foolish, but the knight only said, "I know very well what I am doing. If you are afraid and do not care to see the fight, just put spurs to your mare and take yourself where you think you will be safe." Sancho now hurried up, and with tears in his eyes begged his master not to put himself in so great danger. But Don Quixote only said, "Take yourself away, Sancho, and leave me alone. If I am killed, go, as I have so often told you, to the beautiful Dulcinea, and tell her you know what to tell her." The gentleman in green, finding that words were thrown away on Don Quixote, now quickly followed the driver, who had hastily taken his mules as far as he could beyond the brow of the hill. Sancho hurried after them at the top speed of his ass, kicking him in the ribs all the while to make him go even faster, and loudly bewailing his master's coming death. The keeper made one more attempt to turn Don Quixote from his folly, but again finding it useless, very unwillingly opened the cage door. Meantime the knight had been thinking whether it would be best to fight the lion on foot or on horseback, and he had made up his mind to fight on foot, for the reason that "Rozinante" would probably be too much afraid to face the lion. So he got off his horse, drew his sword, and holding his shield in front of him, marched slowly up to the cage. The keeper, having thrown the door wide open, now quickly got himself out of harm's way. The lion, seeing the cage open and Don Quixote standing in front, turned round and stretched out his great paws. Then he opened his enormous mouth, and, letting out a tongue as long as a man's arm, licked the dust off his face. Now, rising to his feet, he thrust his head out of the door and glared around with eyes like burning coals. It was a sight to make any man afraid, but Don Quixote calmly waited for the animal to jump out and come within reach of his sword. The lion looked at him for a moment with its great yellow eyes. Then, slowly turning, it strolled to the back of the cage, gave a long, weary yawn, and lay quietly down. "Force him to come out," cried Don Quixote to the keeper. "Beat him." "Not I," said the man. "I dare not for my life. He would tear me to pieces. And let me advise you, sir, to be content with your day's work. I beseech you, go no further. You have shown how brave you are. No man can be expected to do more than challenge his enemy and wait ready for him. If he does not come, the fault and disgrace are his." "'Tis true," said the knight. "Shut the door, my friend, and give me the best certificate you can of what you have seen me do. How you opened the door, and how I waited for the lion to come out, and how he turned tail and lay down. I am obliged to do no more." So saying, Don Quixote put on the end of his spear the cloth with which he had wiped the curds from his face, and began to wave to the others to come back. "I'll be hanged," cried Sancho when he saw the signal, "if my master has not killed the lion." And they all hurried up to the wagon, where the keeper gave them a long account of what had happened, adding that when he got to court he would tell the King of Don Quixote's bravery. "If his Majesty should happen to ask who did this thing, tell him," said Don Quixote, "that it was the Knight of the Lions, for that is the name by which I shall now call myself." Sancho and his master now rode with the gentleman in green to his house, where they stopped some days, to the great contentment of Sancho, and of the wedding at which they were present, of the feast where Sancho so greatly enjoyed himself, as well as of other matters you must read for yourself. When the knight and his squire again began their travels, it chanced that they stopped one night at an inn. To this inn, while Don Quixote was outside waiting for supper, there came a man all dressed in chamois leather, and wearing over his left eye and part of his face a green patch. "Have you any lodgings, landlord?" he cried in a loud voice, "for here comes the fortune-telling ape and the great puppet show of Melisendre's deliverance." "Why, bless me!" cried the innkeeper, "if here isn't Master Peter! Now we shall have a merry night of it. You are welcome with all my heart. Where is the ape, Peter?" "Coming presently," said Master Peter. "I only came on before to see if lodgings were to be had." "Lodgings!" cried the landlord. "Why, I would turn out the Duke of Alva himself rather than you should want room. Bring on the monkey and the show, for I have guests in the inn to night who will pay well to see the performance." "That's good news," said Peter, going off to hurry up his cart. "Who is this Peter?" asked Don Quixote. "Why, sir," answered the landlord, "he has been going about the country this long time with his play of Melisendra and Don Gayferos, one of the very best shows that ever was seen. Then he has the cleverest ape in the world. You have only to ask it a question, and it will jump on its master's shoulder and whisper the answer in his ear. Then Master Peter will tell you what it says. It's true he isn't always right, but he so often hits the nail on the head that we sometimes think Satan is in him." Don Quixote no sooner saw the ape than he marched up to it and asked a question. "Ah," said Master Peter, "the animal can't tell what is going to happen, only what has already happened." "I wouldn't give a brass centesimo," cried Sancho, "to know what is past. Who can tell that better than myself? Tell me what my wife Teresa is doing home just now." Master Peter tapped his shoulder. The ape at once sprang onto it, and putting its head at his ear, began to chatter, as apes do, for a minute. Then it skipped down again, and immediately Master Peter ran to Don Quixote and fell on his knees before him. "Oh, glorious restorer of knight errantry!" he cried. "Who can say enough in praise of the great Don Quixote de la Mancha, the righter of wrongs, the comfort of the afflicted and unhappy?" Don Quixote was amazed at these words, for he was certain that he was unknown to anyone at the inn. He did not guess that Master Peter was a clever rogue, who, before giving a performance, always made it his business to find out about those who were likely to be looking on. As for Sancho, he quaked with fear. "And thou, honest Sancho," went on Master Peter, "the best squire to the best knight in the world, be not unhappy about your wife. She is well, and at this moment is dressing flax. By the same token she has at her left hand to cheer her a broken-mouthed jug of wine." "That's likely enough," said Sancho. "Well," cried Don Quixote, "if I had not seen it with my own eyes, nothing should have made me believe that apes have the gift of second sight. I am in very truth the Don Quixote de la Mancha that this wonderful animal has told you about." But he was not quite pleased at the idea of the ape having such powers, and taking Sancho aside, he spoke to him seriously on the subject. While they spoke, the showman came to tell them that the puppet show was now ready to begin, and Don Quixote and Sancho went into the room where it stood, with candles burning all around it. Master Peter got inside in order to move the puppets, and a boy standing in front explained what was going on. The story that was acted by the puppets was that of a certain Don Gayferos, who rescued his wife Melisendra from captivity by the Moors in the city of Saragossa. Melisendra was imprisoned in the castle, and the story goes that Don Gayferos, when riding past in his search, spied her on the balcony. Melisendra, with the help of a rope, lets herself down to her husband, mounts behind him, and the two gallop away from the city. But Melisendra's flight has been noticed, and the city bells ring an alarm. The Moors rush out like angry wasps, start in pursuit, and the capture and death of Don Gayferos and Melisendra seemed certain. Don Quixote listened and looked with growing excitement and anger, but when he saw the Moors gallop in pursuit and about to close on Don Gayferos and Melisendra, he could keep quiet no longer. Starting up, "It shall never be said," cried he, "that in my presence I suffered such a wrong to be done to so famous a knight as Don Gayferos. Stop your unjust pursuit, you base rascals! Stop, or prepare to meet me in battle." Then, drawing his sword, with one spring he fell with fury on the Moors, hacking some in pieces, beheading others, and sending the rest flying into every corner. And had not Master Peter ducked and squatted down on the ground behind part of the show, Don Quixote would certainly have chopped off his head also. "Hold, hold, sir!" cried Master Peter. "For mercy's sake, hold! These are not real Moors. You will ruin me if you destroy my show." But Don Quixote paid not the slightest heed. He went on slashing and hacking till the whole show was a wreck. Everybody ran to get out of harm's way, and the ape scampered chattering on to the roof of the house. Sancho himself quaked with fear, for he had never before seen his master in such a fury. All the puppet Moors being now cut to pieces, Don Quixote became calmer, saying aloud, how miserable had been the fate of poor Don Gayferos and Melisendra his wife, if I had not been in time to save them from those infidel Moors. Long live knight errantry! "Ay, ay," moaned Master Peter in a doleful voice, "it may live long enough. As for me, I may as well die, for I am a ruined man and a beggar now." Sancho Panza took pity on the showman. "Come, come, Master Peter," said he, "don't cry, don't be cast down. My master will pay you when he comes to know that he has done you an injury." "Truly," said Peter, "if his honor will pay me for my puppets, I'll ask no more." "How?" cried Don Quixote. "I do not see that I have injured you, good Master Peter." "Not injured me!" cried Master Peter. "Do but look at those figures lying there, all hacked to bits." "Well," said Don Quixote, "now I know for certain a truth I have suspected before, that those accursed enchanters do nothing but put before my eyes things as they are, and then presently after change them as they please. Really and truly, gentlemen, I vow and protest that all that was acted here seemed to me to be real. I could not contain my fury, and I acted as I thought was my duty. But if Master Peter will tell me the value of the figures, I will pay for them all." "Heaven bless your worship!" whined Master Peter. But had Don Quixote known that this same Master Peter was the very man who stole Sancho Panza's ass, perhaps he might have paid him in another way. Section 6 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Don Quixote, Section 7. The battle with the bulls, the fight with the Knight of the White Moon, and how Don Quixote died. Soon after this, Don Quixote and Sancho Panza rode forth in search of other adventures. They had ridden no great way when they happened upon some young people who had gaily dressed themselves as shepherds and shepherdesses, and were having a picnic in the woods. These people invited Don Quixote and Sancho to join their feast. When they had eaten and drunk, the Knight rose and said that there was no sin worse than that of ingratitude, and that to show how grateful he was for the kindness that had been shown to him and to Sancho, he had only one means in his power. "Therefore," said he, "I will maintain for 2 whole days in the middle of this high road leading to Saragossa that these ladies here, disguised as shepherdesses, are the most beautiful damsels in the world, except only the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, the mistress of my heart." So, mounting Rozinante, he rode into the middle of the highway, and there took his stand, ready to challenge all comers. He had sat there no long time, when there appeared in the road, coming toward him, a number of riders, some with spears in their hands, all riding very fast and close together. In front of them thundered a drove of wild bulls, bellowing and tossing their horns. At once all the shepherds and shepherdesses ran behind trees, but Don Quixote sat bravely where he was. When the horsemen came near, "Get out of the way," bawled one of them. "Stand clear, or these bulls will have you in pieces in no time." "Halt, scoundrels!" roared the Knight. "What are bulls to Don Quixote de la Mancha, if they were the fiercest that ever lived? Stop, hangdogs!" But the herdsman had no time to answer, nor Don Quixote to get out of the way had he wanted to do so, for before anyone knew what was happening, the bulls had run right over him and Rozinante, leaving them and Sancho and Dapple his ass, stunned and bruised, rolling in the dust. As soon as Don Quixote came to his senses, he got up in great haste, stumbling here and falling there, and began to run after the herd. "Stop, you scoundrels!" he bawled. "Stop! It is a single knight that defies you." But no one took the least notice of him, and he sat sadly down on the road, waiting till Sancho brought "Rozinante" to him. Then master and man went on their way, Don Quixote sore ashamed of his defeat, hurt as much in mind as in body. That evening they dismounted at the door of an inn, and put up "Rozinante" and Dapple in the stable. Sancho asked the landlord what he could give them for supper. "Why," said the man, "you may have anything you choose to call for. The inn can provide fowls of the air, birds of the earth, and fishes of the sea." "There's no need for all that," said Sancho. "If you roast a couple of chickens it will be enough, for my master eats but little, and for myself I have no great appetite." "Chickens?" said the host. "I am sorry, I have no chickens just now. The hawks have killed them all." "Well, then, roast us a pullet if it be tender." "A pullet? Well, now that is unlucky. I sent away 50 to the market only yesterday. But putting pullets aside, ask for anything you like." "Why, then," said Sancho, pondering, "let us have some veal or a bit of kid." "Sorry, sir, we are just out of veal and kid also. Next week we shall have enough and to spare." "That helps us nicely," said Sancho. "But at any rate let us have some eggs and bacon." "Eggs!" cried the landlord. "Now didn't I tell him I had no hens or pullets, and how then can I have eggs? No, no, ask for anything you please in the way of dainties, but don't ask for hens." "Body o' me," said Sancho, "let us have something. Tell me what you have, and have done." "Well, what I really and truly have is a pair of cow heels that look like calves' feet, or a pair of calves' feet that look like cow heels. You can have that and some bacon." "They are mine," cried Sancho. "I don't care whether they are feet or heels." And as Don Quixote had supper with some other guests who carried with them their own cook and their own larder, Sancho and the landlord supped well on the cow heels. Some days after this the knight and his squire reached Barcelona. Neither of them had ever before been near the sea, and the galleys that they saw in the distance being rowed about in the bay sorely puzzled Sancho, who thought that the oars were their legs, and that they must be some strange kind of beast. Now one morning, when Don Quixote rode out, fully armed as usual, to take the air on the seashore, he saw a knight riding towards him, armed like himself, and having a bright moon painted on his shield. As soon as this knight came within hearing, he halted, and in a loud voice called out, "Illustrious Don Quixote de la Mancha, I am the Knight of the White Moon, of whose doings you may have heard. I am come to fight with you, and to make you own that the lady of my heart, whoever she may be, is more beautiful by far than the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso. Which truth, if you will confess, I will not slay you. And if we fight, and I should conquer you, then I ask no more than that you shall go to your own home, and for the space of 1 year give up carrying arms or searching for adventures. But if you should conquer me, then my head shall be at your disposal, my horse and arms shall be your spoils, and the fame of my deeds shall be yours. Consider what I say, and let your answer be quick." Don Quixote was amazed at hearing these words. "Knight of the White Moon," said he very solemnly, "the fame of whose doings has not yet come to my ears. I dare swear that thou hast never seen the beautiful Dulcinea, for hadst thou ever viewed her, thou wouldst have been careful not to make this challenge. The sight of her would have made thee know that there never has been, nor can be, beauty to match hers. And therefore, without giving thee the lie, I only tell thee thou art mistaken. I accept your challenge on your conditions, and at once, except that I am content with the fame of my own deeds, and want not yours. Choose then whichever side of the field you please, and let us set to." The two knights then turned their horses to take ground for their challenge. But at this moment up rode, with some friends, the governor of the city of Barcelona, who knew Don Quixote, and who fancied that perhaps this was some new trick being played on him. The governor, seeing both knights ready to turn for their charge, asked the Knight of the White Moon what was the cause of the combat, and having heard his answer, could not believe that the affair was not a joke, and so stood aside. Instantly the two knights charged at top speed, but the horse of the Knight in the White Moon was by far the bigger and heavier and faster, and he came with such a shock into poor old "Rozinante" that Don Quixote and his horse were hurled to the ground with terrible force, and lay stunned and helpless. In a moment the Knight of the White Moon was off his horse, and holding his spear at Don Quixote's throat. "Yield, Sir Knight," he cried, "or you are a dead man." Don Quixote, sorely hurt, but with a steadfast look, gasped in a faint voice, "I do not yield. Dulcinea del Toboso is the most beautiful woman in the whole world. Press on with your spear, Sir Knight, and kill me."
"Nay," said the Knight of the White Moon, "that will I not do. I am content if the great Don Quixote return to his home for a year, as we agreed before we fought." And Don Quixote answered very faintly that as nothing was asked of him to the hurt of Dulcinea, he would carry out all the rest faithfully and truly. The Knight of the White Moon then galloped away toward the city, where one of the Governor's friends followed him in order to find out who he was. The victorious knight was Samson Carrasco, who, some months before, had fought with and had been beaten by Don Quixote, and he explained to the Governor's friend that all he wanted in fighting was not to harm Don Quixote, but to make him promise to go home and stop there for a year, by which time he hoped that his madness about knight errantry might be cured. They raised Don Quixote and took off his helmet. His face was very pale, and he was covered with a cold sweat. Rozinante was in as bad plight as his master, and lay where he had fallen. Sancho, in great grief, could speak no word, and knew not what to do. To him it was all as a bad dream. Don Quixote was carried on a stretcher to the town, where for a week he lay in bed, without ever raising his head, stricken to the soul by the disgrace of his defeat. Sancho tried to comfort him. "Pluck up your heart and be of good cheer, sir," he cried, "and thank heaven you have broken no bones. They that give must take. Let us go home and give up looking for adventures." "After all, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "it is only for a year. After that I can begin again, and perhaps then I may be able to make thee an earl." "Heaven grant it," said Sancho. So when the knight was once more able to move, they set out for home, Don Quixote riding Rozinante, Sancho walking, for Dapple carried the armor. But all the way Don Quixote did not recover from his melancholy, and when at last they reached his village, "Help me to bed," he said, "for I think that I am not very well." He was put to bed and carefully nursed, but a fever had taken hold of him, and for many days Sancho Panza never left his master's bedside. On the 6th day the doctor told him he was in great danger. Don Quixote listened very calmly, and then asked that he might be left by himself for a little. He had a mind to sleep. His niece and Sancho left the room weeping bitterly, and Don Quixote fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, with a firm voice he cried, "Blessed be God! My mind is now clear, and the clouds have rolled away which those detestable books of knight errantry cast over me. Now can I see their nonsense and deceit. I am at the point of death, and I would meet it so that I may not leave behind me the character of a madman. Send for the lawyer that I may make my will." Excepting only a small sum of money which he gave to Sancho Panza, he left all to his niece. Thereafter he fell back in bed and lay unconscious and without movement till the 3rd day, when death very gently took him. So died Don Quixote de la Mancha, a good man and a brave gentleman to the end. End of section 7. Section 8 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 8. Gulliver's Travels, The Voyage to Lilliput, by Jonathan Swift, adapted by John Lang. Gulliver's Travels 1. Gulliver's Birth and Early Voyages. 200 years ago, a great deal of the world as we now know it was still undiscovered. There were yet very many islands, small and great, on which the eyes of white men had never looked, seas in which nothing bigger than an Indian canoe had ever sailed. A voyage in those days was not often a pleasant thing, for ships then were very bluff-bowed and slow sailing, and for a long voyage very ill provided with food. There were no tinned meats 200 years ago, no luxuries for use even in the cabin. Sailors lived chiefly on salt junk, as hard as leather, on biscuit that was generally as much weevil as biscuit, and the water that they drank was evil smelling and bad when it had been long in the ship's casks. So when a man said good bye to his friends and sailed away into the unknown, generally very many years passed before he came back, if ever he came back at all. For the dangers of the seas were then far greater than they now are, and if a ship was not wrecked some dark night on an unknown island or an uncharted reef, there was always the probability of meeting a pirate vessel, and of having to fight for life and liberty. Steam has nowadays nearly done away with pirates, except on the China coast and in a few other out of the way places. But things were different long ago, before steamers were invented, and sailors then, when they came home, had many very surprising things to tell their friends,
many astonishing adventures to speak of, among the strange peoples that they said that they had met in far off lands. One man who saw more wonderful things than any one else was named Lemuel Gulliver, and I will try to tell you a little bit about one of his voyages. Gulliver was born in Nottinghamshire. When he was only 14 years old he was sent to Emmanuel College, Cambridge. There he remained till he was 17, but his father had not money enough to keep him any longer at the university. So, as was then the custom for those who meant to become doctors, he was bound to apprentice to a surgeon in London, under whom he studied for 4 years. But all the time, as often as his father sent him money, he spent some of it in learning navigation, which means the art of finding your way across the sea far from land. He had always had a great longing to travel, and he thought that a knowledge of navigation would be of use to him if he should happen to go on a voyage. After leaving London he went to Germany, and there studied medicine for some years with the view of being appointed surgeon of a ship, and by the help of his late master in London such a post he did get on board the Swallow, on which vessel he made several voyages. But tiring of this he settled in London, and having married, began practice as a doctor. He did not, however, make much money at that, and so for 6 years he again went to sea as a surgeon, sailing both to the East and to the West Indies. Again tiring of the sea, he once more settled on shore, this time at Wapping, because in that place there are always many sailors, and he hoped to make money by doctoring them. But this turned out badly, and on May 4th, 1699, he sailed from Bristol for the South Seas as surgeon of a ship named the Antelope. End of Gulliver's Travels, Section 1. Section 9 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 9. Gulliver's Travels 2. Gulliver is wrecked on the coast of Lilliput. At first everything went well, but after leaving the South Seas, when steering for the East Indies, the ship was driven by a great storm far to the south. The gale lasted so long that 12 of the crew died from the effects of the hard work and the bad food, and all the others were worn out and weak. On a sailing ship, when the weather is very heavy, all hands have to be constantly on deck, and there is little rest for the men. Perhaps a sail, one of the few that can still be carried in such a gale, may be blown to ribbons by the furious wind, and a new one has to be bent on. The night, perhaps, is dark. The tattered canvas is thrashing with a noise like thunder, the ship burying her decks under angry black seas every few minutes. The men's hands are numb with the cold, and the wet, and the hard, dangerous work aloft. There is no chance of going below, when their job is done, to turn in between warm, dry blankets in a snug berth. Possibly even those who belong to the watch below may have to remain on deck. Or, if they have the good fortune to be allowed to go below, they may no sooner have dropped off asleep, rolled round in blankets which perhaps have been wet ever since the gale began, than there is a thump, thump overhead, and one of the watch on deck bellows down the forecastle hatch, "All hands shorten sail!" and out they must tumble again, once more to battle with the hungry, roaring seas and the raging wind. So when there has been a long spell of bad weather, it is no wonder that the men are worn out. And when, as was the case with Gulliver's ship, the food also is bad, it is easy to understand why so many of the crew had died. It was the 5th of November, the beginning of summer in latitudes south of the equator. The storm had not yet cleared off, and the weather was very thick, the wind coming in furious squalls that drove the ship along at great speed, when suddenly from the lookout man came a wild cry, "Breakers ahead!" But so close had the vessel come to the rocks before they were seen through the thick driving spray, that immediately with a heavy plunge she crashed into the reef and split her bows. Gulliver and 6 of the crew lowered a boat and got clear of the wreck and of the breakers, but the men were so weak from overwork that they could not handle the boat in such a sea, and very soon, during a fierce squall, she sank. What became of the men Gulliver never knew, for he saw none of them again. Probably they were drowned at once, for they were too weak to keep long afloat in a sea breaking so heavily. And indeed Gulliver himself was like to have been lost. He swam till no strength or feeling was left in his arms or legs, swam bravely, his breath coming in great sobs, his eyes blinded with the salt seas that broke over his head. Still he struggled on, utterly spent,
until at last, in a part where the wind seemed to have less force and the seas swept over him less furiously, on letting down his legs he found that he was within his depth. But the shore shelved so gradually that for nearly a mile he had to wade wearily through shallow water, till, fainting almost with fatigue, he reached dry land. By this time darkness was coming on, and there were no signs of houses or of people. He staggered forward but a little distance, and then, on the short, soft turf, sank down exhausted and slept. When he awoke, the sun was shining, and he tried to rise, but not by any means could he stir hand or foot. Gulliver had fallen asleep lying on his back, and now he found that his arms and legs were tightly fastened to the ground. Across his body were numbers of thin but strong cords, and even his hair, which was very long, was pegged down so securely that he could not turn his head. All round about him there was a confused sound of voices, but he could see nothing except the sky, and the sun shone so hot and fierce into his eyes that he could scarcely keep them open. Soon he felt something come gently up his left leg and forward onto his breast, almost to his chin. Looking down as much as possible, he saw standing there a very little man, not more than 6 inches high, armed with a bow and arrows. Then many more small men began to swarm over him. Gulliver let out such a roar of wonder and fright that they all turned and ran, many of them getting bad falls in their hurry to get out of danger. But very quickly the little people came back again. This time, with a great struggle, Gulliver managed to break the cords that fastened his left arm, and at the same time, by a violent wrench that hurt him dreadfully, he slightly loosened the strings that fastened his hair, so that he was able to turn his head a little to one side. But the little men were too quick for him, and got out of reach before he could catch any of them. Then he heard a great shouting, followed by a shrill little voice that called sharply, "Tolgo Phonak!" And immediately arrows like needles were shot into his hand, and another volley struck him in the face. Poor Gulliver covered his face with his hand, and lay groaning with pain. Again he struggled to get loose, but the harder he fought for freedom, the more the little men shot arrows into him, and some of them even tried to run their spears into his sides. When he found that the more he struggled the more he was hurt, Gulliver lay still, thinking to himself that at night, at least, now that his left hand was free, he could easily get rid of the rest of his bonds. As soon as the little people saw that he struggled no more, they ceased shooting at him, but he knew from the increasing sound of voices that more and more of the little soldiers were coming round him. Soon, a few yards from him on the right, he heard a continued sound of hammering, and on turning his head to that side as far as the strings would let him, he saw that a small wooden stage was being built. On to this, when it was finished, there climbed by ladders 4 men, and one of them, who seemed to be a very important person, for a little page boy attended to hold up his train, immediately gave an order. At once about 50 of the soldiers ran forward and cut the strings that tied Gulliver's hair on the left side, so that he could turn his head easily to the right. Then the person began to make a long speech, not one word of which Gulliver could understand, but it seemed to him that sometimes the little man threatened, and sometimes made offers of kindness. As well as he could, Gulliver made signs that he submitted. Then, feeling by this time faint with hunger, he pointed with his fingers many times to his mouth, to show that he wanted something to eat. They understood him very well. Several ladders were put against Gulliver's sides, and about 100 little people climbed up and carried to his mouth all kinds of bread and meat. There were things shaped like legs and shoulders and saddles of mutton. Very good they were, Gulliver thought, but very small, no bigger than a lark's wing, and the loaves of bread were about the size of bullets, so that he could take several at a mouthful. The people wondered greatly at the amount he ate. When he signed that he was thirsty, they slung up onto his body 2 of their biggest casks of wine, and having rolled them forward to his hand, they knocked out the heads of the casks. Gulliver drank them both off at a draught, and asked for more, for they held only about a small tumblerful each, but there was no more to be had. As the small people walked to and fro over his body, Gulliver was sorely tempted to seize 40 or 50 of them and dash them on the ground, and then to make a further struggle for liberty. But the pain he had already suffered from their arrows made him think better of it, and he wisely lay quiet. Soon another small man, who, from his brilliant uniform, seemed to be an officer of very high rank, marched with some others on to Gulliver's chest, and held up to his eyes a paper which Gulliver understood to be an order from the king of the country. The officer made a long speech, often pointing towards something a long way off, and, as Gulliver afterward learned, told him that he was to be taken as a prisoner to the city, the capital of the country. Gulliver asked by signs that his bonds might be loosed. The officer shook his head and refused, but he allowed some of his soldiers to slack the cords on one side, whereby Gulliver was able to feel more comfortable. After this, the little people drew out the arrows that still stuck in his hands and face, and rubbed the wounds with some pleasant smelling ointment, which so soothed his pain that very soon he fell sound asleep. And this was no great wonder, for, as he afterward understood, the king's physicians had mixed a very strong sleeping draught with the wine that had been given him. Gulliver awoke with a violent fit of sneezing, and with the feeling of small feet running away from off his chest. Where was he? Bound still, without a doubt, but no longer did he find himself lying on the ground. It puzzled him greatly that he now lay on a sort of platform. How had he got there? Soon he began to realize what had happened, and later, when he understood the language, he learned all that had been done to him while he slept. Before he dropped asleep he had heard a rumbling as of wheels and the shouts of many drivers. This, it seemed, was caused by the arrival of a huge kind of trolley, a few inches high, but nearly 7 feet long, drawn by 1,500 of the king's largest horses. On this it was meant that he should be taken to the city. By the use of strong poles fixed in the ground, to which there were attached many pulleys, and the strongest ropes to be found in the country, 900 men managed to hoist him as he slept. Then they put him on the trolley, where they again tied him fast. It was when they were far on their way to the city that Gulliver awoke. The trolley had stopped for a little to breathe the horses, and one of the officers of the king's guard, who had not before seen Gulliver, climbed with some of his friends up his body. While looking at his face, the officer could not resist the temptation of putting the point of his sword up Gulliver's nose, which tickled him so that he woke, sneezing violently. End of section 9. Section 10 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Gulliver's Travels 3. Gulliver is taken as a prisoner to the capital of Lilliput. The city was not reached till the following day, and Gulliver had to spend the night lying where he was, guarded on each side by 500 men, with torches and bows and arrows, ready to shoot him if he should attempt to move. In the morning the king and all his court, and thousands of the people, came out to gaze on the wonderful sight. The trolley, with Gulliver on it, stopped outside the walls alongside a very large building, which had once been used as a temple, but the use of which had been given up owing to a murder having been committed in it. The door of this temple was quite 4 feet high and about 2 feet wide, and on each side, about 6 inches from the ground, was a small window. Inside the building the king's blacksmiths fastened many chains, which they then brought through one of the little windows and padlocked round Gulliver's left ankle. Then his bonds were cut, and he was allowed to get up. He found that he could easily creep through the door, and that there was room inside to lie down. His chains were nearly 6 feet long, so that he could get a little exercise by walking backward and forward outside. Always when he walked, thousands of people thronged around to look at him. Even the king himself used to come and gaze by the hour from a high tower which stood opposite. One day, just as Gulliver had crept out from his house and had got on his feet, it chanced that the king, who was a very fine-looking man, taller than any of his people, came riding along on his great white charger. When the horse saw Gulliver move, it was terrified, and plunged and reared so madly that the people feared that a terrible accident was going to happen, and several of the king's guards ran in to seize the horse by the head. But the king was a good horseman, and managed the animal so well that very soon it got over its fright, and he was able to dismount. Then he gave orders that food should be brought for Gulliver, 20 little carts full, and 10 of wine. And he and his courtiers, all covered with gold and silver, stood around and watched him eating. After the king had gone away, the people of the city crowded round, and some of them began to behave very badly, one man even going so far as to shoot an arrow at Gulliver, which was not far from putting out one of his eyes. But the officer in command of the soldiers who were on guard ordered his men to bind and push 6 of the worst behaved of the crowd within reach of Gulliver, who at once seized 5 of them and put them in his coat pocket. The 6th he held up to his mouth and made as if he meant to eat him, whereupon the wretched little creature shrieked aloud with terror, and when Gulliver took out his knife, all the people, even the soldiers, were dreadfully alarmed. But Gulliver only cut the man's bonds and let him run away, which he did in a great hurry. And when he took the others out of his pocket one by one, and treated them in the same way, the crowd began to laugh. After that the people always behaved very well to Gulliver, and he became a great favorite. From all over the kingdom crowds flocked to see the great Man Mountain. In the meantime, as Gulliver learned later, there were frequent meetings of the King's council to discuss the question of what was to be done with him. Some of the councilors feared lest he might break loose and cause great damage in the city. Some were of the opinion that to keep and feed so huge a creature would cause a famine in the land, or, at the least, that the expense would be greater than the public funds could bear. They advised, therefore, that he should be killed, shot in the hands and face with poisoned arrows. Others, however, argued that if this were done it would be a very difficult thing to get rid of so large a dead body, which might cause a pestilence to break out if it lay long unburied so near the city. Finally, the King and his council gave orders that each morning the surrounding villages should send into the city for Gulliver's daily use 6 oxen, 40 sheep, and a sufficient quantity of bread and wine. It was also commanded that 600 persons should act as his servants, that 300 tailors were to make for him a suit of clothes, and that 6 professors from the university were to teach him the language of the country. When Gulliver could speak the language, he learned a great deal about the land in which he now found himself. It was called Lilliput, and the people Lilliputians. These Lilliputians believed that their kingdom and the neighboring country of Blefuscan were the whole world. Blefuscan lay far over the sea, to these little people dim and blue on the horizon, though to Gulliver the distance did not seem more than a mile. The Lilliputians knew of no land beyond Blefuscan, and as for Gulliver himself, they believed that he had fallen from the moon, or from one of the stars. It was impossible, they said, that so big a race of men could live on the earth. It was quite certain that there could not be food enough for them. They did not believe Gulliver's story. He must have fallen from the moon. Almost the first thing that Gulliver did when he knew the language fairly well was to send a petition to the King, praying that his chains might be taken off and that he might be free to walk about. But this, he was told, could not be granted. He must first, the King's council said, swear a peace with the kingdom of Lilliput, and afterwards, if by continued good behavior he gained their confidence, he might be freed. Meantime, by the King's orders, 2 high officers of state were sent to search him. Gulliver lifted up these officers in his hand and put them into each of his pockets, one after the other, and they made for the King a careful list of everything found there. Gulliver afterwards saw this inventory. His snuff box they had described as a huge silver chest full of a sort of dust. Into that dust one of them stepped, and the snuff, flying up in his face, caused him nearly to sneeze his head off. His pistols they called hollow pillars of iron fastened to strong pieces of timber. And the use of his bullets and of his powder, which he had been lucky enough to bring ashore dry, owing to his pouch being watertight, they could not understand, while of his watch they could make nothing. They called it a wonderful kind of engine which makes an incessant noise like a water wheel. But some fancied that it was perhaps a kind of animal. Certainly it was alive. All these things, together with his sword, which he carried slung to a belt round his waist, Gulliver had to give up, first, as well as he could, explaining the use of them. The Lilliputians could not understand the pistols, and to show his meaning Gulliver was obliged to fire one of them. At once hundreds of little people fell down as if they had been struck dead by the noise. Even the King, though he stood his ground, was sorely frightened. Most of Gulliver's property was returned to him, but the pistols and powder and bullets and his sword were taken away and put for safety under strict guard. As the King and his courtiers gained more faith in Gulliver, and became less afraid of his breaking loose and doing some mischief, they began to treat him in a more friendly way than they had hitherto done, and showed him more of the manners and customs of the country. Some of these were very curious. One of the sports of which they were most fond was rope dancing. and there was no more certain means of being promoted to high office and power in the state than to possess great cleverness in that art. Indeed, it was said that the Lord High Treasurer had gained and kept his post chiefly through his great skill in turning somersaults on the tight-rope. The Chief Secretary for Private Affairs ran him very close, and there was hardly a minister of state who did not owe his position to such successes. Few of them, indeed, had escaped without severe accidents, at one time or another, while trying some specially difficult feat, and many had been lamed for life. But however many and bad the falls, there were always plenty of other persons to attempt the same or some more difficult jump. Taught by his narrow escape from a serious accident when his horse first saw Gulliver, the King now gave orders that the horses of his army, as well as those from the royal stables, should be exercised daily close to the Man Mountain. Soon they became so used to the sight of him that they would come right up to his foot without starting or shying. Often the riders would jump their charges over Gulliver's hand as he held it on the ground, and once the King's huntsman, better mounted than most of the others, actually jumped over his foot, shoe and all, a wonderful leap. Gulliver saw that it was wise to amuse the King in this and other ways, because the more his Majesty was pleased with him, the sooner it was likely that his liberty would be granted. So he asked one day that some strong sticks, about 2 feet in height, should be brought to him. Several of these he fixed firmly in the ground, and across them, near the top, he lashed 4 other sticks, enclosing a square space of about 2½ feet. Then to the uprights, about 5 inches lower than the crossed sticks, he tied his pocket handkerchief, and stretched it tight as a drum. When the work was finished, he asked the King to let a troop exercise on this stage. His Majesty was delighted with the idea, and for several days nothing pleased him more than to see Gulliver lift up the men and horses, and to watch them go through their drill on this platform. Sometimes he would even be lifted up himself, and give the words of command, and once he persuaded the Queen, who was rather timid, to let herself be held up in her chair within full view of the scene. But a fiery horse, one day, pawing with his hoof, wore a hole in the handkerchief, and came down heavily on its side, and after this Gulliver could no longer trust the strength of his stage. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Gulliver's Travels, Chapter 4. Gulliver is freed and captures the Blefuscan fleet. By this time Gulliver's clothes were almost in rags. The 300 tailors had not yet been able to finish his new suit, and he had no hat at all, for that had been lost as he came ashore from the wreck. So he was greatly pleased one day when an express message came to the King from the coast, saying that some men had found on the shore a great black, strangely shaped mass, as high as a man. It was not alive, they were certain. It had never moved, though for a time they had watched, before going closer. After making certain that it was not likely to injure them, by mounting on each other's shoulders they had got on the top, which they found was flat and smooth, and by the sound when stamped upon they judged that it was hollow. It was thought that the object might possibly be something belonging to the Man Mountain, and they proposed, by the help of 5 horses, to bring it to the city. Gulliver was sure that it must be his hat, and so it turned out, nor was it very greatly damaged, either by the sea or by being drawn by the horses over the ground all the way from the coast, except that 2 holes had been bored in the brim, to which a long cord had been fixed by hooks. Gulliver was much pleased to have it once more. 2 days after this the King took into his head a curious fancy. He ordered a review of troops to be held, and he directed that Gulliver should stand with his legs very wide apart, while under him both horse and foot were commanded to march. Over 3,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry passed through the great arch made by his legs, colors flying and bands playing. The King and Queen themselves sat in their state coach at the saluting point, near to his left leg, and all the while Gulliver dared not move a hair's breadth, lest he should injure some of the soldiers. Shortly after this Gulliver was set free. There had been a meeting of the King's Council on the subject, and the Lord High Admiral was the only member in favor of still keeping him chained. This great officer to the end was Gulliver's bitter enemy, and though on this occasion he was outvoted, yet he was allowed to draw up the conditions which Gulliver was to sign before his chains were struck off. The conditions were: first, that he was not to quit the country without leave granted under the King's great seal. Second, that he was not to come into the city without orders, at which times the people were to have 2 hours' notice to keep indoors. Third, that he should keep to the high roads, and not walk or lie down in a meadow. Fourth, that he was to take the utmost care not to trample on anybody, or on any horses or carriages, and that he was not to lift any persons in his hand against their will. Fifth, that if at any time an express had to be sent in great haste, he was to carry the messenger and his horse in his pocket a 6 days' journey, and to bring them safely back. Sixth, that he should be the King's ally against the Blefuscans, and that he should try to destroy their fleet, which was said to be preparing to invade Lilliput. Seventh, that he should help the workmen to move certain great stones which were needed to repair some of the public buildings. Eighth, that he should in 2 moons' time make an exact survey of the kingdom, by counting how many of his own paces it took him to go all round the coast. Lastly, on his swearing to the above conditions, it was promised that he should have a daily allowance of meat and drink equal to the amount consumed by 1,724 of the Lilliputians, for they estimated that Gulliver's size was about equal to that number of their own people. Though 1 or 2 of the conditions did not please him, especially that about helping the workmen, which he thought was making him too much a servant, yet Gulliver signed the document at once, and swore to observe its conditions. After having done so, and having had his chains removed, the first thing he asked was to be allowed to see the city, which was called Mildendo. He found that it was surrounded by a great wall about 2½ feet high, broad enough for one of their coaches and 4 to be driven along, and at every 10 feet there were strong flanking towers. Gulliver took off his coat, lest the tails might do damage to the roofs or chimneys of the houses, and he then stepped over the wall, and very carefully walked down the finest of the streets, one quite 5 feet wide. Wherever he went, the tops of the houses and the attic windows were packed with wondering spectators, and he reckoned that the town must hold quite 500,000 people. In the center of the city, where the 2 chief streets met, stood the King's palace, a very fine building surrounded by a wall. But he was not able to see the whole palace that day, because the part in which were the royal apartments was shut off by another wall nearly 5 feet in height, which he could not get over without a risk of doing damage. Some days later he climbed over, by the help of 2 stools which he made from some of the largest trees in the royal park, trees nearly 7 feet high, which he was allowed to cut down for the purpose. By putting one of the stools at each side of the wall, Gulliver was able to step across. Then, lying down on his side, and putting his face close to the open windows, he looked in and saw the Queen and all the young princes. The Queen smiled, and held her hand out one of the windows, that he might kiss it. She was very pleasant and friendly. One day, about a fortnight after this, there came to call on him Reldresal, the King's chief secretary, a very great man, one who had always been Gulliver's very good friend. This person had a long and serious talk with Gulliver about the state of the country. He said that though to the outward eye things in Lilliput seemed very settled and prosperous, yet in reality there were troubles, both internal and external, that threatened the safety of the kingdom. There had been in Lilliput for a very long time 2 parties at bitter enmity with each other, so bitter that they would neither eat, drink, nor talk together, and what one party did the other would always try to undo. Each professed to believe that nothing good could come from the other. Any measure proposed by the party in power was by the other always looked upon as foolish or evil, and any new law passed by the government party was said by the opposition to be either a wicked attack on the liberties of the people, or something undertaken solely for the purpose of keeping that party in, and the opposition out of power. To such a pitch had things now come, said the chief secretary, entirely owing to the folly of the opposition, that the business of the kingdom was almost at a standstill. Meantime the country was in danger of an invasion by the Blefuscans, who were now fitting out a great fleet, which was almost ready to sail to attack Lilliput. The war with Blefuscu had been raging for some years, and the losses by both nations of ships and of men had been very heavy. This war had broken out in the following way. It had always been the custom in Lilliput, as far back as history went, for people, when breaking an egg at breakfast, to do so at the big end. But it had happened, said the chief secretary, that the present king's grandfather, when a boy, had once, when breaking his egg in the usual way, severely cut his finger, whereupon his father at once gave strict commands that in the future all his subjects should break their eggs at the small end. This greatly angered the people, who thought that the king had no right to give such an order, and they refused to obey. As a consequence, no less than 6 rebellions had taken place. Thousands of the Lilliputians had had their heads cut off, or had been cast into prison, and thousands had fled for refuge to Blefuscu rather than obey that hated order. These Big Endians, as they were called, had been very well received at the court of Blefuscu, and finally the emperor of that country had taken upon himself to interfere in the affairs of Lilliput, thus bringing on war. The chief secretary ended the talk by saying that the king, having great faith in Gulliver's strength, and depending on the oath which he had sworn before being released, expected him now to help in defeating the Blefuscan fleet. Gulliver was very ready to do what he could, and he at once thought of a plan whereby he might destroy the whole fleet at one blow. He told all his ideas on the subject to the king, who gave orders that everything he might need should be supplied without delay. Then Gulliver went to the oldest seamen in the navy, and learned from them the depth of water between Lilliput and Blefuscu. It was, they said, nowhere deeper than 70 glumgluffs, which is equal to about 6 feet at high water, and there was no great extent so deep. After this he walked to the coast opposite Blefuscu, and lying down there behind a hillock, so that he might not be seen should any of the enemy's ships happen to be cruising near, he looked long through a small pocket telescope across the channel. With the naked eye he could easily see the cliffs of Blefuscu, and soon, with his telescope, he made out where the fleet lay, 50 great men of war, and many transports, waiting for a fair wind. Coming back to the city, he gave orders for a great length of the strongest cable, and a quantity of bars of iron. The cable was little thicker than an ordinary pack thread, and the bars of iron much about the length and size of knitting needles. Gulliver twisted 3 of the iron bars together, and bent them to a hook at one end. He trebled the cable for greater strength, and thus made 50 shorter cables, to which he fastened the hooks. Then, carrying these in his hand, he walked back to the coast and waded into the sea, a little before high water. When he came to mid-channel he had to swim, but for no great distance. As soon as they noticed Gulliver coming wading through the water toward their ships, the Blefuscan sailors all jumped overboard and swam ashore in a terrible fright. Never before had any of them seen or dreamt of so monstrous a giant, nor had they heard of his being in Lilliput. Gulliver then quietly took his cables and fixed one securely in the bows of each of the ships of war, and finally he tied the cables together at his end. But while he was doing this, the Blefuscan soldiers on the shore plucked up courage and began to shoot arrows at him, many of which stuck in his hands and face. He was very much afraid lest some of these might put out his eyes, but he remembered, luckily, that in his inner pocket were his spectacles, which he put on, and then finished his work without risk to his eyes. On pulling at the cables, however, not a ship could he move. He had forgotten that their anchors were all down, so he was forced to go in closer with his knife to cut the vessels free. While doing this he was of course exposed to a furious fire from the enemy, and hundreds of arrows struck him, some almost knocking off his spectacles. But again he hauled, and this time drew the whole 50 vessels after him. The Blefuscans had thought that it was his intention merely to cast the vessels adrift, so that they might run aground, but when they saw their great fleet being steadily drawn out to sea, their grief was terrible. For a great distance Gulliver could hear their cries of despair. When he had got well away from the land, he stopped in order to pick arrows from his face and hands, and to put on some of the ointment that had been rubbed on his wounds when first the Lilliputians fired into him. By this time the tide had fallen a little, and he was able to wade all the way across the channel. The King and his courtiers stood waiting on the shore. They could see the vessels steadily drawing nearer, but they could not for some time see Gulliver, because only his head was above water. At first some imagined that he had been drowned, and that the fleet was now on its way to attack Lilliput.
There was great joy when Gulliver was seen hauling the vessels, and when he landed the King was so pleased that on the spot he created him a nardac, the highest honor that it was in his power to bestow. His great success over the Blefuscans, however, turned out to be but the beginning of trouble for Gulliver. The King was so puffed up by the victory that he formed plans for capturing in the same way the whole of the enemy's ships of every kind, and it was now his wish to crush Blefuscu utterly, and to make it nothing but a province depending on Lilliput. Thus he thought he himself would then be monarch of the whole world. In this scheme Gulliver refused to take any part, and he very plainly said that he would give no help in making slaves of the Blefuscans. This refusal angered the King very much, and more than once he artfully brought up the matter at a state council. Now several of the councilors, though they pretended to be Gulliver's friends, so long as he was in favor with the King, were really his secret enemies, and nothing pleased these persons better than to see that the King was no longer pleased with him. So they did all in their power to nurse and increase the King's anger, and to make him believe that Gulliver was a traitor. About this time there came to Lilliput ambassadors from Blefuscu suing for peace. When a treaty had been made and signed, very greatly to the advantage of Lilliput, the Blefuscan ambassadors asked to see the great Man Mountain of whom they had heard so much, and they paid Gulliver a formal call. After asking him to give them some proofs of his strength, they invited him to visit their Emperor, which Gulliver promised to do. Accordingly, the next time that he met the King, he asked, as he was bound to do by the paper he had signed, for permission to leave the country for a time in order to visit Blefuscu. The King did not refuse, but his manner was so cold that Gulliver could not help noticing it. Afterward he learned from a friend that his enemies in the council had told the King lying tales of his meetings with the Blefuscan ambassadors, which had had the effect of still further arousing his anger. It happened, too, most unfortunately, at this time, that Gulliver had offended the Queen by a well-meant but badly managed effort to do her a service, and thus he lost also her friendship. But though he was now out of favor at court, he was still an object of great interest to every one. End of Section 11. Section 12 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Gulliver's Travels, Chapter 4. Gulliver's Escape from Lilliput and Return to England. Gulliver had 300 cooks to dress his food, and these men, with their families, lived in small huts which had been built for them near his house. He had made for himself a chair and a table. On to this table it was his custom to lift 20 waiters, and these men then drew up by ropes and pulleys all his food, and his wine in casks, which 100 other servants had in readiness on the ground. Gulliver would often eat his meal with many hundreds of people looking on. One day the King, who had not seen him eat since this table had been built, sent a message that he and the Queen desired to be present that day while Gulliver dined. They arrived just before his dinner hour, and he at once lifted the King and Queen and the Princes, with their attendants and guards, onto the table. Their Majesties sat in their chairs of state, all the time watching with deep interest the roasts of beef and mutton, and whole flocks of geese and turkeys and fowls, disappear into Gulliver's mouth. A roast of beef, of which he had to make more than 2 mouthfuls, was seldom seen, and he ate them, bones and all. A goose or a turkey was but 1 bite. Certainly on this occasion Gulliver ate more than usual, thinking by doing so to amuse and please the court. But in this he erred, for it was turned against him. Flimnap, the Lord High Treasurer, who had always been one of his enemies, pointed out to the King the great daily expense of such meals, and told how this huge man had already cost the country over 1.5 million of sprugs, the largest Lilliputian gold coin. Things indeed were beginning to go very ill with Gulliver. Now it happened about this time that one of the King's courtiers, to whom Gulliver had been very kind, came to him by night very privately in a closed chair, and asked to have a talk without anyone else being present. Gulliver gave to a servant whom he could trust orders that no one else was to be admitted, and having put the courtier and his chair upon the table, so that he might better hear all that was said, he sat down to listen. Gulliver was told that there had lately been several secret meetings of the King's Privy Council on his account. The Lord High Admiral, who now hated him because of his success against the Blefuscan fleet, Flimnap, the High Treasurer, and others of his enemies, had drawn up against him charges of treason and other crimes, The courtier had brought with him a copy of these charges, and Gulliver now read them. It was made a point against him that when ordered to do so by the King, he had refused to seize all the other Blefuscan ships. It was also said that he would not join in utterly crushing the empire of Blefuscu, nor give aid when it was proposed to put to death not only all the Bigendians who had fled for refuge to that country, but all the Blefuscans themselves who were friends of the Bigendians. For this he was said to be a traitor. He was also accused of being overly friendly with the Blefuscan ambassadors, and it was made a grave charge against him that though his Majesty had not given him written leave to visit Blefuscu, he yet was getting ready to go to that country in order to give help to the Emperor against Lilliput. There had been many debates on these charges, said the courtier, and the Lord High Admiral had made violent speeches, strongly advising that the great Man Mountain should be put to death. In this he was joined by Flimnap and by others, so that actually the greater part of the council was in favor of instant death by the most painful means that could be used. The less unfriendly members of the council, however, while saying that they had no doubt of Gulliver's guilt, were yet of the opinion that, as his services to the kingdom of Lilliput had been great, the punishment of death was too severe. They thought it would be enough if his eyes were put out. This, they said, would not prevent him from still being made useful. Then began a most excited argument, the Admiral and those who sided with him insisting that Gulliver should be killed at once. At last the Secretary rose and said that he had a middle course to suggest. This was that Gulliver's eyes should be put out, and that thereafter his food should be gradually so reduced in quantity that in the course of 2 or 3 months he would die of starvation. By which time, said the Secretary, his body would be wasted to an extent that it would make it easy for 500 or 600 men, in a few days, to cut off the flesh and take it away in cartloads to be buried at a distance. Thus there would be no danger of a pestilence breaking out from the dead body lying near the city. The skeleton, he said, could then be put in the National Museum. It was finally decided that this sentence should be carried out, and 20 of the King's surgeons were ordered to be present in 3 days' time to see the operation of putting out Gulliver's eyes properly done. Sharp pointed arrows were to be shot into the balls of his eyes. The courtier now left the house as privately as he had come, and Gulliver was left to decide what he should do. At first he thought of attacking the city and destroying it, but by doing this he must have destroyed with the city a great many thousands of innocent people, which he could not make up his mind to do. At last he wrote a letter to the Chief Secretary, saying that as the King had himself told him that he might visit Blefuscu, he had decided to do so that morning. Without waiting for an answer, he set out for the coast, where he seized a large man of war which was at anchor there, tied a cable to her bow, and then, putting his clothes and his blanket on board, he drew the ship after him to Blefuscu. There he was well received by the Emperor, but as there happened to be no house big enough for him, he was forced during his stay to sleep each night on the ground, wrapped in his blanket. 3 days after his arrival, when walking along the seashore, he noticed something in the water which looked not unlike a boat floating bottom up. Gulliver waded and swam out, and found that he was right. It was a boat. By the help of some of the Blefuscan ships, and with much difficulty, he got it ashore. When the tide had fallen, 2,000 of the Emperor's dockyard men helped him to turn it over, and Gulliver found that but little damage had been done. He now set to work to make oars and mast and sail for the boat, and to fit it out and provision it for a voyage. While this work was going on, there came from Lilliput a message demanding that Gulliver should be bound hand and foot and returned to that country as a prisoner, there to be punished as a traitor. To this message the Emperor replied that it was not possible to bind him, that moreover the great Man Mountain had found a vessel of size great enough to carry him over the sea, and that it was his purpose to leave the empire of Blefuscu in the course of a few weeks. Gulliver did not delay his work, and in less than a month he was ready to sail. He put on board the boat the carcasses of 100 oxen and 300 sheep, with a quantity of bread and wine, and as much meat ready cooked as 400 cooks could prepare. He also took with him a herd of 6 live black cows, and 2 bulls, and a flock of sheep, meaning to take them with him to England if ever he should get there. As food for these animals he took a quantity of hay and corn. Gulliver would have liked to take with him some of the people, but this the Emperor would not permit. Everything being ready, he sailed from Blefuscan on 24 September 1701, and the same night anchored on the lee side of an island which seemed to be uninhabited. Leaving this island on the following morning, he sailed to the eastward for 2 days. On the evening of the second day he sighted a ship, on reaching which, to his great joy, he found that she was an English vessel on her way home from Japan. Putting his cattle and sheep in his coat pockets, he went on board with all his cargo of provisions. The captain received him very kindly, and asked him from whence he had come, and how he happened to be at sea in an open boat. Gulliver told his tale in as few words as possible. The captain stared with wonder, and would not believe his story, but Gulliver then took from his pockets the black cattle and the sheep, which of course clearly showed that he had been speaking the truth. He also showed gold coins which the Emperor of Blefuscan had given him, some of which he presented to the captain. The vessel did not arrive at the port of London until April 1702, but there was no loss of the livestock, excepting that the rats on board carried off and ate one of the sheep. All the others were got safely ashore, and were put to graze on a bowling green at Greenwich, where they throve very well. End of Section 12, and end of Gulliver's Travels.
Section 13 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Arabian Nights, adapted by Amy Steedman. 1. Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. Far away on the other side of the world, in one of the great wealthy cities of China, there once lived a poor tailor called Mustapha. He had a wife whom he loved dearly, and only one son, whose name was Aladdin. But, sad to say, although the tailor was good and industrious, his son was so idle and bad that his father and mother did not know what to do with him. All day long he played in the streets with other idle boys, and when he grew big enough to learn a trade, he said he did not mean to work at all. His poor father was very much troubled, and ordered Aladdin to come into the workshop to learn to be a tailor. But Aladdin only laughed, and ran away so swiftly that neither his father nor mother could catch him. "Alas," said Mustapha sadly, "I can do nothing with this idle boy." And he grew so sad about it that at last he fell ill and died. Then the poor widow was obliged to sell the little workshop, and try to make enough money for herself and Aladdin by spinning. Now it happened that one day, when Aladdin was playing as usual with the idle street boys, a tall, dark old man stood watching him, and when the game was finished he made a sign to Aladdin to come to him. "What is thy name, my boy?" asked this old man, who, though he appeared so kind, was really an African magician. "My name is Aladdin," answered the boy, wondering who this stranger could be. "And what is thy father's name?" asked the magician. "My father was Mustapha the tailor, but he has been dead a long time now," answered Aladdin. "Alas!" cried the wicked old magician, pretending to weep, "he was my brother, and thou must be my nephew. I am thy long lost uncle." And he threw his arms round Aladdin's neck and embraced him. "Tell thy dear mother that I will come and see her this very day," he cried, "and give her this small present." And he placed in Aladdin's hands 5 gold pieces. Aladdin ran home in great haste to tell his mother the story of the long lost uncle. "It must be a mistake," she said. "Thou hast no uncle." But when she saw the gold, she began to think that this stranger must be a relation, and so she prepared a grand supper to welcome him when he came. They had not long to wait before the African magician appeared, bringing with him all sorts of fruits and delicious sweets for dessert. "Tell me about my poor brother," he said, as he embraced Aladdin and his mother. "Show me exactly where he used to sit." Then the widow pointed to a seat on the sofa, and the magician knelt down and began to kiss the place and weep over it. The poor widow was quite touched, and began to believe that this really must be her husband's brother, especially when he began to show the kindest interest in Aladdin. "What is thy trade?" he asked the boy. "Alas," said the widow, "he will do nothing but play in the streets." Aladdin hung his head with shame, as his uncle gravely shook his head. "He must begin work at once," he said. "How would it please thee to have a shop of thy own? I could buy one for thee, and stock it with silks and rich stuffs." Aladdin danced with joy at the very idea, and next day set out with his supposed uncle, who bought him a splendid suit of clothes, and took him all over the city to show him the sights. The day after, the Magician again took Aladdin out with him, but this time they went outside the city, through beautiful gardens into the open country. They walked so far that Aladdin began to grow weary, but the Magician gave him a cake and some delicious fruit, and told him such wonderful tales that he scarcely noticed how far they had gone. At last they came to a deep valley between two mountains, and there the Magician paused. "Stop!" he cried. "This is the very place I am in search of. Gather some sticks that we may make a fire." Aladdin quickly did as he was bid, and soon gathered together a great heap of dry sticks. The Magician then set fire to them, and the heap blazed up merrily. With great care the old man now sprinkled some curious-looking powder on the flames, and muttered strange words. In an instant the earth beneath their feet trembled, and they heard a rumbling like distant thunder. Then the ground opened in front of them and showed a great square slab of stone with a ring in it. By this time Aladdin was so frightened that he turned to run home as fast as he could, but the Magician caught him and gave him such a blow that he fell to the earth. "Why dost thou strike me, uncle?" sobbed Aladdin. "Do as I bid thee," said the Magician, "and then thou shalt be well treated. Dost thou see that stone? Beneath it is a treasure which I will share with thee. Only obey me, and it will soon be ours." As soon as Aladdin heard of a treasure, he jumped up and forgot all his fears. He seized the ring as the Magician directed, and easily pulled up the stone. "Now," said the old man, "look in, and thou wilt see stone steps leading downwards. Thou shalt descend those steps till thou comest to 3 great halls. Pass through them, but take care to wrap thy coat well round thee, that thou mayest touch nothing, for if thou dost thou wilt die instantly. When thou hast passed through the halls, thou wilt come into a garden of fruit trees. Go through it until thou sees a niche with a lighted lamp in it. Put the light out, pour forth the oil, and bring the lamp to me." So saying, the Magician placed a magic ring upon Aladdin's finger to guard him, and bade the boy begin his search. Aladdin did exactly as he was told, and found everything just as the Magician had said. He went through the halls and the garden until he came to the lamp, and when he had poured out the oil and placed the lamp carefully inside his coat, he began to look about him. He had never seen such a lovely garden before, even in his dreams. The fruits that hung upon the trees were of every color of the rainbow. Some were clear and shining like crystal, some sparkled with a crimson light, others were green, blue, violet, and orange, while the leaves that shaded them were silver and gold. Aladdin did not guess that these fruits were precious stones, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, but they looked so pretty that he filled all his pockets with them as he passed back through the garden. The Magician was eagerly peering down the stone steps when Aladdin began to climb up. "Give me the lamp," he cried, stretching forth his hand for it. "Wait until I get out," answered Aladdin, "and then I will give it to thee." "Hand it up to me at once," screamed the old man angrily. "Not till I am safely out," repeated Aladdin. Then the Magician stomped with rage, and rushing to the fire, threw on it some more of the curious powder, uttered the same strange words as before, and instantly the stone slipped back into its place, the earth closed over it, and Aladdin was left in darkness. This showed indeed that the wicked old man was not Aladdin's uncle. By his magic arts in Africa he had found out all about the lamp, which was a wonderful treasure, as you will see. But he knew that he could not get it himself, that another hand must fetch it to him. This was the reason why he had fixed upon Aladdin to help him, and had meant, as soon as the lamp was safely in his hand, to kill the boy. As his plan had failed, he went back to Africa, and was not seen again for a long, long time. But there was poor Aladdin, shut up underground, with no way of getting out. He tried to find his way back to the great halls and the beautiful garden of shining fruits, but the walls had closed up, and there was no escape that way either. For 2 days the poor boy sat crying and moaning in his despair, and just as he had made up his mind that he must die, he clasped his hands together, and in doing so rubbed the ring which the Magician had put on his finger. In an instant a huge figure rose out of the earth and stood before him. "What is thy will, my master?" it said. "I am the slave of the ring, and must obey him who wears the ring." "Whoever or whatever you are," cried Aladdin, "take me out of this dreadful place." Scarcely had he said these words when the earth opened, and the next moment Aladdin found himself lying at his mother's door. He was so weak for want of food, and his joy at seeing his mother was so great, that he fainted away. But when he came to himself, he promised to tell her all that had happened. "But first give me something to eat," he cried, "for I am dying of hunger." "Alas," said his mother, "I have nothing in the house except a little cotton, which I will go out and sell." "Stop a moment," cried Aladdin. "Rather let us sell this old lamp which I have brought back with me." Now the lamp looked so old and dirty that Aladdin's mother began to rub it, wishing to brighten it a little that it might fetch a higher price. But no sooner had she given it the first rub than a huge dark figure slowly rose from the floor like a wreath of smoke until it reached the ceiling, towering above them. "What is thy will?" it asked. "I am the slave of the lamp, and must do the bidding of him who holds the lamp." The moment the figure began to rise from the ground, Aladdin's mother was so terrified that she fainted away, but Aladdin managed to snatch the lamp from her, although he could scarcely hold it in his own shaking hand. "Fetch me something to eat," he said in a trembling voice, for the terrible Genie was glaring down upon him. The slave of the lamp disappeared in a cloud of smoke, but in an instant he was back again, bringing with him a most delicious breakfast, served upon plates and dishes of pure gold. By this time Aladdin's mother had recovered, but she was almost too frightened to eat, and begged Aladdin to sell the lamp at once, for she was sure it had something to do with evil spirits. But Aladdin only laughed at her fears, and said he meant to make use of that magical lamp and wonderful ring, now that he knew their worth. As soon as they again wanted money, they sold the golden plates and dishes, and when these were all gone, Aladdin ordered the Genie to bring more, and so they lived in comfort for several years. Now Aladdin had heard a great deal about the beauty of the Sultan's daughter, and he began to long so greatly to see her that he could not rest. He thought of a great many plans, but they all seemed impossible, for the Princess never went out without a veil, which covered her entirely. At last, however, he managed to enter the palace and hide himself behind a door, peeping through a chink when the Princess passed to go to her bath. The moment Aladdin's eyes rested upon the beautiful Princess, he loved her with all his heart, for she was as fair as the dawn of a summer morning. "Mother," he cried when he reached home, "I have seen the Princess, and I have made up my mind to marry her. Thou shalt go at once to the Sultan and beg him to give me his daughter." Aladdin's mother stared at her son, and then began to laugh at such a wild idea. She was almost afraid that Aladdin must be mad, but he gave her no peace until she did as he wished. So the next day she very unwillingly set out for the palace, carrying the magic fruit wrapped up in a napkin to present to the Sultan. There were many other people offering their petitions that day, and the poor woman was so frightened that she dared not go forward, and so no one paid any attention to her, as she stood there patiently holding her bundle. For a whole week she had gone every day to the palace before the Sultan noticed her. "Who is that poor woman who comes every day carrying a white bundle?" he asked. Then the Grand Vizier ordered that she should be brought forward, and she came bowing herself to the ground. She was almost too terrified to speak, but when the Sultan spoke so kindly to her, she took courage, and told him of Aladdin's love for the Princess, and of his bold request. "He sends you this gift," she continued, and opening the bundle, she presented the magic fruit. A cry of wonder went up from all those who stood around, for never had they beheld such exquisite jewels before. They shone and sparkled with 1,000 lights and colors, and dazzled the eyes that gazed upon them. The Sultan was astounded, and spoke to the Grand Vizier apart. "Surely it is fit that I should give my daughter to one who can present such a wondrous gift," he said. Now, when 3 months were ended, Aladdin's mother again presented herself before the Sultan, and reminded him of his promise that the Princess should wed her son. "I ever abide by my royal word," said the Sultan, "but he who marries my daughter must first send me 40 golden basins filled to the brim with precious stones. These basins must be carried by 40 black slaves, each led by a white slave, dressed as befits the servants of the Sultan." Aladdin's mother returned home in great distress when she heard this, and told Aladdin what the Sultan had said. "Alas, my son," she cried, "thy hopes are ended." "Not so, mother," answered Aladdin. "The Sultan shall not have long to wait for his answer." Then he rubbed the magic lamp, and when the Genie appeared, he bade him provide the 40 golden basins filled with jewels, and all the slaves which the Sultan had demanded. Now when this splendid procession passed through the streets on its way to the palace, all the people came out to see the sight, and stood amazed when they saw the golden basins filled with sparkling gems, carried on the heads of the great black slaves. And when the palace was reached, and the slaves presented the jewels to the Sultan, he was so surprised and delighted that he was more than willing that Aladdin should marry the Princess at once. "Go fetch thy son," he said to Aladdin's mother, who was waiting near. "Tell him that this day he shall wed my daughter." But when Aladdin heard the news, he refused to hasten at once to the palace, as his mother advised. First he called the Genie, and told him to bring a scented bath and a robe worked in gold, such as a king might wear. After this he called for 40 slaves to attend him, and 6 to walk before his mother, and a horse more beautiful than the Sultan's. And lastly, for 10,000 pieces of gold, put up in 10 purses. When all these things were ready, and Aladdin was dressed in his royal robe, he set out for the palace. As he rode along on his beautiful horse, attended by his 40 slaves, he scattered the golden pieces out of the purses among the crowd, and all the people shouted with joy and delight. No one knew that this was the idle boy who used to play about the streets, but they thought he was some great foreign prince. Thus Aladdin arrived at the palace in great state, and when the Sultan had embraced him, he ordered that the wedding feast should be prepared at once, and that the marriage should take place that day. "Not so, your Majesty," said Aladdin. "I will not marry the Princess until I have built a palace fit for the daughter of the Sultan." Then he returned home, and once more called up the Slave of the Lamp. "Build me the fairest palace ever beheld by mortal eye," ordered Aladdin. "Let it be built of marble and jasper and precious stones. In the midst I would have a great hall, whose walls shall be of gold and silver, lighted by 24 windows. These windows shall all be set with diamonds, rubies, and other precious stones, and one only shall be left unfinished. There must also be stables with horses, and slaves to serve in the palace. Begone, and do thy work quickly." And lo! in the morning when Aladdin looked out, there stood the most wonderful palace that ever was built. Its marble walls were flushed a delicate pink in the morning light, and the jewels flashed from every window. Then Aladdin and his mother set off for the Sultan's palace, and the wedding took place that day. The Princess loved Aladdin as soon as she saw him, and great were the rejoicings throughout the city. The next day Aladdin invited the Sultan to visit the new palace, and when he entered the great hall, whose walls were of gold and silver, and whose windows were set with jewels, he was filled with admiration and astonishment. "It is the wonder of the world," he cried. "Never before have mortal eyes beheld such a beautiful palace. One thing alone surprises me. Why is there one window left unfinished?" "Your Majesty," answered Aladdin, "this has been done with a purpose. For I wished that thine own royal hand should have the honor of putting the finishing touch to my palace." The Sultan was so pleased when he heard this that he sent at once for all the court jewelers, and ordered them to finish the window like the rest. The court jewelers worked for many days, and then sent to tell the Sultan that they had used up all the jewels they possessed, and still the window was not half finished. The Sultan commanded that his own jewels should be given to complete the work. Even when these were used, the window was not finished. Then Aladdin ordered the jewelers to stop their work, and to take back all the Sultan's jewels as well as their own. And that night he called up the Slave of the Lamp once more, and bade him finish the window. This was done before the morning, and great was the surprise of the Sultan and all his workmen. Now Aladdin did not grow proud of his great riches, but was gentle and courteous to all, and kind to the poor, so that the people all loved him dearly. He fought and won many battles for the Sultan, and was the greatest favorite in the land. But far away in Africa there was trouble brewing for Aladdin. The wicked old Magician, who had pretended to be Aladdin's uncle, found out by his magic powers that the boy had not perished when he left him underground, and had somehow managed to escape and become rich and powerful. "He must have discovered the secret of the lamp," shrieked the Magician, tearing his hair with rage. "I will not rest day or night until I shall have found some way of taking it from him." So he journeyed from Africa to China, and when he came to the city where Aladdin lived, and saw the wonderful palace, he nearly choked with fury to see all its splendor and richness. Then he disguised himself as a merchant, and bought a number of copper lamps, and with these went from street to street, crying, "New lamps for old." As soon as the people heard his cry, they crowded round him, laughing and jeering, for they thought he must be mad to make such an offer. Now it happened that Aladdin was out hunting, and the Princess sat alone in the hall of the jeweled windows. When, therefore, she heard the noise that was going on in the street outside, she called to her slaves to ask what it meant. Presently one of the slaves came back, laughing so much that she could hardly speak. "It is a curious old man who offers to give new lamps for old," she cried. "Did any one ever hear before of such a strange way of trading?" The Princess laughed too, and pointed to an old lamp which hung in a niche close by. "There is an old enough lamp," she said. "Take it and see if the old man will really give a new one for it." The slave took it down and ran out to the street once more, and when the Magician saw that it was indeed what he wanted, he seized the magic lamp with both his hands. "Choose any lamp you like," he said, showing her those of bright new copper. He did not care now what happened. She might have all the new lamps if she wanted them. Then he went a little way outside the city, and when he was quite alone, he took out the magic lamp and rubbed it gently. Immediately the Genie stood before him and asked what was his will. "I order thee to carry off the palace of Aladdin with the Princess inside, and set it down in a lonely spot in Africa." And in an instant the palace, with every one in it, had disappeared, and when the Sultan happened to look out of his window, lo! there was no longer a palace to be seen. "This must be enchantment," he cried. Then he ordered his men to set out and bring Aladdin to him in chains. The officers met Aladdin as he was returning from the hunt, and they immediately seized him, loaded him with chains, and carried him off to the Sultan. But as he was borne along, the people gathered round him, for they loved him dearly, and vowed that no harm should befall him. The Sultan was beside himself with rage when he saw Aladdin, and gave orders that his head should be cut off at once. But the people had begun to crowd into the palace, and they were so fierce and threatening that he dared not do as he wished. He was obliged to order the chains to be taken off, and Aladdin to be set free. As soon as Aladdin was allowed to speak, he asked why all this was done to him. "Wretch!" exclaimed the Sultan, "come hither, and I will show thee." Then he led Aladdin to the window, and showed him the empty space where his palace had once stood. "Think not that I care for thy vanished palace," he said, "but where is the Princess my daughter?" So astonished was Aladdin that for some time he could only stand speechless, staring at the place where his palace ought to have been. At last he turned to the Sultan. "Your Majesty," he said, "grant me grace for 1 month, and if by that time I have not brought back thy daughter to thee, then put me to death as I deserve." So Aladdin was set free, and for 3 days he went about like a madman, asking every one he met where his palace was. But no one could tell him, and all laughed at his misery. Then he went to the river to drown himself, but as he knelt on the bank and clasped his hands to say his prayers before throwing himself in, he once more rubbed the magic ring. Instantly the Genie of the ring stood before him. "What is thy will, O Master?" it asked. "Bring back my Princess and my palace," cried Aladdin, "and save my life." "That I cannot do," said the Slave of the Ring. "Only the Slave of the Lamp has power to bring back thy palace." "Then take me to the place where my palace now stands," said Aladdin, "and put me down beneath the window of the Princess." And almost before Aladdin had done speaking, he found himself in Africa, beneath the windows of his own palace. He was so weary that he lay down and fell fast asleep. But before long, when day dawned, he was awakened by the song of the birds, and as he looked around, his courage returned. He was now sure that all his misfortunes must have been caused by the loss of the magic lamp, and he determined to find out as soon as possible who had stolen it. That same morning the Princess awoke feeling happier than she had felt since she had been carried off. The sun was shining so brightly, and the birds were singing so gaily, that she went to the window to greet the opening day. And who should she see standing beneath her window but Aladdin? With a cry of joy she threw open the casement, and the sound made Aladdin look up. It was not long before he made his way through a secret door and held her in his arms. "Tell me, Princess," said Aladdin, when they had joyfully embraced each other many times, "what has become of the old lamp which hung in a niche of the great hall?" "Alas, my husband," answered the Princess, "I fear my carelessness has been the cause of all our misfortunes." Then she told him how the wicked old Magician had pretended to be a merchant, and had offered new lamps for old, and how he had thus managed to secure the magic lamp. "He still has it," she added, "for I know that he carries it always hidden in his robe." "Princess," said Aladdin, "I must recover this lamp, and thou shalt help me. To-night, when the Magician dines with thee, dress thyself in thy costliest robes, and be kind and gracious to him. Then bid him fetch some of the wines of Africa, and when he is gone, I will tell thee what thou shalt do." So that night the Princess put on her most beautiful robes, and looked so lovely, and was so kind, when the Magician came in, that he could scarcely believe his eyes, for she had been sad and angry ever since he had carried her off. "I believe now that Aladdin must be dead," she said, "and I have made up my mind to mourn no longer. Let us begin our feast. But see, I grow weary of these wines of China. Fetch me instead the wine of thine own country." Now Aladdin had meanwhile prepared a powder, which he directed the Princess to place in her own wine cup. So when the Magician returned with the African wine, she filled her cup and offered it to him in token of friendship. The Magician drank it up eagerly, and scarcely had he finished when he dropped down dead. Then Aladdin came out of the next chamber where he had hidden himself, and searched in the Magician's robes until he found the magic lamp. He rubbed it joyfully, and when the Genie appeared, ordered that the palace should be carried back to China and set down in its own place. The following morning, when the Sultan rose early, for he was too sad to take much rest, he went to the window to gaze on the place where Aladdin's palace had once stood. He rubbed his eyes and stared wildly about. "This must be a dream," he cried, for there stood the palace in all its beauty, looking fairer than ever in the morning light. Not a moment did the Sultan lose, but he rode over to the palace at once, and when he had embraced Aladdin and his daughter, they told him the whole story of the African Magician. Then Aladdin showed him the dead body of the wicked old man, and there was peace between them once more. But there was still trouble in store for Aladdin. The African Magician had a younger brother, who also dealt in magic, and who was, if possible, even more wicked than his elder brother. Full of revenge, this younger brother started for China, determined to punish Aladdin and steal the magic lamp for himself. As soon as he arrived, he went in secret to the cell of a holy woman called Fatima, and obliged her to give him her robe and veil as a disguise. Then, to keep the secret safe, he killed the poor woman. Dressed in the robe and veil, the wicked Magician walked through the streets near Aladdin's palace, and all the people as he passed by knelt and kissed his robe, for they thought he was indeed the holy woman. As soon as the Princess heard that Fatima was passing by in the street, she sent and commanded her to be brought into the hall, and she treated the supposed holy woman with great respect and kindness, for she had often longed to see her. "Is not this a fine hall?" she asked, as they sat together in the hall of the jeweled windows. "It is indeed most beautiful," answered the Magician, who kept his veil carefully down, "but to my mind there is one thing wanting. If only thou couldst have a roc's egg hung in the dome, it would be perfect." As soon as the Princess heard these words, she became discontented and miserable, and when Aladdin came in, she looked so sad that he at once asked what was the matter. "I can never be happy until I have a roc's egg hanging from the dome of the great hall," she answered. "In that case thou shalt soon be happy," said Aladdin gaily, and taking down the lamp, he summoned the Genie. But when the Slave of the Lamp heard the order, his face grew terrible with rage, and his eyes gleamed like burning coals. "Vile wretch!" he shrieked, "have I not given thee all thy wishes? And now dost thou ask me to kill my master, and hang him as an ornament in thy palace? Thou deservest truly to die, but I know that the request cometh not from thine own heart, but was the suggestion of that wicked Magician who pretends to be a holy woman." With these words the Genie vanished, and Aladdin at once went to the room where the Princess was awaiting him. "I have a headache," he said. "Call the holy woman, that she may place her hand upon my forehead and ease the pain." But the moment that the false Fatima appeared, Aladdin sprang up and plunged his dagger into that evil heart. "What hast thou done?" cried the Princess. "Alas! thou hast slain the holy woman." "This is no holy woman," answered Aladdin, "but an evil Magician whose purpose was to destroy us both." So Aladdin was saved from the wicked design of the two Magicians, and there was no one left to disturb his peace. He and the Princess lived together in great happiness for many years, and when the Sultan died, they succeeded to the throne, and ruled both wisely and well, and so there was great peace throughout the land. End of section 13. Section 14 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 2 of the Arabian Nights. The Enchanted Horse. It was New Year's Day in Persia, the most splendid feast day of all the year, and the king had been entertained hour after hour by the wonderful shows prepared for him by his people. Evening was drawing on, and the court was just about to retire, when an Indian appeared, leading a horse which he wished to show to the king. It was not a real horse, but it was so wonderfully made that it looked exactly as if it were alive. "Your Majesty," cried the Indian, as he bowed himself to the ground, "I beg thou wilt look upon this wonder. Nothing thou hast seen to-day can equal this horse of mine. I have only to mount upon its back, and wish myself in any part of the world, and it carries me there in a few minutes." Now the King of Persia was very fond of curious and clever things, so he looked at the horse with great interest. "It seems only a common horse," he said, "but thou shalt show us what it can do." Then he pointed to a distant mountain, and bade the Indian to fetch a branch from the palm trees which grew near its foot. The Indian vaulted into the saddle, turned a little peg in the horse's neck, and in a moment was flying so swiftly through the air that he soon disappeared from sight. In less than a quarter of an hour he reappeared, and laid the palm branch at the King's feet. "Thou art right," cried the King. "Thy enchanted horse is the most wonderful thing I have yet seen. What is its price? I must have it for my own." The Indian shook his head. "Your Majesty," he said, "this horse can never be sold for money, but can only be exchanged for something of equal value. It shall be thine, if only thou wilt give me instead the Princess, your daughter, for my wife." At these words the King's son sprang to his feet. "Sire," he cried, "thou wilt never dream of granting such a request." "My son," answered the King, "at whatever cost I must have this wonderful horse. But before I agree to the exchange, I would wish thee to try the horse, and tell me what thou thinkest of it." The Indian, who stood listening to what they said, was quite willing that the Prince should try the enchanted horse, and began to give him directions how to guide it. But as soon as the Prince was in the saddle and saw the peg which made the horse start, he never waited to hear more. He turned the screw at once, and went flying off through the air. "Alas!" cried the Indian, "he has gone off without learning how to come back. Never will he be able to stop the horse unless he finds the second peg." The King was terribly frightened when he heard the Indian's words, for by this time the Prince had disappeared from sight. "Wretch!" he cried, "thou shalt be cast into prison, and unless my son returns in safety, thou shalt be put to death." Meanwhile the Prince had gone gaily sailing up into the air until he reached the clouds, and could no longer see the earth below. This was very pleasant, and he felt that he had never had such a delicious ride in his life before. But presently he began to think it was time to descend. He screwed the peg round and round, backwards and forwards, but it seemed to make no difference. Instead of coming down, he sailed higher and higher, until he thought he was going to knock his head against the blue sky. What was to be done? The Prince began to grow a little nervous, and he felt over the horse's neck to see if there was another peg to be found anywhere. To his joy, just behind the ear he touched a small screw, and when he turned it he felt he was going slower and slower, and gently turning round. Then he shouted with joy as the enchanted horse flew downward through the starry night, and he saw stretched out before him a beautiful city, gleaming white through the purple mantle of the night. Everything was strange to him, and he did not know in what direction to guide the horse, so he let it go where it would, and presently it stopped on the roof of a great marble palace. There was a gallery running round the roof, and at the end of the gallery there was a door leading down some white marble steps. The Prince began at once to descend the steps, and found himself in a great hall, where a row of black slaves were sleeping soundly, guarding the entrance to a room beyond. Very softly the Prince crept past the guards, and lifting the curtain from the door, looked in. And there he saw a splendid room, lighted by 1,000 lights, and filled with sleeping slaves, and in the middle, upon a sofa, was the most beautiful Princess his eyes had ever gazed upon. She was so lovely that the Prince held his breath with admiration as he looked at her. Then he went softly to her side, and kneeling by the sofa, gently touched her hand. The Princess sighed and opened her eyes, but before she could cry out, he begged her in a whisper to be silent and fear nothing. "I am a Prince," he said, "the son of the King of Persia. I am in danger of my life here, and crave thy protection." Now this Princess was no other than the daughter of the King of Bengal, who happened to be staying alone in her summer palace outside the city.
"I will protect thee," said the Princess, kindly giving him her hand. Then she awoke her slaves and bade them give the stranger food and prepare a sleeping room for him. "I long to hear thy adventures, and how thou camest here," she said to the Prince. "But first thou must rest and refresh thyself." Never before had the Princess seen any one so gallant and handsome as this strange young Prince. She dressed herself in her loveliest robes and twined her hair with her most precious jewels, that she might appear as beautiful as possible in his eyes. And when the Prince saw her again, he thought her the most charming Princess in all the world, and he loved her with all his heart. But when he had told her all his adventures, she sighed to think that he must now leave her and return to his father's court. "Do not grieve," he said. "I will return in state as befits a prince, and demand thy hand in marriage from the King thy father." "Stay but a few days ere thou goest," replied the Princess. "I cannot part with thee so soon." The Prince was only too willing to wait a while, and the Princess entertained him so well with feasts and hunting parties that day after day slipped by, and still he lingered. At last, however, the thought of his home and his father's grief made him decide to return at once. "My Princess," he said, "since it is so hard to part, wilt thou not ride with me upon the Enchanted Horse? When we are once more in Persia, our marriage shall take place, and then we will return to the King thy father." So together they mounted the Enchanted Horse, and the Prince placed his arm around the Princess and turned the magic peg. Up and up they flew over land and sea, and then the Prince turned the other screw, and they landed just outside his father's city. He guided the horse to a palace outside the gates, and there he left the Princess, for he wished to go alone to prepare his father. Now when the Prince reached the court, he found everyone dressed in brown, and all the bells of the city were tolling mournfully. "Why is everyone so sad?" he asked one of the guards. "The Prince! The Prince!" cried the man. "The Prince has come back!" And soon the joyful news spread over the town, and the bells stopped tolling and rang a joyful peal. "My beloved son!" cried the King as he embraced him. "We thought thou wert lost forever, and we have mourned for thee day and night." Without waiting to hear more, the Prince began to tell the King of all his adventures, and how the Princess of Bengal awaited him in the palace outside the gates. "Let her be brought here instantly," cried the King, "and the marriage shall take place to day." Then he ordered that the Indian should be set free at once, and allowed to depart with the Enchanted Horse. Great was the surprise of the Indian when, instead of having his head cut off as he had expected, he was allowed to go free with his wonderful horse. He asked what adventures had befallen the Prince, and when he heard of the Princess who was waiting at the palace outside the gates, a wicked plan came into his head. He took the Enchanted Horse and went straight to the palace before the King's messengers could reach it. "Tell the Princess," he said to the slave, "that the Prince of Persia has sent me to bring her to his father's palace upon the Enchanted Horse." The Princess was very glad when she heard this message, and she quickly made herself ready to go with the messenger. But alas! As soon as the Indian turned the peg and the horse flew through the air, she found she was being carried off far away from Persia and her beloved Prince. All her prayers and entreaties were in vain. The Indian only mocked at her and told her he meant to marry her himself. Meanwhile the Prince and his attendants had arrived at the palace outside the gates, only to find that the Indian had been there before them and had carried off the Princess. The Prince was nearly beside himself with grief, but he still hoped to find his bride. He disguised himself as a dervish and set off to seek for her, vowing that he would find her or perish in the attempt. By this time the Enchanted Horse had traveled many hundreds of miles. Then, as the Indian was hungry, it was made to descend into a wood close to a town of Cashmere. Here the Indian went in search of food, and when he returned with some fruit, he shared it with the Princess, who was faint and weary. As soon as the Princess had eaten a little, she felt stronger and braver, and as she heard horses galloping past, she called out loudly for help. The men on horseback came riding at once to her aid, and she quickly told them who she was and how the Indian had carried her off against her will. Then the leader of the horsemen, who was the Sultan of Cashmere, ordered his men to cut off the Indian's head. But he placed the Princess upon his horse and led her to his palace. Now the Princess thought that her troubles were all at an end, but she was much mistaken. The Sultan had no sooner seen her than he made up his mind to marry her, and he ordered the wedding preparations to be begun without loss of time. In vain the Princess begged to be sent back to Persia. The Sultan only smiled and fixed the wedding day. Then, when she saw that nothing would turn him from his purpose, she thought of a plan to save herself. She began talking all the nonsense she could think of, and behaving as if she were mad. And so well did she pretend that the wedding was put off, and all the doctors were called in to see if they could cure her. But whenever a doctor came near the Princess, she became so wild and violent that he dared not even feel her pulse, so none of them discovered that she was only pretending. The Sultan was in great distress, and sent far and near for the cleverest doctors, but none of them seemed to be able to cure the Princess of her madness. All this time the Prince of Persia was wandering about in search of his Princess, and when he came to one of the great cities of India, he heard everyone talking about the sad illness of the Princess of Bengal, who was to have married the Sultan. He at once disguised himself as a doctor, and went to the palace, saying he had come to cure the Princess. The Sultan received the new doctor with joy, and led him at once to the room where the Princess sat alone, weeping and wringing her hands. "Your Majesty," said the disguised Prince, "no one else must enter the room with me, or the cure will fail." So the Sultan left him, and the Prince went close to the Princess and gently touched her hand. "My beloved Princess," he said, "dost thou not know me?" As soon as the Princess heard that dear voice, she threw herself into the Prince's arms, and her joy was so great that she could not speak. "We must at once plan our escape," said the Prince. "Canst thou tell me what has become of the enchanted horse?" "Naught can I tell thee of it, dear Prince," answered the Princess. "But since the Sultan knows its value, no doubt he has kept it in some safe place." "Then first we must persuade the Sultan that thou art almost cured," said the Prince. "Put on thy costliest robes, and dine with him to night. I will do the rest." The Sultan was charmed to find the Princess so much better, and his joy knew no bounds when the new doctor told him that he hoped by the next day to complete the cure. "I find that the Princess has somehow been infected by the magic of the enchanted horse," he said. "If thou wilt have the horse brought out into the great square, and place the Princess upon its back, I will prepare some magic perfumes which will dispel the enchantment. Let all the people be gathered together to see the sight, and let the Princess be arrayed in her richest dress and decked with all her jewels." So next morning the enchanted horse was brought out into the crowded square, and the Princess was mounted upon its back. Then the disguised Prince placed 4 braziers of burning coals round the horse, and threw into them a perfume of a most delicious scent. The smoke of the perfume rose in thick clouds, almost hiding the Princess, and at that moment the Prince leaped into the saddle behind her, turned the peg, and sailed away into the blue sky. But as he swept past the Sultan, he cried aloud, "Sultan of Cashmere, next time thou dost wish to wed a Princess, ask her first if she be willing to wed thee." So this was the manner in which the Prince of Persia carried off the Princess of Bengal for the second time. The enchanted horse never stopped until it had carried them safely back to Persia, and there they were married amid great rejoicings. But what became of the enchanted horse? Ah, that is a question which no one can answer. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 3 of the Arabian Nights, Sinbad the Sailor. In the city of Baghdad, far away in Persia, there lived a poor man called Hindbad. He was a porter, and one hot afternoon, as he was carrying a very heavy load, he stopped to rest in a quiet street near a beautiful house which he had never seen before. The pavement outside was sprinkled with rose water, which felt very cool and pleasant to his hot, weary feet, and from the open windows came the most delicious scents which perfumed all the air. Hindbad wondered who lived in this beautiful house, and presently he went up to one of the splendidly dressed servants who was standing at the door, and asked to whom it belonged. The servant stared in amazement. "Dost thou indeed live in Baghdad, and knowest not my master's name?" he said. "He is the great Sinbad the Sailor, the man who has sailed all round the world, and who has had the most wonderful adventures under the sun." Now Hindbad had often heard of this wonderful man, and of his great riches, and as he looked at the beautiful palace, and saw the splendidly dressed servants, it made him feel sad and envious. As he turned away, sighing, to take up his load again, he looked up into the blue sky, and said aloud, "What a difference there is between this man's lot and mine! He has all that he wants, and nothing to do but spend money and enjoy a pleasant life, while I have to work hard to get dry bread enough to keep myself and my children alive. What has he done that he should be so lucky, and what have I done that I should be so miserable?" Just then one of the servants touched him on the shoulder, and said to him, "My noble master wishes to see thee, and has bidden me fetch thee to him." The poor porter was frightened at first, for he thought some one might have overheard what he had been saying,
But the servant took his arm and led him into the great dining hall. There were many guests seated round the table, on which was spread a most delicious feast, and at the head of the table sat a grave, stately old man with a long white beard. This was Sinbad the sailor. He smiled kindly on poor frightened Hindbad, and made a sign that he should come and sit at his right hand. Then all the most delicious things on the table were offered by the servants to Hindbad, and his glass was filled with the choicest wine, so that he began to feel it must all be a dream. But when the feast was over, Sinbad turned to him and asked him what it was he had been saying outside the window just before he came in. Then Hindbad was very much ashamed, and hung his head as he answered, "My lord, I was tired and ill-tempered, and I said foolish words, which I trust thou wilt now pardon." "Oh," replied Sinbad, "I am not so unjust as to blame thee. I am indeed only sorry for thee. But thou wert wrong in thinking that I have always led an easy life, and that these riches came to me without trouble or suffering. I have won them by years of toil and danger." Then turning to his other guests, he said, "Yes, my friends, the tale of my adventures is enough to warn every one of you never to go in search of wealth. I have never told you the story of my voyages, but if you will listen, I will begin this very night." So the servants were ordered to carry home the porter's load, that he might stay in Sinbad's palace that evening and listen to the story. My father left me a great deal of money when I was a young man, but I spent it so quickly and foolishly that I began to see that it would soon all be gone. This made me stop and think, for I did not like the idea of being poor. So I counted up all the money that remained, and made up my mind that I would trade with it. I joined a company of merchants, and we set sail in a good ship, meaning to go from place to place, and sell or exchange our goods at whatever towns we stopped. And so began my first voyage. For the first few days I could think of nothing but the heaving of the waves, but by and by I began to feel better, and never again was I at all unhappy upon the sea. One afternoon, when the wind had suddenly dropped, and we were lying becalmed, we found ourselves near a little low green island, which looked like a meadow, and only just showed above the sea. The captain of the ship gave us permission to land, and presently we were all enjoying ourselves on the green meadow. We walked about for some time, and then sat down to rest, and some of us set to work to light a fire, that we might make our evening meal. But scarcely had the fire begun to burn, when we heard loud shouts from the ship, warning us to come back at once, for what we had taken to be an island was indeed the back of a sleeping whale. My companions all rushed to the boats, but before I could follow them, the great monster dived down and disappeared, leaving me struggling in the water. I clung to a piece of wood which we had brought from the ship to make the fire, and I could only hope that I would soon be picked up by my companions. But alas! there was so much confusion on board that no one missed me, and as a wind sprang up, the captain set sail, and I was left alone at the mercy of the waves. All night long I floated, and when morning came I was so tired and weak that I thought I must die. But just then a great wave lifted me up and threw me against the steep side of an island, and to my joy I managed to climb the cliff and rest on the green grass above. Soon I began to feel better, and as I was very hungry, I went to look for something to eat. I found some plants which tasted good, and a spring of clear water, and having made a good meal, I walked about the island to see what I would find next. Before long I came to a great meadow where a horse was tied, and as I stood looking at it, I heard men's voices, which sounded as if they came from under the earth. Then from an underground cave a man appeared, who asked me who I was and where I came from. He took me into the cave where his companions were, and they told me they were the grooms belonging to the king of the island, whose horses they brought to feed in the meadow. They gave me a good meal, and told me it was very lucky that I had come just then, for next day they meant to return to their master, and would show me the way, which I could never have found for myself. So we set off together early next morning, and when we reached the city I was very kindly received by the king. He listened to the story of my adventures, and then bade his servants see that I wanted for nothing. As I was a merchant, I took great interest in the shipping, and often went down to the quay to see the boats unloaded. One day, when I was looking over a cargo which had just been landed, what was my astonishment to see a number of bales with my own name marked on them. I went at once to the captain, and asked him who was the owner of these bales of goods. "Ah," replied the captain, "they belonged to a merchant of Bagdad, called Sinbad, but he, alas, perished in a dreadful way soon after we sailed, for with a number of people belonging to my ship he landed on what looked like a green island, but which was really the back of a great sleeping whale. As soon as the monster felt the warmth of the fire which they had lighted on his back, he woke up and dived below the sea. Many of my men were drowned, and among them poor Sinbad. Now I mean to sell his goods that I may give the money to his relations when I find them." "Captain," said I, "these bales are mine, for I am that Sinbad who thou sayest was drowned." "What wickedness there is in the world!" cried the Captain. "How canst thou pretend to be Sinbad when I saw him drowned before my eyes?" But presently, when I told him all that had happened to me, and when the other merchants from the ship knew me to be the true Sinbad, he was overjoyed, and ordered that the bales should be at once given to me. Now I was able to give the King a handsome present, and after I had traded with my goods for sandalwood, nutmegs, ginger, pepper, and cloves, I set sail once more with the kind old Captain. On the way home I was able to sell all my spices at a good price, so when I landed I found that I had 100,000 sequins. My family were delighted to see me again, and I soon bought some land and built a splendid house, in which I meant to live happily, and forget all the troubles through which I had passed. Here Sinbad ended the story of his first voyage. He ordered the music to strike up and the feast to go on, and when it was over he gave the poor porter Hindbad 100 gold pieces, and told him to come back at the same time next evening if he wished to hear the tale of the second voyage. Hindbad went joyfully home, and you can imagine how happy the poor family were that night. Next evening he set out once more for Sinbad's house, dressed in his best clothes. There he enjoyed a splendid supper as before, and when it was over, Sinbad said, "I was very happy for some time at home, but before long I began to grow weary of leading an idle life. I longed to be upon the sea again, to feel the good ship bounding over the waves, and to hear the wind whistling through the rigging. So I set to work at once, and bought all kinds of goods that I might sell again in foreign lands, and then, having found a suitable ship, I set sail with other merchants, and so began my second voyage. We stopped at many places, and sold our goods at a great profit, and all went well until one day when we landed on a new island. It was a most beautiful place, fair as the Garden of Eden, where exquisite flowers made a perfect rainbow of color, and delicious fruits hung in ripe clusters above. Here, under the shadow of the tree, I sat down to rest and to feast my eyes upon all the loveliness around. I ate the food I had brought with me, drank my wine, and then closed my eyes. The soft music of the stream which flowed close by was like a song in my ears, and before I knew what I was doing, I fell asleep. I cannot tell how long I slept, but when at last I opened my eyes, I could not see my companions anywhere, and when I looked toward the sea, to my horror I found the ship was gone. It was sailing away, a white speck in the distance, and here was I left alone in this desert island. I cried aloud and wrung my hands with grief, and wished with all my heart that I had stayed safely at home. But what was the use of wishing that now? So I climbed into a high tree, and looked around to see if I could by any means find a way of escape from the island. First I looked toward the sea, but there was no hope for me there, and then I turned and looked inland. The first thing that caught my eye was a huge white dome that seemed to rise from the center of the island, unlike anything I had ever seen before. I climbed down the tree and made my way toward the white dome as quickly as I could, but when I reached it, it puzzled me more than ever. It was like a great smooth ball, much too slippery to climb, and into it there was no door or entrance of any sort. I walked round and round it, wondering what it could be, when suddenly a dark shadow fell upon everything, and it grew as black as night. I gazed upward in great fear, and knew that the shadow was cast by a great bird with outspread wings, hovering over the place where I stood, and shutting out heaven's light. As I looked, it suddenly came swooping down, and sat upon the white dome. Then it flashed into my mind that this must be the bird which I had heard sailors talk of, called a roc, and the smooth white ball must be its egg. Quick as thought, I unbound my turban and twisted it into a rope. Then I wound it round and round my waist, and tied the two ends tightly round the roc's leg, which was close to where I stood. "It will fly away soon, and carry me away with it off this desert island," I said to myself joyfully. And sure enough, before very long, I felt myself lifted off the ground and carried up and up until it seemed as if we had reached the clouds. Then the huge bird began to sink down again, and when it reached the ground, I quickly untied my turban and set myself free. I was so small compared to the roc that it had never even noticed me, but darted off toward a great black object lying near, which it seized with its beak and carried off. Imagine my horror when I looked again and saw other dark objects, and discovered that they were great black snakes. Here was I in a deep valley, with mountains rising sheer up on every side, and nothing to be seen among the rocks but those terrible black snakes. "Oh!" I cried, "why did I ever try to leave the desert island? I have indeed only come into worse misfortune." As I looked around, I noticed that the ground was strewn with sparkling stones, which seemed to quiver with light, and when I looked nearer I found that they were diamonds of extraordinary size, although lying about like common pebbles. At first I was delighted, but they soon ceased to please me, for I feared each moment that I might be seized by one of the terrible snakes. These snakes were so large that they could easily have swallowed an elephant, and although they lay quiet during the day and hid themselves for fear of the rock, at night they came out in search of food. I managed to find a cave among the rocks before nightfall, and there I sat in fear and trembling until morning, when I once more went out into the valley. As I sat thinking what I should do next, I saw a great piece of raw meat come bounding down into the valley from rock to rock. Then another piece followed, and another, until several large pieces lay at my feet. Then I remembered a tale which travelers had told me about the famous Diamond Valley. They said that every year when the young eagles were hatched, merchants went to the heights above and rolled down great pieces of raw meat into the valley. The diamonds on which the meat fell would often stick into the soft flesh. Then, when the eagles came and carried off the meat to feed their young ones, the merchants would beat them off their nests and take the diamonds out of the meat. I had never believed this wonderful tale, but now indeed I knew it to be true, and felt sure that I was in the famous Diamond Valley. I had quite given up all hope of escape, for there was no possible way of climbing out of the valley. But as I watched the eagles carry off the lumps of raw meat, I thought of a plan, and hope revived. First of all, I searched round and filled my pockets with the biggest diamonds I could find. Then I chose out the largest piece of meat, and fastened myself securely to it with the rope made out of my turban. I knew that the eagles would soon come for more food, so I lay flat on the ground with the meat uppermost, and holding on tightly, I waited for what would happen next. I had not long to wait before a gigantic eagle came swooping down. It seized the meat and carried it and me swiftly up until it reached its nest among the mountain rocks. And no sooner had it dropped me into the nest than a man climbed out from behind the rock, and with loud cries frightened the eagle away. Then this man, who was the merchant to whom the nest belonged, came eagerly to look for his piece of meat. When he saw me, he started back in surprise and anger. "What doest thou here?" he asked roughly. "How dost thou dare to try and steal my diamonds?" "Have patience," I answered calmly. "I am no thief, and when thou hast heard my story, thou wilt pity and not blame me. As for diamonds, I have some here which will more than make up to thee for thy disappointment." Then I told him and the other merchants all my adventures, and they cast up their eyes to heaven in surprise at my courage, and the wonderful manner in which I had managed to escape so many dangers. Pulling out a handful of diamonds, I then passed the precious stones round among them, and they all declared them to be the finest they had ever seen. "Thou shalt choose one to make up for thy disappointment," I said to the merchant who had found me. "I will choose this small one," he replied, picking out one of the least of the glistening heap. I urged him to take a larger one, but he only shook his head. "This one will bring me all the wealth I can desire," he said, "and I need no longer risk my life seeking for more." Then we all set out for the nearest port, where we found a ship ready to carry us home. We had many adventures on the way, but at last we reached our journey's end, and when I had sold my diamonds, I had so much money that I gave a great deal to the poor, and lived in even greater splendor than before. Here Sinbad paused, and ordered that another 100 gold pieces should be given to Hindbad, and that he should depart. But next evening, when the guests had all assembled and Hindbad had also returned, Sinbad began once more to tell them a story of his adventures. "This time," began Sinbad, "I stayed at home for the space of a whole year, and then I prepared to set out on another voyage. My friends and relations did all in their power to prevent my going, but I could not be persuaded, and before long I set sail in a ship which was about to make a very long voyage. Nothing went well with us from the beginning. We were driven out of our course by storms and tempests, and the captain and pilot knew not where we were. When at last they found out in which direction we had drifted, things seemed in a worse state than ever. We were alarmed to see the captain suddenly pull off his turban, tear the hair from his beard, and beat his head as if he were mad. "What is the matter?" we asked, gathering round him. "Alas!" he cried, "we are lost. The ship is now caught in a dangerous current, from which nothing can save her and us. In a very few moments we shall all be dashed to pieces." No sooner had he spoken than the ship was carried along at a tremendous speed, straight on to a rocky shore which lay at the foot of a steep mountain. But although the ship was dashed to pieces, we all managed to escape, and were thrown with our goods and some provisions high on to the rocky strip of shore. Here we found the scattered remains of many wrecks, and quantities of bones bleached white in the sun. "We may prepare ourselves for death," said the captain mournfully. "No man has ever escaped from this shore, for it is impossible to climb the mountain behind us, and no ship dare approach to save us." But nevertheless he divided the provisions among us, that we might live as long as possible. One thing that surprised me greatly was a river of fresh water which flowed out of the mountain, and instead of running into the sea, disappeared into a rocky cavern on the other side of the shore. As I gazed into the mouth of this cavern, I saw that it was lined with sparkling gems, and that the bed of the river was studded with rubies and diamonds and all manner of precious stones. Great quantities of these were also scattered around, and treasures from the wrecked ships lay in every corner of the shore. One by one my companions died as they came to the end of their food, and one by one I buried them, until at last I was left quite alone. I was able to live on very little, and so my food had lasted longer. "Woe is me!" I cried. "Who shall bury me when I die? Why, oh why, was I not content to remain safe and happy at home?" As I bemoaned my evil fate, I wandered to the banks of the river, and as I watched it disappear into the rocky cave, a happy thought came to me. Surely, if this stream entered the mountain, it must have an opening somewhere, and if I could only follow its course, I might yet escape. Eagerly I began to make a strong raft of the wood and planks which were scattered all over the shore. Then I collected as many diamonds and rubies, and as much wrecked treasure as my raft would hold, and took my last little store of food. I launched the raft with great care, and soon found myself floating swiftly along until I disappeared into the dark passage of the cavern. On and on I went through the thick darkness, the passage seeming to grow smaller and narrower, until I was obliged to lie flat on the raft for fear of striking my head. My food was now all gone, and I gave myself up for lost. And then, mercifully, I fell into a deep sleep, which must have lasted many hours. I was awakened by the sound of strange voices, and jumping up, what was my joy to find I was once more in heaven's sunshine. The river was flowing gently through a green, pleasant land, and the sounds I had heard were the voices of a company of negroes, who were gently guiding my craft to the bank. I could not understand the language these negroes spoke, until at last one of their number began to speak to me in Arabic. "Peace be to thee," he said. "Who art thou, and whence hast thou come? We are the people of this country, and were working in our fields when we found thee asleep upon the raft. Tell us, then, how thou hast come to this place." "I pray thee, by Allah," I cried, "give me food, and then I will tell thee all." Then the men gave me food, and I ate until my strength returned and my soul was refreshed, and I could tell them of all my adventures. "We must take him to the King," they cried with one voice. Then they told me that the King of Serendib was the richest and greatest king on earth, and I went with him willingly, taking with me my bales and treasures. Never had I seen such splendor and richness as at the court of the King of Serendib, and great was his kindness toward me. He listened to the tale of my adventures with interest, and when I begged to be allowed to return home, he ordered that a ship should be made ready at once. Then he wrote a letter with his own hand to the Caliph, our sovereign lord, and loaded me with costly gifts. Thus, when I arrived at Bagdad, I went at once to the court of the Caliph, and presented the letter and the gift which the King had sent. This gift was a cup made out of a single ruby, lined inside with precious stones. Also a skin of the serpent that swallows elephants, which had spots upon its back like pieces of gold, and which could cure all illnesses. The Caliph was delighted with the letter and the gift. "Tell me, O Sinbad," he said, "is this king as great and rich as it is reported of him?" "O my lord," I said, "no words can give you an idea of his riches. His throne is set upon a huge elephant, and 1,000 horsemen ride round him, clad in cloth of gold. His mace is of gold, studded with emeralds, and indeed his splendor is as great as that of King Solomon." The Caliph listened attentively to my words, and then, giving me a present, he allowed me to depart. I returned home swiftly to my family and friends, and when I had sold my treasures and given much to the poor, I lived in such peace and happiness that my evil adventures soon seemed like a far off dream. So Sinbad finished the story, and bade his guests return the next evening as usual, And next day, when all the guests were once more seated at the table, and had finished their feasting, Sinbad began the story of his last voyage. I had now made up my mind that nothing would tempt me to leave my home again, and that I would seek for no more adventures. One day, however, as I was feasting with my friends, one of my servants came to tell me that a messenger from the Caliph awaited my pleasure. "What is thy errand?" I asked, when the messenger was presented to me. "The Caliph desires thy presence at once," answered the messenger. Thus was I obliged to set out immediately for the palace. "Sinbad," said the Caliph, when I had bowed myself to the ground before him, "I have need of thy services. I desire to send a letter and a gift to the King of Serendib, and thou shalt be the bearer of them." Then indeed did my face fall, and I became pale as death. "Commander of the faithful," I cried, "do with me as thou wilt, but I have made a vow never to leave my home again." Then I told him all my adventures, which caused him much astonishment. Nevertheless he urged me to do as he wished, and seeing that there was no escape, I consented. I set sail at the Caliph's command, and after a good voyage I at last reached the island of Serendib, where I received a hearty welcome. I told the officers of the court what my errand was, and they led me to the palace, where I bowed myself to the ground before the great King. "Sinbad," he said kindly, "thou art welcome. I have often thought of thee, and wished to see thy face again." So I presented the Caliph's letter and the rich present he had sent, which pleased the King well. When a few days had passed, I begged to be allowed to depart, and after receiving many gifts, I once more set sail for home. But alas! the return journey began badly. We had not sailed many days when we were pursued by pirates, who captured the ship and took prisoners all those who were not killed. I, among others, was carried ashore and sold by a pirate to a rich merchant. "What is thy trade?" asked the merchant when he had bought me. "I am a merchant," I answered, "and know no trade." "Canst thou shoot with a bow and arrow?" asked my master. This I said I could do, and putting one in my hand, he led me out into a great forest, and bade me climb into a high tree. "Watch there," he said, "until thou shalt see a herd of elephants pass by. Then try to shoot one, and if thou art fortunate, come at once and tell me." All night I watched and saw nothing, but in the morning a great number of elephants came thundering by, and I shot several arrows among them. One big elephant fell to the ground and lay there while the rest passed on, so as soon as it was safe, I climbed down and carried the news to my master. Together we buried the huge animal and marked the place, so that we might return to fetch the tusks. I continued this work for some time, and killed many elephants, until one night I saw to my horror that the elephants, instead of passing on, had surrounded the tree in which I sat, and were stamping and trumpeting until the very earth shook. Then one of them seized the tree with his trunk, and tore it up by the roots, laying it flat on the ground. I was almost senseless with terror, but the next moment I felt myself gently lifted up by an elephant's trunk and placed on his back. I clung on with all my might as the elephant carried me through the forest, until at last we came to the slope of a hill, which was covered with bleached bones and tusks. Here the elephant gently laid me down and left me alone. I gazed around on this great treasure of ivory. I could not help but wondering at the wisdom of these animals. They had evidently brought me here to show me that I could get ivory without killing any more of their number, for this, I felt sure, was the elephant's burying place. I did not stay long on the hill, but gathering a few tusks together, I sped back to the town, that I might tell my tale to the merchant. "My poor Sinbad," he cried when he saw me, "I thought thou wert dead, for I found the uprooted tree, and never expected to look upon thy face again." Great was his delight when I told him of the hill of ivory, and when we had gone there together, and he saw for himself the wonders I had described, he was filled with astonishment. "Sinbad," he cried, "thou too shalt have a share of this great wealth, and first of all I shall give thee thy freedom. Until now, year by year, have all my slaves been killed by the elephants, but now we need no longer run any risks, for here is ivory enough to enrich the whole island." So I was set free and loaded with honors, and when the trade winds brought the ships that traded in ivory, I bade good by to the island and set sail for home, carrying with me a great cargo of ivory and other treasures. As soon as I landed, I went to the Caliph, who was overjoyed to see me. "Great has been my anxiety, O Sinbad," he said, "for I feared some evil had befallen thee." When, therefore, I had told him of my adventures, he was the more astonished, and ordered that all my story should be written in letters of gold, and placed among his treasures. Then I returned to my own house, and ever since have remained at home in peace and safety. Thus Sinbad finished the story of his voyages, and turning to Hindbad, he said, "And now, friend Hindbad, what dost thou think of the way I have earned my riches? Is it not just that I should live in enjoyment and ease?" "O my lord," cried Hindbad, bowing before Sinbad and kissing his hand, "great have been thy labors and perils, and truly dost thou deserve thy riches. My troubles are as nothing compared to thine. Long mayest thou live and prosper." Sinbad was well pleased with this answer, and he ordered that Hindbad should dine every day at his table and receive his golden pieces, so that all his life he might have reason to remember the adventures of Sinbad the Sailor. End of Section 15, and end of the Arabian Nights.
Section 16 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 16. The Iliad of Homer, adapted by Jeannie Lang. Section 1. The story of what led to the siege of Troy. In the deep forest that clothes Mount Ida, not far from the strong city of Troy, Paris, son of King Priam, watched his father's flocks by night. Suddenly, through the dim woods, he saw a light, as if the golden sun and silver moon shone both together. And lo! in the radiance of this light there stood before him the three fairest of the goddesses, queenly Hera, wise Athena, and lovely Aphrodite. Like music stealing through the trees came the soft voice of Hera. "Of all mortal men thou art the most beautiful, Paris, and to thee do we come for judgment. Tell us which of us is the fairest of all, and to that one whom thou so deemest give this golden apple." So spake Hera, and placed in the hand of Paris an apple of purest gold. Again she spake: "If to me, Hera, queen of goddesses, and wife of mighty Zeus, king of all the gods, thou dost grant the prize of loveliness, power immeasurable shall be thine. King shalt thou be of the lands where the gray dawn rises, and king even to where the red sun goes down. 100 peoples shall call thee lord." She was silent, and the voice of Athena, fair and pure as a silver moonbeam, broke the stillness of the starless night. "To me award the prize," she said, "and wise as the gods shalt thou be. With me as thy friend and guide, all things will be possible to thee." Last of all, standing in a rosy light as of the dawning sunlight in the spring, spoke Aphrodite. "What are power and wisdom, fair Paris?" she pled. "Wisdom and power bring no joy at last. I will give thee love, and for thy wife thou shalt have the fairest woman in all the world." And Paris, the melody of her voice still in his ears, as he gazed spellbound on her face of wondrous beauty, handed to Aphrodite the golden prize. So it was that the wrath of the gods came upon Paris, son of Priam, for Hera and Athena, filled with rage, vowed to be revenged upon Paris and all his race, and made all the gods pledge themselves to aid them in their vengeance. Across far seas sailed Paris, with Aphrodite as his guide, to Sparta, where Menelaus was king. A brave king was Menelaus, and happily he lived in his kingdom with Helen, his queen, fairest of all women. One child they had, a little maid, Hermione. When to Sparta there came Paris, with eyes blue as the sea, and hair that gleamed like gold on his purple robe, gallant and brave, and more beautiful than any mortal man. Glad was the welcome that he had from Menelaus. And when Paris gazed on Helen's face, he knew that in all the world there was no woman half so fair as the wife of Menelaus. Then did Aphrodite cast her magic upon Helen. No longer did she love her husband, nor did she remember little Hermione, her own dear child. When Paris spoke to her words of love, and begged her to flee with him and to be his wife, she knew only that she loved Paris more than all else. Gladly she went with him, and in his red prowed ship together they sailed across the green waves to Troyland, where Mount Ida showed her snowy crown high above the forests. An angry man was Menelaus when he found that Paris had stolen from him the fair wife who was to him as his own heart. To his elder brother Agamemnon, overlord of all the Greeks, he went and told his grievous tale. And from far and wide did the Greek hosts gather, until 100,000 men and 1,100 fourscore and 6 ships were ready to cross the seas to Troyland. Many were the heroes who sailed away from Greece to punish Paris and his kin, and to bring back fair Helen to her own land. Few there were who came home, for 10 long years of woe and of spilling of blood came to the men of Greece and of Troy from the fatal beauty of Helen the Queen. End of section 16. Section 17 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Iliad of Homer, Section 2, The Council. That night both gods and men slept long. Only Zeus, king of the gods, lay wakeful, pondering in his heart how best he might do honor to Achilles. "I shall send a dream to beguile Agamemnon," at length he resolved. Then did he call to a dream, for by dreams the gods sent their messages to mortal men. "Go now, thou evil dream," said Zeus. "Go to where Agamemnon sleeps in his tent near to his fleet ships, and tell him every word as I shall tell it thee. Bid him call to arms with speed his warriors, for now he shall take the strong city of Troy." To the tent of Agamemnon sped the dream, taking the form of the old warrior who had striven to make peace between Agamemnon and Achilles. The dream stooped over the sleeping warrior, and thus to him it spoke: "Sleepest thou, Agamemnon? Ill fits it for the overlord of so mighty a host to sleep all through the night. From Zeus I come, and to thee he sends this message: Call to arms with speed thy warriors, Agamemnon, for now shalt thou take the strong city of Troy." Off then sped the dream, winging its way like a strip of gray mist aloft to Mount Olympus. Then Agamemnon awoke from sleep, and the voice of the dream still rang in his ears. Speedily he arose from his bed, donned his fair tunic, cast around him his great cloak, and bound his sandals to his feet. Then over his shoulder he cast his silver-studded sword, with the scepter of his house, token of his overlordship, in his hand. He went down to where the Greek ships lay, and called a council together. To his lords he told what had befallen him as they slept. "Call to arms," had been the message from Zeus. "Call to arms, for victory shall be thine." Then said the old warrior, in whose likeness the dream had come: "My friends, had any other told us this dream, we might deem it false. But to our overlord the dream hath come. Let us then call our men to arms." So did all the lords follow his counsel, and quickly did the Greeks obey their summons. Like bees that pour out from their nests in some hollow rock, and fly to where the spring flowers grow most sweet, even so did the warriors pour forth from their ships and their huts by the sea. Loudly they shouted as they came, till all the earth echoed. 9 heralds sought to quiet them, but it was long before they would cease their noise, and sit silent to listen to the voice of Agamemnon their lord. Then did Agamemnon prove his people. "Ill hath Zeus dealt with us, my friends," he said. "To us he promised ere we sailed hither that victory should be ours. But 9 years have passed away, and our ship's timbers have rotted, and the rigging is worn. In our halls our wives and children still sit awaiting us, yet we are no nearer victory than we were on the day that we came hither. Come then, let us flee with our ships to our dear native land, for never shall Troy be ours." So spake Agamemnon, and stirred the hearts of all that had not heard his secret counsel. As the high sea waves are swayed by the winds that rush upon them from the east and from the south, even so the Greek host was swayed. And even as the west wind sweeps over a cornfield, and all the ears bow before the blast, so were the warriors stirred. Shouting, they hastened down to their ships, and the dust rose up in clouds from under their hurrying feet. Quickly did they prepare their ships, and gladly did they make them ready to sail homeward across the bright salt sea. Then would the Greeks have returned, even though fate willed it not. But Hera spoke to Athena. "Shall we indeed allow the Greeks thus to flee homeward?" she cried. "Shame it will be to us if Helen is left in Troy, and Paris goes unpunished. Haste then, and with thy gentle words hold back the men from setting forth in their ships for their own homeland." Down from the peaks of Olympus darted the bright-eyed Athena, down to where the dark ships were being dragged to the launching ways. By his ship stood Odysseus of the many devices, and heavy of heart was he. As one who speaks aloud the thoughts of another, so then to Odysseus spake the fair goddess who was ever his guide. "Will ye indeed fling yourself upon your ships and flee homeward to your own land?" she said. "Will brave Odysseus leave Helen, for whose sake so many Greeks have died, to be the boast of the men of Troy? Hasten then, and suffer not the Greeks to drag their ships down to the sea." At the sound of the voice of Athena, Odysseus cast away his mantle and ran to meet Agamemnon. From him he received the scepter of overlordship, and bearing it he went among the ships. Whenever he saw a chief, he would say to him with gentle words: "Good sir, it fits thee ill to be a coward. Stay now, for thou knowest not what is the will of Agamemnon. He is only making trial of thee. Hold back then thy people, and anger him not." But when Odysseus met a common man hasting to the ships, with his scepter he smote him, saying, "Sit still, sir, and listen to the words of thy betters. No warrior art thou, but a weakling. One king only hath Zeus given to us. Hearken then to the will of Agamemnon." Thus did Odysseus rule the people, driving them back from the ships to where sat Agamemnon. And the noise they made in returning was as the noise of mighty waves of the sea, when they crash upon the beach and drive their roaring echoes far abroad. Silence came upon them as they sat themselves down before Agamemnon and their lords. Upon all but one did silence fall. Thersites, bandy-legged, round-shouldered, lame of one foot, with ugly head covered with scanty stubble, most ill-favored of all men in the host, would not hold his peace. Shrilly he poured his upbraidings upon Agamemnon. "What lackest thou now?" he cried. "Surely thy huts are full of the spoils we have brought to thee each time we have taken a town. What more dost thou want? Soft fools, women, not men, are ye Greeks. Else would ye return home now with the ships, and leave this fellow here in Troyland, gorging himself on the spoils for which he himself hath never fought. To brave Achilles hath he done dishonor, a far better man than he." Straight to the side of Thersites came the goodly Odysseus. "Hold thy peace," he sternly said. "Plainly I tell thee that if ever again I find thee raving as thou hast raved now, I myself will strip off thy mantle and tunic, with shameful blows beat thee out of the assembly, and send thee back weeping to the ships." So spake Odysseus, and with his scepter smote Thersites on his back and shoulders. And Thersites bowed down, and big tears fell from his eyes, and a bloody weal from the golden scepter stood up from his back. Amazed he sat down, and in pain and amazement he wiped away a tear. The others, though they were sorry, laughed at his bewilderment. "Many are the good deeds of Odysseus," said they, "but never did he do a better deed than when he stopped the tongue of this prating railer." Then spake Odysseus, scepter in hand. "Surely it is the wish of the Greeks to make thee the most despised of all kings, great Agamemnon," he said. "For like young children or mourning women do they wail that they must go home. 9 years have we stayed in this land, and small wonder it is that we long for our homes again. Yet shameful would it be to wait so long and to return with empty hands. Be of good heart, my friends, and wait a little, for surely Troy shall be ours. Do ye forget, on the day that we set sail for Troyland, the mighty portent that we saw? As we offered sacrifices to the gods beneath a fair plane tree, whence flowed clear water, a snake, blood red on the back and dreadful to look upon, glided from beneath the altar and darted to the tree. On the tree's topmost bough was a sparrow's nest, and in it 8 tender nestlings, over which the mother bird spread her wings. Pitifully did the little ones cheep as the snake swallowed them all, and pitifully cried the mother as she fluttered over her nestlings. But of her too did the snake lay hold, coiling himself round her and crushing her life out. Then did the god who sent this sign show us that a sign from the gods in truth it was, for he turned the snake into stone. And Chalcas, our soothsayer, told us then the meaning of the sign. 9 years, said he, for 9 birds did the snake slay, shall ye fight in Troyland, but in the 10th year the city shall fall before you. So then let us abide here until we have taken that great city." When Odysseus had ceased to speak, the Greeks shouted aloud until the ships echoed the praises of the goodly Odysseus. Then said Agamemnon, "Go now, all of you, and eat, that ye may be ready for battle. Let each man sharpen well his spear, and see to his shield, and see to it that the horses are well fed and the chariots prepared. And whomsoever I see minded to stay far away from the fight, beside the ships here by the sea, for him shall there be no hope hereafter, but he shall be food for dogs and for birds of prey." And when Agamemnon had spoken, the shouts of the Greeks were as the thunder of mighty breakers on a reef when the winds blow high. Quickly then they scattered and kindled fires, and made their evening meal, and offered sacrifices to the gods, praying for escape from death in the coming battle. To Zeus did Agamemnon offer his sacrifice, and to the mighty god he prayed, "Great Zeus, the god of the storm cloud, let not the sun set nor the darkness fall until I have laid low the palaces of Troy and burned down its walls with fire." So he prayed, but as yet Zeus heeded not his prayer. Then did the Greeks gather themselves together to battle, and among them went the bright-eyed Athena, urging on each one and rousing in each man's heart the joy of strength and of battle. As the red and gold blaze of a fire that devours a mighty forest is seen from afar, so was seen from afar the dazzling gleam of their bronze armor as they marched. Like wild geese and cranes and swans that in long-drawn strings fly tirelessly onward, so poured they forth, while the earth echoed terribly under the tread of men and horses.
As flies that swarm in the spring when the herdsman's milk pails are full, so did the Greeks throng to battle, unnumbered as the leaves and the flowers upon which they trod in the flowery plain by the banks of the river Scamander. Section
18 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Iliad of Homer, Section 3, the fight between Paris and Menelaus. To meet the great Greek host came the men of Troy. With loud shouting and clamor they came, noisy as the flocks of cranes that fly to far-off seas before the coming of winter and sudden rain. But in silence marched the Greeks, shoulder to shoulder, their hearts full of courage. Like the mist that rolls from the crest of the mountains until no man can see in front of him further than the cast of a stone, so did the dust rise in clouds under the tread of the warriors' feet as they marched across the plain. Front to front did the two armies stand at last, and from the Trojan ranks strode forth Paris, the godlike, he who robbed Menelaus of her who was to him most dear. From the shoulders of Paris swung a panther's skin. He bore a curved bow and sword, and brandishing two bronze-headed spears, he challenged all the chieftains of the Greek host to fight him, man to man, in mortal fight. As a hungry lion rejoices to see a great horned stag coming to be his prey, even so did Menelaus rejoice when he saw Paris, the golden-haired and blue-eyed, stride proudly forth. Straightway in his armor did Menelaus leap from his chariot to the ground. But when Paris saw him to whom he had done so sore a wrong, his heart was smitten. As a man who in a mountain glen suddenly sees a deadly snake and shrinks away from it with shaking limbs, even so did Paris shrink back among his comrades. Scornfully did Hector his brother behold him. "Fair in face thou art," said Hector, "but shamed I am by thee. I ween these long-haired Greeks made sport of us, because we have for champion one whose face and form are beautiful, but in whose heart is neither strength nor courage. Art thou a coward? And yet thou daredst to sail across the sea and steal from her husband the fair woman who hath brought us so much harm. Thou shalt see what sort of warrior is he whose lovely wife thou hast taken. Thy harp and thy golden locks and fair face and all the graces given to thee by Aphrodite shall count for little when thou liest in the dust. Cowards must we Trojans be, else thou hadst been stoned to death ere this, for all the evil thou hast wrought." Then answered Paris, "No word hast thou said that I do not deserve, brave Hector. Yet scorn not the gifts of golden Aphrodite, for by his own desire can no man win the love and beauty that the goddess gives. But let me now do battle with Menelaus. Make the Trojans and the men of Greece sit down, while Menelaus and I fight for Helen. Let him who is conqueror have her, and all that is hers, for his own. And let the others take an oath of friendship, so that the Greeks may depart in peace to their own land, and in peace the Trojans dwell in Troy." Greatly did Hector rejoice at his brother's word. His spear grasped by the middle, he went through the Trojan ranks and bid the warriors hold back. But as he went the Greeks shot arrows at brave Hector and cast stones. "Hold, hold, ye Greeks!" called Agamemnon. "Hector of the glancing helm hath somewhat to say to us." In silence then the two armies stood, while Hector told them the words of Paris his brother. When they had heard them, Menelaus spoke. "Many ills have ye endured," he said, "for my sake and because of the sins of Paris. Yet now, I think, the end of this long war hath come. Let us fight then, and death and fate shall decide which of us shall die. Let us offer sacrifices now to Zeus, and call hither Priam, king of Troy. I fear for the faith of his sons, Paris and Hector, but Priam is an old man, and will not break faith." Then were the Greeks and the Trojans glad. They came down from their chariots, and took off their arms, and laid them on the ground, while heralds went to tell Priam to fetch lambs and a ram for the sacrifice. While they went, Hera sent to Troy Iris, her messenger, in the guise of the fairest daughter of Priam. To the hall where Helen sat came lovely Iris, and there she found Helen, fairest of all women, her white arms swiftly moving back and forth as she wove a great purple web of double wool, and wrought thereon pictures of many battles of the Greeks and the men of Troy. "Come hither, dear lady," said Iris, "and see a wondrous thing. For they that so fiercely fought with each other now sit in silence. The battle is swayed, they lean upon their shields, and their tall spears are thrust in the earth by their sides. But for thee
Are Menelaus and Paris now going to fight, and thou shalt be the wife of the conqueror?" So spake lovely Iris, and into the sleeping heart of Helen there came remembrance, and a hungry longing for her old home, and for Menelaus, and her father and mother, and for little Hermione, her child. The tears rolled down her cheeks, but quickly she hid her face with a veil of fair linen, and hastened out, with her two handmaidens, to the place where the two armies lay. At the Scaean gates sat Priam and other old warriors. As Helen, in her fair white robes, drew near, the old men marveled at her loveliness. "Small wonder it is," said they, "that Trojans and Greeks should suffer hardships, and lay down their lives for one so beautiful. Yet well would it be for her to sail away upon the Greek ships, rather than stay here to bring trouble upon us now, and upon our children hereafter." Then Priam called to Helen, "Come hither, dear child, and sit beside me, that thou mayest see the man who once was thy husband, and thy kinsmen, and thy friends. No blame do I give to thee for all our woes, but only to the gods who have chosen thee to be the cause of all this bloodshed." Then did Priam ask her the names of the mighty heroes who stood by their spears in the Grecian ranks. And Helen, making answer to him, said, "Dear father of Paris, my lord, would that I had died ere I left my own land, and my little child, and all those that I loved, and followed thy son hither. Agamemnon, a goodly king and a mighty spearsman, is the Greek warrior whose name thou dost ask. Brother of him who was my husband is he. Ah, shameless me, who did leave mine own! Of Odysseus also, and of many another warrior of great stature and brave looks, did Priam make inquiry, and Helen told him all she knew, while tears of longing stood in her eyes. "My two brethren, Castor, tamer of horses, and Polydeuces, the skillful boxer, I do not see," she said. "Mayhap they have not crossed the sea." For she knew not that her two brothers lay dead in her own beautiful land. Then was the sacrifice to Zeus offered, and the vows made between Agamemnon and Priam, king of Troy. When the sacrifice and vows were accomplished, Priam in haste mounted his chariot and drove away. "Verily will I return to windy Ilios," said the old man, "for I cannot bear to watch the fight between Menelaus and my own dear son. But only Zeus and the gods know which one of them is to fall." Then Hector and Odysseus marked out a space for the fight, and into a bronze helmet Hector placed two pebbles, and shook them in the helmet, looking behind him. And the pebble of Paris leaped out first, so that to him fell the lot to cast first his spear of bronze. Then did Paris arm himself. Greaves of beauteous fashioning he placed upon his legs, and fastened them with silver ankle clasps. Over his shoulders he put his silver studded sword of bronze, and his great shield. On his head he placed a helmet with nodding crest of horsehair, and in his hand he grasped his strong spear. In like manner did Menelaus arm himself. One moment did they stand face to face, wrath and hatred in their hearts, their spears gripped firm in their hands. Then did Paris hurl his spear and smite the shield of Menelaus. But the shield was strong, and the spear could not pierce it. His hand lifted up for the cast, Menelaus looked upwards and called to Zeus. "Grant me revenge, great Zeus," he cried, "on him that hath done me grievous wrong. Grant me vengeance, so that all men hereafter may shudder to wrong one who hath treated him as his honored guest." Then hurled he his mighty spear. Through the bright shield it went, and through the shining breastplate, tearing the tunic of Paris on his thigh. But Paris swerved aside, and so escaped death. Then Menelaus drew his silver studded sword, and drove it crashing down upon the helmet of Paris. But in 4 pieces was the sword shattered, and fell from the hand of Menelaus. "Surely thou art the most cruel of all gods, Zeus!" angrily he cried. "My spear is cast in vain, and my sword shattered, and my vengeance is still to come." So saying, he leaped upon Paris. By the crest on his helmet he seized him, and, swinging him round, he dragged him toward the Greek host. The embroidered strap beneath the helmet of Paris strangled him, and so he would have shamefully died had not Aphrodite marked his plight. Swiftly did she burst the leather strap, and the helmet was left empty in the grasp of Menelaus. Casting the empty helmet with a swing to his comrades, Menelaus sprang back, ready with another spear to slay his enemy. But Aphrodite snatched Paris up, and in thick mist she hid him, and bore him away to his own home. Like a wild beast Menelaus strode through the host, searching for him, but no Trojan would have hidden him, for with a bitter hatred did the men of Troy hate Paris, most beautiful of mortal men. Then said Agamemnon, "Hearken to me, ye Trojans. Now hath Menelaus gained the victory. Give us back Helen and all that is hers, and pay me the recompense that ye owe me for all the evil days that are gone." So spake he, and glad were the shouts of the Greeks as they heard the words of their king. End of section 18. Section 19 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Iliad of Homer, Section 4. Hector and Andromache. From where the battle still raged went Hector, son of Priam. At the oak tree by the gates of Troy there came running to meet him wives and daughters of those who fought. For eagerly did they long for tidings of many a warrior who now lay dead on the field. When he reached the beautiful many-pillared palace of his father, his mother came to meet him. His hand she took in hers, and gently spoke she to him. "Art thou wearied that thou hast left the battle, Hector, my son?" she said. "Let me bring thee wine, that thou mayest be refreshed, and yet gain strength." "Bring me no wine, dear mother," said Hector, "lest it take from me the strength and courage that I have. Rather go thou to the temple of Athena, and offer her sacrifices, beseeching that she will have mercy on Troy, and on the wives of the Trojans and their little children. So may she hold back Diomedes the destroyer. I go to Paris. Would that he were dead." And the mother of Hector straightway, with other old women, the mothers of heroes, offered sacrifices and prayers to Athena, but Athena paid no heed. To the palace of Paris, his mighty bronze spear in his hand, then strode Hector. Paris the golden-haired sat in a room with Helen, idly handling his shining shield and breastplate and curved bow. In bitter scorn spoke Hector to his brother. "Our people die in battle for thy sake," he cried, "while here thou sittest idle. Up then, ere the enemies that thou hast made for us burn our city to the ground." And Paris answered, "Justly dost thou chide me, Hector. Even now hath Helen urged me to play the man and go back to battle. Only let me put on my armor, and soon will I overtake thee." Never a word did Hector answer him, but to Hector did Helen then speak. "Brother Hector," she said, "unworthy am I to be sister of thine. Would that I had died on the day I was born, or would that the gods who have brought me this evil had given for me a husband, one who was shamed by reproach, and who feared dishonor. Rest thee here, my brother, who has suffered so much for the sake of wretched me, and for the sin of Paris. Well I know that for us cometh punishment, of which men will sing in the far off years that are yet to come." "Of thy love ask me not to stay, Helen," answered Hector, "for to help the men of Troy is my whole heart set, and they are now in want of me. But rouse this fellow, and make him hasten after me. I go now to see my dear wife and my babe, for I know not whether I shall return to them again." In his own house Hector found not his fair wife Andromache, nor their little babe. "Whither went thy mistress?" he asked in eagerness of the serving women. "Truly, my lord," answered one, "tidings came to us that the Trojans were sorely pressed, and that with the Greeks was the victory. So then did Andromache, like one frenzied, hasten with her child and his nurse to the walls, that she might see somewhat of what befell. There on the tower she stands now, weeping and wailing." Back through the streets by which he had come then hastened Hector, and as he drew near the gates, Andromache, who had spied him from afar, ran to meet him. As hand clasped in hand, Andromache and Hector stood. Hector looked silently at the beautiful babe in his nurse's arms, and smiled. Astyanax, the city king, those of Troy called the child, because it was Hector, his father, who saved the city. Then said Andromache, "Dear lord, thy courage will bring thee death. Hast thou no pity for this babe, nor for thy wife, who so soon shall be thy widow? Better would it be for me to die, if to thee death should come. For if I lose thee, then sorrow must evermore be mine. No father nor mother have I, and on one day were my 7 brothers slain. Father and mother and brother thou art to me, Hector, and my dearly loved husband as well. Have pity now, and stay with thy wife and thy little child." "All these things know I well, my wife," answered Hector, "but black shame would be mine, were I to shrink like a coward from battle. Ever it hath been mine to be where the fight was fiercest, and to win glory for my father's name and for my own. But soon will that glory be gone, for my heart doth tell me that Troy must fall. Yet for the sorrows of the Trojans, and of my own father and mother and brethren, and of the many heroes that must perish, grieve I less bitterly than for the anguish that must come upon thee on that day, when thou no longer hast a husband to fight for thee, and a Greek leads thee away a prisoner. May the earth be heaped up high above me ere I hear thy crying, Andromache." So spake Hector, and stretched out his arms to take his boy. But from his father's bronze helmet, with its fiercely nodding plume of horsehair, the babe shrank back in terror, and hid his face in his nurse's breast. Then did the little city king's father and his sweet mother laugh aloud, and on the ground Hector laid his helmet, and taking his little son in his arms, he kissed him and gently dandled him, and as he did so, thus Hector prayed to Zeus and all the gods: "O Zeus, and all ye gods, grant that my son may be a brave warrior and a great king in Troyland. Let men say of him when he returns from battle, far greater is he than his father, and may he gladden his mother's heart." Then did Hector lay his babe in Andromache's arms, and she held him to her bosom, smiling through her tears. Full of love and pity and tenderness was the heart of Hector, and gently he caressed her, and said, "Dear one, I pray thee not be over sorrowful of heart. No man shall slay me ere the time appointed for my death hath come. Go home and busy thyself with loom and distaff, and see to the work of thy maidens. But war is for us men, and of all those who dwell in Troyland, most of all for me." So spake Hector, and on his head again he placed his crested helmet, and his wife went home, many times looking back to watch him she loved going forth to battle, with her eyes half blinded by her tears. Not far behind Hector followed Paris, his armor glittering like the sun, and with a laugh on the face that was more full of beauty than that of any other man on earth. Like a noble charger that has broken its bonds and gallops exultingly across the plain, so did Paris stride onward. "I fear I have delayed thee," he said to his brother when he overtook him. "No man can speak lightly of thy courage," answered Hector, "only thou hast brought shame on thyself by holding back from battle. But now let us go forward, and may the gods give the Greeks into our hands." So went Hector and Paris together into battle, and many a Greek fell before them on that day. End of section 19. Section 20 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Iliad of Homer, Section 5, How Patroclus Fought and Died. While round the dark ships of Greece the fierce fight raged, Achilles from afar listened unmoved to the din of battle, and watched with stony eyes the men of Greece as they fell and died on the reddened ground. To him came Patroclus. "Why dost thou weep, Patroclus?" asked Achilles. "Like a fond little maid art thou, that runs by her mother's side, plucking at her gown, hindering as she walks, and with tearful eyes looking up at her, until the mother lifts her in her arms. Like her, Patroclus, dost thou softly weep." Then Patroclus, heavily groaning, made answer: "Among the ships lie the bravest and best men of Greece, sore wounded or dead. Pitiless art thou, Achilles, pitiless and unforgiving. Yet if thou dost still hold back from the battle, give me, I pray thee, thine armor, and send me forth in thy stead. Perchance the Trojans may take me for the mighty Achilles, and even now the victory be ours." Then said Achilles, and heavy was his heart within him: "These Greeks took from me my well-won prize, Patroclus. Yet let the past be past. No man may keep his anger forever. I have said that until the men of Troy come to burn my own ships, I will hold me back from the battle. But take you my armor, lead my men in the fight, and drive from the ships the men of Troy. But to others leave it to chase them across the plain." Even as Achilles spoke, the strength of mighty Ajax had come to an end, and with furious rush did the Trojans board the ships. In their hands they bore blazing torches, and up to the sky rushed the fiercely roaring flames. Then cried Achilles, smiting his thighs: "Haste thee, Patroclus, they burn the ships. Arm thyself speedily, and I will call my men." Corslet and shield and helmet did Patroclus swiftly don, and girded on the silver-studded sword, and took 2 strong lances in his hand. In the chariot of Achilles he mounted, and Automedon, the best and bravest of charioteers, took the reins. Swift as the wild west wind were Bayard and Piebald, the 2 horses of Achilles, and in the side harness was Pedasus, a horse only less swift than they. Gladly did the men of Achilles meet his call to arms, for fierce as wolves were they. "Many times hast thou blamed me," cried Achilles, "because in my wrath I kept ye back from battle. Here for ye now is a mighty fight, such as ye love." To battle they went, and while Patroclus led them forth, Achilles in his tent offered up an offering to Zeus. Like wasps that pour forth from their nests by the wayside to sting boys who have stoned them, so now did the Greeks swarm from their ships. Before the sword of Patroclus fell a mighty warrior, and when the men of Troy saw the shining armor of Achilles in his own chariot, their hearts sank within them. Out of the ships were they driven, the fire was quenched, and back to the trench rolled the tide of battle. In the trench writhed many a horse and many a man in dying agonies. But clear across it leaped the horses of Achilles, and close to the walls of Troy did Patroclus drive brave Hector before him. His chariot then he turned, and headed off the fleeing Trojans, driving them down to the ships. Before the furious rush of his swift steeds, other horses were borne off their feet, other chariots cast in ruins on the ground, and men crushed to death under his wheels. Chief after chief did Patroclus slay. A mighty destroyer was he that day. One only of the chiefs of Troy kept his courage before the destroyer who wore the shining arms of Achilles. "Shame on ye!" cried Sarpedon to his men. "Whither do ye flee? I myself will fight this man who deals death and destruction to the Trojan host." From their chariots leaped Sarpedon and Patroclus. With the first cast of his spear Patroclus missed Sarpedon, but slew his charioteer. Then did Sarpedon cast, and his spear whizzed past Patroclus, and smote the good horse Pedasus. With a dreadful scream Pedasus fell, kicking and struggling in the dust. This way and that did the two other horses plunge and rear, until the yoke creaked and the reins became entangled. But the charioteer leaped down, and with his sword slashed clear the traces from Pedasus, and the horses righted themselves. Once again did Sarpedon cast his spear, and the point flew over the left shoulder of Patroclus. But Patroclus missed not. Through the heart of Sarpedon sped the fiercely hurled spear, and like a slim tree before the axe of the woodcutter he fell, his dying hands clutching at the bloody dust. Furious was the combat then over the body of Sarpedon. One brave warrior after another did Patroclus lay dead. And more terrible still was the fight, because in the ranks of the men of Troy there fought now, in all-devouring wrath, the god Apollo. 9 men, good warriors all, did Patroclus slay. Then, waxing bolder, he tried to climb the very walls of Troy. 3 times did Apollo thrust him back, and when a 4th time he attacked, the god cried aloud to him in anger, warning him not to dare so much. Against Patroclus did Hector then drive his war horses, but Patroclus, leaping from his chariot, hurled at Hector a jagged stone. In the eyes it smote the charioteer of Hector, and the slain man dropped to the ground. "How nimble a man is this!" jeered Patroclus. "How lightly he diveth! Were this the sea, how good an oyster seeker would this fellow be!" Then from his chariot leaped Hector and met Patroclus, and the noise of the battle was as the noise of a mighty gale in the forest when great trees fall crashing to the ground. When the sun went down, victory was with the Greeks. 3 mighty charges did Patroclus make, and each time he slew 9 men. But when a 4th time he charged, Apollo met him. In thick mist he met him, and Patroclus knew not that he fought with a god. With a fierce downstroke from behind, Apollo smote his broad shoulders, and from off his head the helmet of Achilles fell with a clang, rattling under the hoofs of the horses. Before the smiting of the god, Patroclus stood stricken, stupid and amazed. Shattered in his hands was the spear of Achilles, and his mighty shield clanged on the ground. Ere he could know who was the smiter, a Trojan ally drove a spear between his shoulders, and Patroclus, sore wounded, fell back. Marking his dismay, Hector pressed forward, and clean through his body drove his bronze spear. With a crash Patroclus fell. "Thou that didst boast that thou wouldst sack my town, here shall vultures devour thee," cried Hector. And in a faint voice Patroclus made answer: "Not to thee do I owe my doom, great Hector. 20 such as thou would I have fought and conquered, but the gods have slain me. Yet verily I tell thee that thou thyself hast not long to live. Even now doth death stand beside thee." As he spoke, the shadow of death fell upon Patroclus. No more in his ears roared the din of battle. Still and silent forever he lay. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Iliad of Homer, Section 6, The Rousing of Achilles. Fierce had been the fight before Patroclus died. More fiercely yet it raged when he lay dead. From his body did Hector take the arms of Achilles, and the dead Patroclus would the Trojans fain have dragged to their city, there to bring shame to him and to all the Greek host. But for him fought the Greeks, until the earth was wet with blood, and the very skies echoed the clang of battle. To Achilles came Antilochus, a messenger fleet of foot. "Fallen is Patroclus," he cried, "and around his naked body do they fight, for his armor is held by Hector." Then did Achilles moan aloud. On the ground he lay, and in his hair he poured black ashes. And the sound of his terrible lament was heard by his mother, Thetis, the goddess, as she sat in her palace down under the depths of the green sea. Up from under the waves swiftly came she to Achilles, and tenderly did she listen, while he poured forth to her the tale of the death of his dear comrade. Then said Thetis, "Not long, methinks, shall Hector glory in the armor that was thine, for death presseth hard upon him. Go not forth to battle, my son, until I return, bearing with me new and fair armor for thee." But when Thetis had departed, to Achilles in his sorrow came Iris, fair messenger of the gods. "Unto windy Ilios will the Trojans drag the body of Patroclus, unless thou comest now. Thou needst not fight, Achilles. Only show thyself to the men of Troy, for sore is the need of Patroclus thy friend." Then, all unarmed, did Achilles go forth, and stood beside the trench. With a mighty voice he shouted, and at the sound of his voice terror fell upon the Trojans. Backward in flight they went, and from among the dead did the Greeks draw the body of Patroclus, and hot were the tears that Achilles shed for the friend whom he had sent forth to battle. All that night in the house of the Immortals resounded the clang of hammer on anvil, as Hephaestus, the lame god, fashioned new arms for Achilles. Bronze and silver and gold he threw in his fire, and golden handmaidens helped their master to wield the great bellows, and to send on the crucibles blasts that made the ruddy flames dance. No fairer shield was ever borne by man than that which Hephaestus made for Achilles. For him also he wrought a corslet brighter than a flame of fire, and a helmet with a golden crest. And in the morning light did Thetis dart down from snowy Olympus, bearing in her arms the splendid gift of a god. Glad was Achilles as he put on the armor, and terrible was his war cry as he roused the Greek warriors. No man, however sore his wounds, held back when the voice of Achilles called him to the fight once again. Wounded was Agamemnon, overlord of the Greeks, but forth also came he. And there, while the sun rose on many a warrior who would fight no more, did Achilles and Agamemnon speak as friends once again, their long strife ended. Hungry for war, with Achilles as their leader, did the Greeks then meet the Trojans on the plain. And as a fierce fire rages through the forest, its flames driven by the wind, so did Achilles in his wrath drive through the host of Troy. Down to the Scamander he drove the fleeing Trojans, and the water reddened with blood as he smote and spared not. Merciless was Achilles. Pitilessly did he exult as one brave man after another was sent by him to dye red the swift flood of the Scamander. At length, at his lack of mercy, did even the river grow wrathful. "Choked is my stream with dead men," it cried, "and still thou slayest." But when Achilles heeded not, in fierce flood the river rose up against him, sweeping the slain before it, and in furious spate seeking to destroy Achilles. But as its waves smote against his shield, Achilles grasped a tall elm, and uprooting it, cast it into the river to dam the torrent. For the moment only was the angry river stayed. In fear did Achilles flee across the plain, but with a mighty roar it pursued him and caught him. To the gods then cried Achilles, and to his aid came Athena, and close to the walls of Troy again did Achilles chase the Trojan men. From the city walls old Priam saw the dreadful things Achilles wrought. And when, his armor blazing like the brightest stars of the sky, he drew near, and Hector would have gone to meet him, in grief did Priam cry to his dearly loved son, "Hector, beloved son, I pray thee go not alone to meet this man. Mightier far than thou is he." But all eager for the fight was Hector. Of all the men of Troy he alone still stood unafraid. Then did the mother of Hector beseech him to hold back from what must surely mean death. Yet Hector held not back, but on his shining shield leaned against a tower, awaiting the coming of the great destroyer. And at last they met, face to face, spear to spear. As a shooting star in the darkness, so flashed the spear of Achilles as he hurled it home to pierce the neck of Hector. Gods and men had deserted Hector, and alone before the walls of Troy he fell and died. Thus ended the fight. For 12 days did the Greek host rejoice, and all through the days Hector's body lay unburied. for at the heels of swift horses had the Greeks dragged him to the ships, while from the battlements his mother and his wife Andromache watched, wailing in agony, with hearts that broke. Then at length went old Priam to the camp of the Greeks, and before Achilles he fell, beseeching him to have mercy, and to give him back the body of his son. So was the heart of Achilles moved, and the body of Hector ransomed, and with wailing of women did the people of Troy welcome home their hero. Over him lamented his old mother, for all of her sons was he to her most dear, and over him wept with burning tears his wife Andromache. And to his bier came Helen, and with breaking heart did she sob forth her sorrow. "Dearest of my brothers," she said, "from thee have I heard neither reproach nor evil word. With kind words and gentle heart hast thou ever stood by me. Lost, lost is my one true friend. No more in Troyland is any left to pity me." On lofty funeral pyre then laid they the dead Hector, and when the flames had consumed his body, his comrades placed his white bones in a golden urn, and over it with great stones did they raise a mighty mound, that all might see where he rested. Yet still was the warfare between Greeks and Trojans not ended. To Achilles death came in a shaft from the bow of Paris. By a poisoned arrow driven at venture and at dark midnight from the bow of an outcast leper was fair Paris slain. While winter snow lay white on Ida, in Helen's arms did his life ebb away. Then came there a day when the Greeks burned their camp and sailed homeward across the gray water. Behind them they left a mighty horse of wood, and the men of Troy came and drew it into the city as a trophy and sign of victory over those who had made it. But inside the horse were hidden many of the bravest warriors of Greece, and at night, when the Trojans feasted, the Greeks came out of their hiding place and threw open the gates. And up from the sea came the Greek host, and in fire and in blood fell the city of Troy. Yet did not Helen perish. Back to his own kingdom by the sea Menelaus took her to reign in peace, a queen, she who had brought grief and death to so many, and to the city of Troy unutterable woe. End of section 21, and end of the Iliad of Homer. Section 22 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Odyssey of Homer, adapted by Deanie Lang. Section 1. What happened in Ithaca while Odysseus was away? While Odysseus was fighting far away in Troy land, his baby son grew to be a big boy. And when years passed and Odysseus did not return, the boy, Telemachus, grew to be a man. Telemachus loved his beautiful mother Penelope, but his heart always longed for the hero father whom he could only dimly remember. As time went on, he longed more and more, for evil things came to pass in the kingdom of Odysseus. The chiefs and lords of Ithaca admired Penelope for her beauty. They also coveted her money and her lands. And when Odysseus did not return, each one of these greedy and wicked men wished to marry her and make his own all that had belonged to brave Odysseus. "Odysseus is surely dead," they said, "and Telemachus is only a lad and cannot harm us." So they came to the palace where Penelope and Telemachus lived, and there they stayed, year in, year out, feasting and drinking and wasting the goods of Odysseus. Their roughness and greed troubled Penelope, but still more did they each one daily torment her by rudely asking, "Wilt thou marry me?" At last she fell on a plan to stop them from talking to her of marriage. In the palace hall she set up a great web, beautiful and fine of woof. Then she said, "When I have finished weaving this rope, I shall give you my answer." Each day she worked at it, but each night when the wooers slept, she undid all she had done during the day. So it seemed to the wooers as if the robe would never be finished. Penelope's heart was heavy, and heavy too was the heart of Telemachus. For 3 weary years, while Odysseus was imprisoned on the island of Calypso, the mother and son pined together. One day Telemachus sat at the door of the palace, sadly watching the wooers as they drank and revelled. He was thinking of the brave father that he feared was dead, when there walked up to the door of the courtyard a stranger, dressed like a warrior from another land. The stranger was the goddess Athena. At the same time that she gained leave from the gods to set Odysseus free, they had agreed that she should go to Ithaca and help Telemachus. But she came dressed as a warrior, and not as a beautiful gray-eyed, golden-haired goddess with golden sandals on her feet. Telemachus rose up and shook her kindly by the hand and led her into the hall. He took from her the heavy bronze spear that she carried, and made her sit down on one of the finest chairs, in a place where the noise of the rough wooers should not disturb her. "Welcome, stranger," he said. "When thou hast had food, then shalt thou tell us in what way we can help thee." He then made servants bring a silver basin and golden ewer, that she might wash her hands, and he fetched her food and wine of the best. Soon the wooers entered, and noisily ate they, and drank, and roughly jested. Telemachus watched them and listened with an angry heart. Then in a low voice he said to Athena, "These men greedily eat and drink and waste my father's goods. They think the bones of Odysseus bleach out in the rain in a far land, or are tossed about by the sea. But did my father still live, and were he to come home, the cowards would flee before him. Tell me, stranger, hast thou come from a far off country? Hast thou ever seen my father?" Athena answered, "Odysseus still lives. He is a prisoner on a sea-girt island, but it will not be long ere he escapes and comes home. Thou art like Odysseus, my son. Thou hast a head like his, and the same beautiful eyes." When Athena spoke to him so kindly and so hopefully, Telemachus told her all that was in his heart. And when the wickedness and greed of the wooers was made known to her, Athena grew very angry. "Thou art in sore need of Odysseus," she said. "If Odysseus were to come to the door now, with lance in hand, soon would he scatter those shameless ones before him." Then she told Telemachus what he must do. "To morrow," said she, "call thy lords to a council meeting, and tell the wooers to return to their homes." For himself, she told him to fit out a ship with 20 oarsmen, that he might sail to a land where he should get tidings of his father. "Thou art tall and handsome, my friend," she said. "Be brave, that even in days to come men may praise thy name." "Thou speakest as a father to a son. I will never forget what thou hast said," said Telemachus. He begged Athena to stay longer, and wished to give her a costly gift, but she would not stay, nor accept any present. To Telemachus she had given a gift, though he did not know it, for into his heart she had put strength and courage, so that when she flew away like a beautiful bird across the sea, she left behind her not a frightened, unhappy boy, but a strong, brave man. The wooers took no notice of the comings and goings of the strange warrior, so busy were they with their noisy feast. As they feasted, a minstrel played to them on his lyre, and sang a song of the return of the warriors from Troyland when the fighting was over. From her room above, Penelope heard the song and came down. For a little, standing by the door, she listened. Then she could bear it no longer, and weeping, she said to the minstrel, "Sing some other song, and do not sing a song of return from Troyland to me, whose husband never returned." Then Telemachus, in a new and manly way that made her wonder, spoke to his mother. "Blame not the minstrel, dear mother," he said. "It is not his fault that he sings sad songs, but the fault of the gods who allow sad things to be. Thou art not the only one who has lost a loved one in Troyland. Go back to thy room, and let me order what shall be, for I am now the head of the house." In the same fearless, manly way he spoke to the wooers. "Ye may feast to night," he said, "only let there be no brawling. To morrow meet with me, for once and for all it must be decided if you are to go on wasting my goods, or if I am to be master of my own house and king in mine own land." The wooers bit their lips with rage, and some of them answered him rudely, but Telemachus paid no heed, and when at last they returned to their houses, he went upstairs to his own room. The old woman who had nursed him when he was a child carried torches before him to show him the way. When he sat down on his bed and took off his doublet, she folded and smoothed it and hung it up. Then she shut the door with its silver handle, and left Telemachus wrapped in a soft fleece of wool, thinking far into the night of all that Athena had said to him. When day dawned, he dressed and buckled on his sword, and told heralds to call the lords to a council meeting. When all were assembled, he went into the hall. In his hand he carried a bronze spear, and 2 of his hounds followed him. And when he went up to his father's seat and sat down there, the oldest men gave place to him. For Athena had shed on him such a wondrous grace that he looked like a young god. "Never since brave Odysseus sailed away to Troyland have we had a council meeting," said one old lord. "I think the man who hath called this meeting is a true man. Good luck go with him. May the gods give him his heart's desire." So good a beginning did this seem, that Telemachus was glad, and, burning to say all that had been in his heart for so long, he rose to his feet and spoke. Of the loss of his father he spoke sadly, and then, with burning words, of the cowardly wooers, of their feastings and revellings and wasting of his goods, and of their insolence to Penelope and himself. When he had thus spoken in rage and grief, he burst into tears. For a little there was silence, And then one of the wooers said angrily, "Penelope is to blame, and no other. For 3 years she has deceived us. I will give you my answer when I have finished weaving this robe," she said. And so we waited and waited. But now that 3 years have gone and a fourth has begun, it is told us by one of her maids that each night she has undone all she has woven during the day. She can deceive us no longer. She must now finish the robe and tell us whom she will marry. For we will not leave this place until she has chosen a husband." Then, once again, with pleading words, Telemachus tried to move the hearts of the wooers. "If ye will not go," at last he said, "I will ask the gods to reward you for your wickedness." As he spoke, 2 eagles flew, fleet as the wind, from the mountain crest. Side by side they flew until they were above the place of the council meeting. Then they wheeled about, darted with fury at each other, and tore with their savage talons at each other's heads and necks. Flapping their great wings, they then went swiftly away and were lost in the far distance. Said a wise old man, "It is an omen. Odysseus will return, and woe will come upon the wooers. Let us make an end to these evil doings and keep harm away from us." "Go home, old man," angrily mocked the wooers. "Prophesy to thine own children. Odysseus is dead. Would that thou hadst died with him. Then thou couldst not have babbled nonsense and tried to hound on Telemachus in the hope that he may give thee a gift." To Telemachus they said again, "We will go on wasting thy goods until Penelope weds one of us." Only one other beside the old man was brave enough to speak for Telemachus. Fearlessly and nobly did his friend Mentor blame the wooers for their shamelessness. But they jeered at him and laughed aloud when Telemachus told them he was going to take a ship and go to look for his father. "He will never come back," said one, "and even were Odysseus himself to return, we should slay him when he came." Then the council meeting broke up, and the wooers went again to revel in the palace of Odysseus. Down to the seashore went Telemachus, and knelt where the gray water broke in little white wavelets on the sand. "Hear me," he cried, "thou who didst speak with me yesterday. I know now that thou art a god. Tell me, I pray thee, how shall I find a ship to sail across the misty sea and find my father? For there is none to help me." Swiftly in answer to his cry came Athena. "Be brave, be thy father's son," she said. "Go back to thy house and get ready corn and wine for the voyage. I will choose the best of all the ships in Ithaca for thee, and have her launched and manned by a crew, all of them willing men." Then Telemachus returned to the palace. In the courtyard the wooers were slaying goats and singeing swine, and making ready a great feast. "Here comes Telemachus, who is planning to destroy us," they mocked. "Telemachus, who speaks so proudly. Angry Telemachus," said one youth. "Who knows but what if he goes on a voyage he will be like Odysseus and never return? Then will we have all his riches to divide among ourselves, and his house will belong to the man who weds Penelope." Telemachus shook off the jeering crowd and went down to the vaulted chamber where his father's treasures were kept. Gold and bronze lay there in piles, and there were great boxes of splendid clothes and casks of wine. The heavy folding doors of the treasure chamber were shut day and night, and the old nurse was the keeper of the treasures. Telemachus bade her get ready corn and wine for the voyage. "When my mother has gone to rest I will take them away," he said. "For this night I go to seek my father across the sea." At this the old nurse began to cry. "Do not go, dear child," she wailed. "Thou art our only one, and we love thee so well. Odysseus is dead, and what canst thou do, sailing far away across the deep sea? As soon as thou art gone, those wicked men will begin to plot evil against thee. Do not go, do not go. There is no need for thee to risk thy life on the sea and go wandering far from home." "Take heart, nurse," said Telemachus. "The goddess Athena has told me to go, so all will be well. But promise me not to tell my dear mother that I am gone until she misses me, for I do not wish to mar her fair face with tears." The nurse promised, and began to make ready all that Telemachus wished. Meantime Athena, in the likeness of Telemachus, found a swift sailing ship and men to sail it. When darkness fell she sent sleep on the wooers, and led Telemachus down to the shore where his men sat by their oars. To the palace, where every one slept and all was still and quiet, Telemachus brought his men. None but the old nurse knew he was going away, but they found the food and wine that she had got ready, and carried it down to the ship. Then Athena went on board, and Telemachus sat beside her. A fresh west wind filled the sails and went singing over the waves. The dark water surged up at the bow as the ship cut through it, and all night long and till the dawn the ship sailed happily on her way. At sunrise they came to land, and Athena and Telemachus went on shore. The rulers of the country welcomed them and treated them well, but could tell nothing of Odysseus after the siege of Troy was over. Athene gave Telemachus into their care. Then, turning herself into a sea eagle, she flew swiftly away, leaving them amazed because they knew she must be one of the gods. While Telemachus sought for news of his father in this kingdom, and the kingdoms near it, the wooers began to miss him at their feasts. They fancied he was away hunting, until one day, as they played games in front of the palace, the man whose ship Athene had borrowed came to them. "When will Telemachus return with my ship?" he asked. "I need it that I might cross over to where I keep my horses. I wish to catch one and break him in." When the wooers heard from him that Telemachus had sailed away with 20 brave youths in the swiftest ship in Ithaca, they were filled with rage. At once they got a ship and sailed to where they might meet Telemachus in a strait between Ithaca and another rocky island. "We will slay him there," said they. "We will give him a woeful end to his voyage in search of his father." When Penelope heard this, and knew that her son was perhaps sailing to his doom, her heart well nigh broke. She wept bitterly, and reproached her maidens with not having told her that Telemachus had gone. "Slay me if thou wilt," said the old nurse, "but I alone knew it. Telemachus made me promise not to tell thee, that thy fair face might not be marred by weeping. Do not fear, the goddess Athene will take care of him." Thus she comforted her mistress, and although she lay long awake that night, Penelope fell asleep at last. In her dreams Athene came to her and told her that Telemachus would come safely home, and so Penelope's sad heart was cheered. While she slept, the wooers sailed away in a swift black ship, with spears in their hands and murder in their hearts. On a little rocky isle they landed until the ship of Telemachus should pass, and there they waited that they might slay him when he came. End of section 22. Section 23 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 23 of the Odyssey of Homer. How Odysseus Came Home. While yet Telemachus sought news of his father, Odysseus was well nigh home. On that misty morning when he found himself in Ithaca and did not know it, because the gray fog made everything seem strange and unfriendly, Odysseus was very sad as he sat beside the moaning sea. Then came Athene and drove the mist before her, and Odysseus saw again the land that he loved, and knew that his wanderings were past. She told him the tale of the wooers and the unhappiness of Penelope and Telemachus, and the heart of Odysseus grew hot within him. "Stand by me," he said to the goddess. "If thou of thy grace wilt help me, I myself will fight 300 men." "Truly I will stand by thee," said Athene, "and many of the greedy wooers shall stain the earth with their blood." She then told Odysseus how the wooers were to be destroyed, and Odysseus gladly agreed to her plans. First she made him hide, far in the darkness of the cave under the olive tree, all the gold and bronze ornaments and beautiful clothes that had been given to him in the land of Nausicaa. Then she touched him with her golden wand, and in a moment his yellow hair fell off his head, his bright eyes were dim, his skin was withered and wrinkled, and he had a stooping back and tottering legs like a feeble old man. His clothes of purple and silver she changed into torn and filthy old rags, and over his shoulders she threw the old skin of a stag with the hair worn off. "Go now," said Athene, "to where thy faithful swineherd sits on the hill, watching his swine as they grub among the acorns and drink of the clear spring. He has always been true to thee and to thy wife and son. Stay with him and hear all that he has to tell thee, and I will go and fetch home Telemachus." "When thou didst know all, why didst thou not tell Telemachus?" asked Odysseus. "Is he, too, to go wandering over stormy seas, far from his own land?" "Telemachus will be a braver man for what he has gone through," said Athene. "No harm shall come to him, although the wooers in their black ship wait to slay him." Then Athene flew across the sea, and Odysseus climbed upon a rough track through the woods to where the swineherd had built himself a hut. The hut was made of stones and thorn branches, and beside it were sties for the swine made in the same way. The wooers had eaten many swine at their daily feasts, but thousands remained. These the swineherd tended, with 3 men and 4 fierce dogs to help him. At an open space on the hill, from whence he could look down at the woods and the sea, Odysseus found the swineherd sitting at the door of his hut, making himself a pair of sandals out of brown ox hide. When the swineherd's dogs saw a dirty, bent old man toiling up the hill, they rushed at him, barking furiously. Up they leapt on him, and would have torn him to pieces, if their master had not cast away his ox hide, and dashed after them, scolded them, and beaten them, and then driven them off with showers of stones.
"If my dogs had killed thee, I should have been for ever ashamed," he said to Odysseus, "and without that I have enough sorrow. For while my noble master may be wandering in a strange land and lacking food, I have to feed his fat swine for others to eat." So speaking, he led Odysseus to his hut. He laid some brushwood on the floor, spread over it the soft, shaggy skin of a wild goat, and bade Odysseus be seated. Then he went out to the sties, killed 2 sucking pigs, and roasted them daintily. When they were ready, he cut off the choicest bits and gave them to Odysseus, with a bowl of honey sweet wine. While Odysseus ate and drank, the swineherd talked to him of the greed and wastefulness of the wooers, and in silence Odysseus listened, planning in his heart how he might punish them. "Tell me thy master's name," he said at length. "I have traveled in many lands. Perchance I may have seen him, and may give thee news of him." But the swineherd answered, "Each vagrant who comes straying to the land of Ithaca goes to my mistress with lying tales of how he has seen or heard of my master. She receives them all kindly, and asks many questions, while tears run down her cheeks. You too, old man, would quickly make up a story, if any one would give thee some new clothes. My master is surely dead, and wherever I may go, I shall never again find a lord so gentle." Then said Odysseus, "My friend, I swear to thee that Odysseus shall return. In this year, as the old moon wanes and the new is born, he shall return to his home." When the other herds returned that evening, they found Odysseus and their master still deep in talk. At night the swineherd made a feast of the best that he had, and still they talked almost until dawn. The night was black and stormy, and a drenching rain blotted out the moon. But the swineherd, leaving Odysseus lying in the bed he had made for him, with his own thick mantle spread over him, went outside and lay under a rock that sheltered him from the storm, keeping guard on the white-tusked boars that slept around him. And Odysseus knew that he had still at least one servant who was faithful and true. While Odysseus dwelt with the swineherd, Athene sought Telemachus and bade him hasten home. Speedily Telemachus went back to his ship and his men. The hawsers were loosed, the white sail hauled up, and Athene sent a fresh breeze that made the ship cut through the water like a white-winged bird. It was night when they passed the island where the wooers awaited their coming, and in the darkness none saw them go by. By daybreak they reached Ithaca, and Telemachus, as Athene had bidden him, sent on the men to the harbor with the ship, but made them put him ashore on the woody coast near the swineherd's dwelling. With his bronze-shod spear in his hand, Telemachus strode up the rocky path. Odysseus and the swineherd had kindled a fire, and were preparing the morning meal, when Odysseus heard the noise of footsteps. He looked out and saw a tall lad with yellow hair and bright eyes, and a fearless, noble face. "Surely here is a friend," he said to the swineherd. "Thy dogs are not barking, but jump up and fawn on him." The swineherd looked, and when he saw his young master, he wept for joy. "I thought I should never see thee more, sweet light of my eyes," he said. "Come into my hut, that I may gladden my heart with the sight of thee." He then spread before him the best he had, and the 3 men ate together. Although Odysseus seemed only a poor, ragged old beggar, Telemachus treated him with such gentleness and such courtesy that Odysseus was proud and glad of his noble son. Soon Telemachus sent the swineherd to tell Penelope of his safe return, and while he was gone, Athene entered the hut. She made herself invisible to Telemachus, but beckoned to Odysseus to go outside. "The time is come for thee to tell thy son who thou art," she said, and touched him with her golden wand. At once Odysseus was again a strong man, dressed in fine robes, and radiant as beautiful as the sun. When he went back into the hut, Telemachus thought he was a god. "No god am I," said Odysseus. "I am thy father, Telemachus." And Odysseus took his son in his arms and kissed him, and the tears that he had kept back until now ran down his cheeks. Telemachus flung his arms around his father's neck, and he too wept like a little child, so glad was he that Odysseus had come home. All day they spoke of the wooers and plotted how to slay them. When the swineherd returned, and Athene had once more changed Odysseus into an old beggar man, he told Telemachus that the wooers had returned, and were so furious with Telemachus for escaping from them that they were going to kill him next day. At this Telemachus smiled to his father, but neither said a word. Next morning Telemachus took his spear and said to the swineherd, "I go to the palace to see my mother. As for this old beggar man, lead him to the city that he may beg there." And Odysseus, still pretending to be a beggar, said, "It is better to beg in the town than in the fields. My garments are very poor and thin, and this frosty air chills me. But as soon as I am warmed at the fire and the sun grows hot, I will gladly set out." Down the hill to the city strode Telemachus. When he came to the palace, his old nurse, whom he found busy in the hall, wept for joy. And when Penelope heard his voice, she came from her room and cast her arms round him and kissed his face and his eyes, and said, while tears ran down her cheeks,
Thou art come, sweet light of my eyes, I thought I should never see thee more." Then Telemachus, looking like a young god, with his spear in his hand and his 2 hounds following at his heels, went to the hall where the wooers sat. To his friend Mentor he told his adventures, but he looked on the wooers with silence and scorn. Soon Odysseus and the swineherd followed him to the city. A beggar's bag, all tattered, was slung round the shoulders of Odysseus. In his hand he carried a staff. Men who saw him, tattered and feeble, mocked at him and his guide. But Odysseus kept down the anger in his heart, and they went on to the palace. Near the doorway, lying in the dirt, thin and old and rough of coat, lay Argos, the dog that had long ago been the best and fleetest, that had hunted the hares and deer with Odysseus. When he heard his master's voice, he wagged his tail and tried to crawl near him, but he was too feeble to move. He could only look up with loving, wistful eyes that were almost blind, and thump his tail gladly. So glad was he that his faithful heart broke for joy, and before Odysseus could pat his head or speak a kind word to him, old Argos rolled over dead. There were tears in the eyes of Odysseus as he walked past the body of his friend. He sat down on the threshold, leaning on his staff, and when Telemachus sent him bread and meat from his table, he ate hungrily. When the meal was over, he went round the hall begging from the wooers. Some gave him scraps of broken meats, others called him hard names and bade him begone, and one of them seized a footstool and struck him with it. But Odysseus still kept down the anger in his heart, and went back to his seat on the threshold with his beggar's bag full of scraps that had been given to him. As he sat there, a common beggar, well known for his greed and impudence, came to the palace. "Get thee hence, old man," said he to Odysseus, "else I shall knock all thy teeth from thy head." More too, he said, rudely and roughly, and at last he struck Odysseus. Then Odysseus could bear no more, and smote him such a blow on his neck that the bones were broken, and he fell on the ground with blood gushing from his mouth. Odysseus dragged him outside by the heels, and propped him with his staff in his hands against the courtyard wall. "Sit there," he said, "and scare off dogs and swine." The wooers laughed and enjoyed the sport, and gave gifts of food to the sturdy old beggar, as they took Odysseus to be. All evening they feasted and drank, but when night fell they went to their own homes. When they were gone, Odysseus and Telemachus carried all the helmets and swords and sharp-pointed spears that stood in the hall away to the armory, and hid them there. Then Telemachus went to his room to rest, but Odysseus sat in the hall, where the servants were clearing away the remains of the feast. While he sat there, Penelope came with her maids and rested on a chair in front of the glowing wood fire, on which the servants had piled fresh logs. She talked kindly and gently to the old beggar man, and bade the old nurse bring water to wash his weary feet. Now once long ago a wild boar that he hunted had torn the leg of Odysseus with his tusk, and as the old nurse washed his feet, she saw the scar. In a moment she knew her master, and cried out. The brazen bath fell with a clang on the floor, and the water was spilt. "Thou art Odysseus," she said. "I did not know thee, my dear child, until I found the scar." Penelope must have heard her glad cry, had not Athene at that moment made her deep in thought of other things. Quickly Odysseus bade the old nurse be silent, and the old woman obeyed him. Before Penelope went to rest, she said sadly to Odysseus, "I feel that the end is drawing near. Soon I shall be parted from the house of Odysseus. My husband, who was always the best and bravest, used to set up the 12 axes ye see standing here, and between each axe he shot an arrow. I have told the wooers that I shall marry whichever of them can do the like. Then I shall leave this house, which must be forever most dear to me." Then answered the old beggar man, "Odysseus will be here when they shoot. It will be Odysseus who shoots between the axes." Penelope, longing for his words to be true, went up to her room and lay crying on her bed until her pillows were wet. Then Athene sent sleep upon her eyelids, and made her forget all her sorrows. Odysseus too would have tossed all night wide awake, with a heart full of anger and revenge, had not Athene gently laid her hands on his eyes, and made him fall asleep. Next day the wooers came to the palace, and with rough jests and rude words they greeted Odysseus. "Who harms this man must fight with me," said Telemachus, and at that the wooers shouted with laughter. But a stranger who sat among them cried out in a voice of fear, "I see your hands and knees shrouded in blackness. I see your cheeks wet with tears. The walls and the pillars drip blood. The porch is full of shadows, and pale ghosts are hastening out of the gray mist that fills the palace." At this the wooers laughed the more, for they thought the man was mad. But as in a dream he had seen truly what was come to pass. Weeping, Penelope then brought forth from the armory the great bow with which Odysseus had shot in years that were past. Her heart was full of love for Odysseus, and she could not bear to wed another. Telemachus then threw aside his red cloak and ranged out the bronze axes. One by one the wooers tried to move the great bow and make it drive a swift arrow before it. One by one they failed. And when it seemed as if no man there was strong enough to move it, Odysseus took it in his hands, and between each axe he shot an arrow. When the last arrow was shot, he tore off his rags, and in a voice that rang through the palace he cried to Telemachus, "Now is it time to prepare supper for the wooers. Now at last is this terrible trial ended. I go to shoot at another mark." With that he shot an arrow at the wooer who had ever been the most insolent and the most cruel. It smote him in the throat, his blood dripped red on the ground, and he fell dead. The others gave a great cry of rage, but Odysseus looked at them with burning eyes, and with a voice that made them tremble he cried, "Ye dogs! Ye said I should never return, and like the traitors ye are, ye have wasted my goods and insulted my queen. But now death has come for you, and none shall escape." In vain did the cowards, their faces pale with fear, beg for mercy. Mercy there was none that day. It was useless for those who drew their swords and rushed on Odysseus to try to slay him, for ere their swords could touch him, his bow had driven sharp arrows into their hearts. One of the servants of the palace treacherously climbed into the armory and brought spears and shields and helmets for the wooers. But even that did not daunt Odysseus and his son. Telemachus with his spear slew man after man. When his arrows were done, Odysseus also snatched a spear, and they fought side by side. Beside them fought the swineherd and one other man, and they all fought the more fearlessly because all the time Athene put fresh courage in their hearts. There were 4 men to very many others when that fight began. When it was ended, the floor ran with blood, and Odysseus, like a lion at bay, stood with the dead bodies of the wooers piled in heaps around him, and his face and hands stained with blood. When all lay dead, the old nurse gave a great cry of joy. "Rejoice in thy heart, old nurse," said Odysseus. "It is an unholy thing to rejoice openly over slain men." The nurse hastened to Penelope's room. "Penelope, dear child," she cried, "Odysseus is come home, and all the wooers lie dead." At first Penelope would not believe her. Too good did it seem to be true. Even when she came down and saw Odysseus leaning against a tall pillar in the light of the fire, she would not believe what her own eyes saw. "Surely, mother, thy heart is as hard as stone," said Telemachus. "Dost thou not know my father?" But Penelope saw only a ragged beggar man, soiled with the blood of the men he had slain, old and ugly and poor. Then Athene shed her grace upon Odysseus, and once more he was tall and strong and gallant to look upon, with golden hair curling like hyacinth flowers around his head. And Penelope ran to him and threw out her arms, and they held each other close and wept together, like those who have suffered shipwreck and have been tossed for long by angry seas, and have yet won safely home at last. And when the sun went down that night on the little rocky island of Ithaca in the far seas, the heart of Odysseus was glad, for he knew that his wanderings were ended. End of section 23 and end of the Odyssey of Homer.
Section 24 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Robinson Crusoe by Daniel Defoe, adapted by John Lang. Section 1, How Robinson First Went to Sea and How He Was Shipwrecked. Long, long ago, before even your grandfather's father was born, there lived in the town of York a boy whose name was Robinson Crusoe. Though he never even saw the sea till he was quite a big boy, he had always wanted to be a sailor, and to go away in a ship to visit strange, foreign, far-off lands. And he thought that if he could only do that, he would be quite happy. But his father wanted him to be a lawyer, and he often talked to Robinson, and told him of the terrible things that might happen to him if he went away, and how people who stopped at home were always the happiest. He told him, too, how Robinson's brother had gone away, and had been killed in the wars. So Robinson promised at last that he would give up wanting to be a sailor. But in a few days the longing came back as bad as ever, and he asked his mother to try to coax his father to let him go just one voyage. But his mother was very angry, and his father said, "If he goes abroad he will be the most miserable wretch that ever was born. I can give no consent to it." Robinson stopped at home for another year, till he was 19 years old, all the time thinking and thinking of the sea.
But one day, when he had gone on a visit to Hull, a big town by the sea, to say good bye to one of his friends who was going to London, he could not resist the chance. Without even sending a message to his father and mother, he went on board his friend's ship and sailed away. But as soon as the wind began to blow and the waves to rise, poor Robinson was very frightened and seasick, and he said to himself that if he ever got on shore he would go straight home and never again leave it. He was very solemn till the wind stopped blowing. His friend and the sailors laughed at him and called him a fool, and he very soon forgot, when the weather was fine and the sun shining, all he had thought about going back to his father and mother. But in a few days, when the ship had sailed as far as Yarmouth Roads on her way to London, they had to anchor and wait for a fair wind. In those days there were no steamers, and vessels had only their sails to help them along, so if it was calm, or the wind blew the wrong way, they just had to wait where they were till a fair wind blew. While they lay at Yarmouth, the weather became very bad, and there was a great storm. The sea was so heavy, and Robinson's ship was in such danger, that at last they had to cut away the masts in order to ease her, and to stop her from rolling so terribly. The captain fired guns to show that his ship wanted help, so a boat from another ship was lowered, and came with much difficulty, and took off Robinson and all the crew just before their vessel sank, and they got ashore at last, very wet and miserable, having lost all their clothes except what they had on. But Robinson had some money in his pocket, and he went on to London by land, thinking that if he returned home now, people would laugh at him. In London he made friends with a ship's captain, who had not long before come home from a voyage to the Guinea coast, as that part of Africa was then called, and the captain was so pleased with the money he had made there, that he easily persuaded Robinson to go with him on his next voyage. So Robinson took with him toys and beads and other things to sell to the natives in Africa, and he got there, in exchange for these things, so much gold dust that he thought he was soon going in that way to make his fortune, and therefore he went on a second voyage. But this time he was not so lucky, for before they reached the African coast, one morning very early, they sighted another ship, which they were sure was a pirate. So fast did this other vessel sail, that before night she had come up to Robinson's ship, which did not carry nearly so many men nor so many guns as the pirate, and which therefore did not want to fight. And the pirates soon took prisoner Robinson and all the crew of his ship who were not killed, and made slaves of them. The pirate captain took Robinson as his own slave, and made him dig in his garden and work in his house. Sometimes, too, he made him look after his ship when she was in port, but he never took him away on a voyage. For 2 years Robinson lived like this, very unhappy, and always thinking how he might escape. At last, when the captain happened one time to be at home longer than usual, he began to go out fishing in a boat 2 or 3 times a week, taking Robinson, who was a very good fisher, and a black boy named Jury with him. One day he gave Robinson orders to put food and water and some guns and powder and shot on a big boat that the pirates had taken out of an English ship, and to be ready to go with him and some of his friends on a fishing trip. But at the last moment the captain's friends could not come, and so Robinson was told to go out in the boat with one of the captain's servants, who was not a slave, and with Jury, to catch fish for supper. Then Robinson thought that his chance to escape had come. He spoke to the servant, who was not very clever, and persuaded him to put more food and water on the boat, for, said Robinson, we must not take what was meant for our master. And then he got the servant to bring more powder and shot, because Robinson said they may as well kill some birds to eat. When they had gone out about a mile, they hauled down the sail and began to fish, but Robinson pretended that he could not catch anything there, and said that they ought to go out further. When they had gone so far that nobody on shore could see what they were doing, Robinson again pretended to fish, but this time he watched his chance, and when the servant was not looking, came behind him and threw him overboard, knowing that the man could swim so well that he could easily reach the land. Then Robinson sailed away with Jury down the coast to the south. He did not know to what country he was steering, but cared only to get away from the pirates and to be free once more. Long days and nights they sailed, sometimes running in close to the land, but they were afraid to go ashore very often because of the wild beasts and the natives. Many times they saw great lions come roaring down on the beach, and once Robinson shot one that he saw lying asleep, and took its skin to make a bed for himself on the boat. At last, after some weeks, when they had got south as far as the great cape that is called Cape Verde, they saw a Portuguese vessel, which took them on board. It was not easy for Robinson to tell who he was, because he could not talk Portuguese, but everybody was very kind to him, and they bought his boat and his guns and everything that he had. They even bought poor Xury, who, of course, was a black slave, and could be sold, just like a horse or a dog. So when they got to Brazil, where the vessel was bound, Robinson had enough money to buy a plantation, and he grew sugar and tobacco there for 4 years, and was very happy and contented for a time, and made money. But he could never be contented for very long, so when some of his neighbors asked him if he would go in a ship to the Guinea coast to get slaves for them, he went, only making a bargain that he was to be paid for his trouble, and to get some of the slaves to work on his plantation when he came back. 12 days after the ship sailed, a terrible storm blew, and they were driven far from where they wanted to go. Great, angry, foaming seas broke over the deck, sweeping everything off that could be moved, and a man and a boy were carried overboard and drowned. No one on the ship expected to be saved. This storm was followed by another, even worse. The wind howled and roared through the rigging, and the weather was thick with rain and flying spray. Then, early one morning, land was dimly seen through the driving rain, but almost at once the vessel struck on a sandbank. In an instant the sails were blown to bits, and flapped with such uproar that no one could hear the captain's orders. Waves poured over the decks, and the vessel bumped on the sand so terribly that the masts broke off near the deck, and fell over the side into the sea. With great difficulty the only boat left on the ship was put in the water, and everybody got into her. They rowed for the shore, hoping to get perhaps into some bay, or to the mouth of a river, where the sea would be quiet. But before they could reach the land, a huge gray wave, big like the side of a house, came foaming and thundering up behind them, and before anyone could even cry out, it upset the boat, and they were all left struggling in the water. Robinson was a very good swimmer, but no man could swim in such a sea, and it was only good fortune that brought him at last safely to land. Big wave after big wave washed him further and further up the beach, rolling him over and over, once leaving him helpless and more than half drowned beside a rock. But before the next wave could come up, perhaps to drag him back with it into the sea, he was able to jump up and run for his life. And so he got safely out of the reach of the water, and lay down upon the grass. But of all on board the ship, Robinson was the only one who was not drowned. End of section 24. Section 25 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Robinson Crusoe, Part 2. Robinson works hard at making himself a home. When he had rested a little, Robinson got up and began to walk about very sadly, for darkness was coming on. He was wet and cold and hungry, and he did not know where to sleep, because he was afraid of wild beasts coming out of the woods and killing him during the night. But he found that he still had his knife in his pocket, so he cut a big stick to protect himself with. Then he climbed into a tree which had very thick leaves, and there he fixed himself among the branches as well as he could, and fell sound asleep. In the morning, when he awoke, the storm was past, and the sea quieter. To his surprise he saw that the ship had been carried in the night by the great seas, much nearer to the shore than she had been when the boat left her, and was now lying not far from the rock where Robinson had first been washed up. By midday the sea was quite calm, and the tide had gone so far out that he could walk very near to the ship, so he took off his clothes and swam the rest of the way to her. But it was not easy to get on board, because the ship was resting on the sand, and lay so high out of the water that Robinson could not reach anything by which he could pull himself up. At last, after swimming twice round the vessel, he saw a rope hanging over near the bow, and by its help he climbed on board. Everything in the stern of the ship was dry and in pretty good order, and the water had not hurt the provisions much. So he took some biscuits and ate them as he looked about, and drank some rum, and then he felt better and stronger, and more fit to begin work. First of all he took a few large spars of wood and a spare topmast or two that were on the deck. These he pushed overboard, tying each with a rope to keep it from drifting away. Then he went over the side of the ship, tied all the spurs together to make a raft, and on top he put pieces of plank across. But it was long before he could make the raft fit to carry the things he wanted to take on shore. At last, after much hard work, he got on to it 3 of the seamen's chests, which he had broken open and emptied, and these he filled with bread, rice, and cheese, and whatever he could find to eat, and with all sorts of things that he thought he might need. He found, too, the carpenter's tool chest, and put it on the raft, and nothing on the whole ship was of more use to him than that. Then he set about looking for clothes, for while he had been on the ship the tide had risen and had washed away his coat and waistcoat and shirt, which he had left lying on the sand. Guns and pistols also, and powder and shot he took, and 2 rusty old cutlasses. Now the trouble was to reach land, for the raft had no mast, nor sail, nor rudder, and was too heavy and clumsy to be pulled by Robinson with the broken oars that he had found. But the tide was rising, and slowly she drifted nearer and nearer, and at last was carried up the mouth of a little river, which Robinson had not seen when he was on shore. There was a strong tide running up, which once carried the raft against a point of land, where she stuck for a time, and very nearly upset all the things into deep water. But as the tide rose higher, Robinson was able to push her into a little bay, where the water was shallow and the ground beneath flat, and when the tide went out, there she was, left high and dry, and he got everything safely ashore. The next thing that Robinson did was to climb a hill, that he might see what sort of country he was in, and find out if there were any other people in it. But when he got to the top, he saw to his sorrow that he was on an island, with no other land in sight except some rocks, and 2 smaller islands far over the sea. There were no signs of any people, and he saw nothing living except great numbers of birds, one of which he shot. But it was not fit to eat, being some kind of hawk. After this, with the chests and boards that he had brought on shore, he made a kind of hut to sleep in that night, and he lay there on the sand very comfortably. Day by day now for some time Robinson swam out to the ship and made fresh rafts, loading them with many stores, powder and shot, and lead for bullets, 7 muskets, a great barrel of bread, 3 casks of rum, a quantity of flour, some grain, a box of sugar, sails and ropes and twine, bags of nails, and many hatchets. With one of the sails he made himself a good tent, in which he put everything that could be spoiled by rain or sun. Around it he piled all the casks and other heavy things, so that no wild beast could very easily get at him. In about a fortnight the weather changed. It blew very hard one night, and in the morning the ship had broken up, and was no more to be seen. But that did not so much matter, for Robinson had got out of her nearly everything he could use. Now Robinson thought it time to find some better place for his tent. The land where it then stood was low and near the sea, and the only water he could get to drink tasted rather salt. Looking about, he found a little plain, about 100 yards across, on the side of a hill, and at the end of the plain was a great rock, partly hollowed out, but not so as quite to make a cave. Here he pitched his tent, close to the hollow place in the rock. Round in front of the tent he drove 2 rows of strong stakes, about 18 inches apart, sharpened at the top, and he made this fence so strong that when it was finished he was sure that nothing could get at him, for he left no door, but climbed in and out by a ladder, which he always hauled up after him. Before closing at the end, Robinson hauled inside this fence all his stores, his food and his guns, his powder and shot, and he rigged inside a double tent, so better to keep off the hot sun and the rain. Then he began to dig into the rock, which was not very hard, and soon behind his tent he had a cave, in which he thought it wise to stow his gunpowder, about 140 pounds in all, packed in small parcels, for, he thought, if a big thunderstorm were to come, a flash of lightning might explode it all and blow him to bits, if he kept the whole of it in his tent. Robinson was now very comfortable, and as he had saved from the wreck 2 cats and a dog, he did not feel quite so lonely. He had got, also, ink and pens and paper, so that he could keep a diary, and he set up a large wooden cross, on which he cut with his knife the date of his landing on the island, September 30th, 1659. And every day he cut a notch on the post, with a longer one each Sunday, so that he might always know how the months and years had passed. As for food, he found that there were many goats on the island, and numbers of pigeons, and he had no difficulty in shooting as many as he needed. But now he saw that his tent and cave were too small for all the things he had stowed in them, so he began to make the cave bigger, bringing out all the rock and soil that he cut down, and making with it a kind of terrace around the inside of his stockade. And as he was sure that there were no wild beasts on the island to harm him, he went on tunneling to the right hand till he broke through the rock outside his fence. Then he began to hang things up against the side of the cave, and he even made shelves and a door for the outside entrance. This was a very difficult job, and took him a long time, for to make a board he was forced to cut down a whole tree, and chop away with his axe till one side was flat, and then cut at the other side till the board was thin enough, when he had smoothed it with his adze. But in this way, out of each tree he would only get one plank. He made for himself also a table and a chair, and finally got his castle, as he called it, in very good order. With all his care, however, there was one thing that he forgot, and that was, when he had made the cave so much bigger, to prop it so as to keep the roof from falling in. And so one day he got a terrible fright, and was nearly killed by a huge bit of the soft rock, which fell and buried many of his things. It took weeks of hard work afterward to clear away the fallen rubbish, and to cut beams strong enough to prop the roof. Every day, all this time, he used to climb up the hill and look around over the lonely waters, hoping, always hoping, that some morning he might see the sails of a ship that would take him home. But none ever came, and sometimes the tears ran down his cheeks because of the sorrow he felt at being so utterly alone. At times, even, he thought in his misery that if he only had any kind of boat, it would be better to sail away and chance reaching other land, rather than to stop where he was. By and by, however, he grew less unhappy, for he had plenty of work to do. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 26. The Earthquake and Hurricane, and How Robinson Built a Boat. Now about this time, when Robinson had been some months on the island, heavy and constant rain began to fall, and sometimes weeks would pass without a single dry day. He found that instead of there being spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as in England, the seasons in his island were divided into the wet and the dry. There was no cold weather, no winter. It chanced that just before this rain began, Robinson had emptied out some refuse from bags which had once held rice and other grain, and he had forgotten all about having emptied them. So he was very much astonished to find some time afterward both barley and rice growing near his tent in the shade of the rock. The ears, when ripe, he kept to sow again, and from this very small beginning, in the course of a few seasons, he had a great quantity of grain, both for food and for sowing. But this meant every year much hard work, for he had no plough nor harrow, and all the ground had to be dug with a clumsy spade made from a very hard, heavy wood that grew on the island. At first Robinson could not grind the grain that he grew, nor make bread from it. If he could have found a large stone, slightly hollow on top, he might, by pounding the grain on it with another round stone, have made a very good meal. But all the stones he could find were too soft, and in the end he had to make a sort of a mill of hard wood, in which he burnt a hollow place, and on that he pounded the grain into meal with a heavy stick. Baking he did by building a big fire, then raking away the ashes, putting the dough on the hot place, covered with a kind of basin made of clay, over which he heaped the red ashes. In this way very good bread could be made. Before the rainy season was over, and just after he had finished the fence round his tent, one day when Robinson was at work in the cave, all of a sudden the earth began to fall from the roof, and the strong props he had put in cracked in a way which frightened him terribly. At the same time there was a curious moaning, rumbling noise that he could not understand. He rushed out, and so afraid was he that the roof was falling in, that he should be buried, that he got over the fence and began to run. But he was even more frightened when he found that all the ground was shaking. Then he knew this was an earthquake. 3 times there came violent shocks. A huge rock, about half a mile away, fell with a great noise like thunder, and the sea was churned up as if by a whirlwind. Robinson was sick with the movement of the ground, and trembling with the dread of being swallowed by the earth as it cracked and gaped. And after the noise and shaking were over, he was too frightened to go back to his tent, but sat where he was, all the time expecting another shock. Suddenly a furious wind began to blow, tearing up trees by the roots, and lashing the water, till nothing could be seen but foam and flying spray. The air was full of branches and leaves torn off by the hurricane, and birds in hundreds were swept helpless out to sea. In about 3 hours, as suddenly as it had begun, the wind fell, and there was a dead calm, followed by rain such as Robinson had never before seen, which soaked him to the skin, and forced him to return to the cave, where he sat in great fear. For long after this he was very uneasy, and made up his mind to shift his quarters as soon as he could find a better place for his tent. But the earthquake had one good result, for what remained of the wreck was again
thrown up by the sea, and Robinson got more things out of it which were useful to him, and for days he worked hard at that. One day, too, when he was on his way to the remains of the ship, he came on a large turtle, which he killed, and this gave him plenty of good food, for besides the flesh, there were inside the animal many eggs, which she had come to shore to lay in the sand, as is the habit of turtles, and which Robinson thought were even better than hen's eggs. Now, a few days after he had got so wet in the heavy rain, though the weather was hot, Robinson felt very cold and shivery, and had pains all over his body, and at night he dreamed terrible dreams. The following day, and many days, he lay very ill with fever and ague, and hardly knew what he was doing. So weak was he that he believed he was dying, and there was no one to give him water to quench his thirst, nor to help him in any way. His only medicine was rum, in which he had soaked tobacco. It was very nasty, and made him sick, but it also made him sleep for more than a whole day and a night, and he woke much better, and able to walk about a little, though for a fortnight he was too weak to work. From this illness he learned not to go out more than he could help during the rainy season. When he was again quite strong, Robinson started to explore the island better than he had yet done, and he found many things growing, of which he made great use afterward: tobacco, sugar cane, and all manner of fruits, among them grapes, which he used to dry to raisins in the sun in great quantities. Near the spot where the most fruit grew he built a hut, and round it, for safety, he put a double fence made of stakes cut from some of the trees near at hand. During the next rainy season these stakes took root, and grew so fast that soon nothing of the hut could be seen from outside the hedge, and it made so good a hiding place that Robinson cut more stakes of the same kind, and planted them outside the fence around his first dwelling, and in a year or two that also was quite hidden from view. The twigs of this tree, too, were good for making baskets, of which he had been in great need. When he had finished all this work, he started again to go over the rest of the island, and on his way across from a hill, the day being very clear, he saw high land a great way off over the water, but whether it was another island or the coast of America he could not be sure. When he reached the other side of his island, Robinson found the beach covered with turtles in astonishing numbers, and he thought how much better off he would have been if he had been cast ashore here, for not only would the turtles have supplied him with plenty of food, but there were far more birds than on the part of the island where he had been living, and far more goats. During the journey back to his castle he caught a young parrot, which, after a long time, he taught to speak, and to call him by his name. It was so long since he had heard any voice that it was a comfort to listen even to a parrot talking. Now the sight which Robinson had had of the far distant land raised in him again the great longing to get away from this island where he had been so long alone, and he wished greatly for a boat. He went over to the remains of the boat in which he and the others had tried to come ashore when their ship had struck on the sandbank, and which had been flung far up on the beach by the sea, and he worked for weeks trying to repair her and get her into the water. But it was all of no use, he could not move her. Then he thought, I'll cut down a tree and make a new boat. This he fancied would be easy, for he had heard how the Indians make canoes by felling a tree and burning out the inside. If they can do it, then surely I can do it even better, he thought. So he looked about and chose a huge tree which stood about 100 yards from the water, and with great labor in about 3 weeks he had cut it down. 4 months Robinson worked at this boat, thinking all the time of what he would do when he reached the far distant land, and much pleased with himself for the beautiful boat he was making. Day after day he trimmed and shaped it, and very proud he was when it was finished and lay there on the ground, big enough to carry 20 men. Then he started to get her into the water, but that was quite another thing. By no means in his power could he move her an inch, try as he might. She was far too big. Then he began to dig a canal from the sea to the boat, but before he had got much of that work done, he saw clearly that there was so much earth to dig away that without some one to help him it must take years and years before he could get the water to the boat. So he gave it up and left her to lie and rot in the sun and the rain, a great grief to him. End of section 26. Section 27 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Section 27. Robinson Crusoe. Robinson builds a second boat, in which he is swept out to sea.
By the time that Robinson had been 4 years on the island, all his clothes had become very ragged, and he had hardly anything that could be called a hat. Clothes he must have, for he could not go naked without getting his skin blistered by the hot sun, and he was afraid of getting a sunstroke if he went about without a hat. Now he had kept all the skins of the goats and other animals, such as hares and foxes, that he had shot, and from these, after many failures, at last he made a hat and coat of goat skin, and a pair of short trousers, all with the hair outside, so as to shoot off the wet when it rained. The hat was very tall, and came to a sharp peak on top, and it had a flap which hung down the back of his neck. Robinson also, with much trouble, made of the skins an umbrella, which he could open and shut, and if his clothes and his umbrella, and especially his hat, were not very good to look at, they were useful, and he could now go about in any weather. During the next 5 years nothing out of the common happened, and Robinson's time was mostly taken up with getting of food, the yearly sowing and reaping of his crops, and the curing of his raisins. But toward the end of that time he made another attempt to build a boat, and this time he made one much smaller than the first, and though it took him nearly 2 years to finish, in the end he got her into the sea. She was not big enough for him to try to sail in to the far off land that he had seen, and he used her only for cruising about the shores of his own island, and for fishing. In her he fixed a little mast, on which he rigged a small sail, made from a bit of one of the old ship's sails, and, using a paddle to steer with, he found that she sailed very well. Over the stern he fixed his big umbrella, to shade him from the sun like an awning. Eager to go all round the island, one day Robinson put a lot of food on board, and, taking his gun, started on a voyage. All went well till he came to the east end of the island, where he found that a ledge of rocks, and beyond that a sandbank, stretched out to the sea for 8 or 9 miles. Robinson did not like the idea of venturing so far in a boat so small, and he therefore ran the boat ashore, and climbed a hill to get a good view of the rocks and shoals before going near them. From the hill he saw that a strong current was sweeping past the sandbank, which showed just clear of the water, and on which the sea was breaking. But he thought that there was an eddy which would swing him safely round the point, without bringing him near the breakers. However, that day and the next there was a good deal of wind blowing in the direction contrary to the current, which of course raised a sea too big for a small boat. So Robinson stopped on shore where he was. On the 3rd day it was calm, and he set off. But no sooner had he come abreast of the sandbank than he found himself in very deep water, with a current running like a mill race, which carried the boat further and further away from the land, in spite of all he could do with his paddle. There was no wind, and the sail was useless. Now he gave himself up for lost, for the harder he worked, only the farther away seemed the boat to be swept. The island was soon so far off that Robinson could hardly see it, and he was quite exhausted with the hard struggle to paddle the boat against the current. He was in despair, and giving up paddling, left the boat to drift where she would. Just then a faint puff of wind touched his cheek, and Robinson hurriedly hoisted his sail. Soon a good breeze blew, which carried him past a dangerous reef of rocks. Here the current seemed to divide. The part in which he now was began to swing around toward the island, and he plucked up heart again, and with his paddle did all he could to help the sail. Robinson felt like a man who is set free after he has been told that he must die. He could have almost wept for joy. Miles and miles he sailed, steadily getting nearer to the island, and late in the evening at last he got ashore, but on the other side of the island of the point that he had tried to round in the morning. He drew up his boat on the shore of a little cove that he found, and when he had made her fast so that the tide could not carry her away, there among the trees he lay down and slept sound, quite worn out. In the morning he again got on board, and coasted along close in shore, till he came to a bay with a little river running into it, which made a very good harbor for the boat. Here he left her, and went on foot. Soon he found that he was not far from a spot that he had once before visited, and by afternoon he arrived at the hut which he had called his country house. Robinson got over the fence by the ladder, as usual, pulling it up after him, and then he lay down to rest in the shade, for he was still very weary from the hard work of the day before. Soon he fell asleep, but what was his surprise in a little time to be awakened by a voice calling, "Robin, Robin Crusoe, where are you?" At first he thought he was dreaming, but still the voice went on calling, "Where are you, Robin?"
Up he jumped, trembling with fright and wonder, for it was so long since he had heard any voice but his own that he fancied it must be something more than human that he now listened to. But no sooner had he risen than he saw, sitting on the tree near to him, his parrot, which must have flown all the way from Robinson's other house where it had been left. It was talking away at a great rate, very excited at again seeing its master, and Robinson hardly knew whether to be more relieved or disappointed that it was only the bird that had called him. For about a year after this Robinson kept to his own side of the island, and employed his time chiefly in working on his land, and making dishes and pots of clay. These he now had learned to burn properly. Pipes, too, he made, and they were a great comfort to him, for he managed to cure very good tobacco from the wild plants that grew around. And as he feared lest his powder might begin to run short, he thought much over ways whereby he could trap goats for food instead of shooting them. After many trials, the best plan, he decided, was to dig holes, which he covered with thin branches and leaves, on which he sprinkled earth, so that when anything heavy passed over, it must fall into the pit. By this means he caught many, and the kids he kept and tamed, so that in no great time he had quite a large herd of goats. These he kept in various small fields, round which from time to time he had put fences. End of Section 27. Section 28 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Robinson Crusoe. Robinson sees a footprint on the sand, finds a cave, and rescues Friday. All this time Robinson had never gone near his canoe, but now the longing came over him to go over to where he had left her, though he felt that he should be afraid again to put to sea in her. This time, however, when he got to the hill from which he had watched the set of the current the day that he had been carried out to sea, he noticed that there was no current to be seen, from which he concluded that it must depend on the ebb and flow of the tide. Still, he was afraid to venture far in the canoe, though he stopped some time at his country house, and went out sailing very often. One day, when Robinson was walking along the sand toward his boat, suddenly, close to the water, he stopped as if he had been shot, and, with thumping heart, stood staring in wonder and fear at something that he saw. The mark of a naked foot on the sand! It could not be his own, he knew, for the shape was quite different. Whose could it be? He listened, he looked about, but nothing could he hear or see. To the top of a rising ground he ran, and looked all around. There was nothing to be seen, and though he searched everywhere on the beach for more footmarks, he found none. Whose footprint could it be? That of some man, perhaps, he thought, who might come stealing on him from out of the trees, or murder him while he slept. Back to his house he hurried, all the way in a state of terror, starting every now and again, and facing round, thinking he was being followed, and fancying often that a stump or a bush was a man, waiting to spring on him. That night he slept not at all, and so shaken was his nerve that every cry of a night bird, even every sound made by an insect or a frog, caused him to start with fear, so that the perspiration ran down his brow. As day followed day, however, and nothing happened, Robinson began to be less uneasy in his mind, and went about his usual work again. But he strengthened the fence round his castle, and cut in it 7 small loopholes, in which, fixed on frames, he placed loaded muskets, all ready to fire if he should be attacked. And some distance from the outside of the fence he planted a thick belt of small stakes, so that in a few years' time a perfect thicket of trees and bushes hid all trace of his dwelling. Years passed quietly, and nothing further happened to disturb Robinson, or to make him think more of the footprint that had frightened him so much. But he kept more than formerly to the interior of the island, and lost no chance of looking for good places to hide in if he should ever need them. And he always carried a cutlass now, as well as his gun and a couple of pistols. One day it chanced, however, that he had gone further to the west of the island than he had ever done before, and looking over the sea, he fancied that he saw, at a great distance, something like a boat or a long canoe, but it was so far off that he could not be sure what it was. This made him determine that always in the future he would bring with him to his lookout place the telescope which he had saved from the wreck. The sight of this supposed boat brought back his uneasiness to some extent, but he went on down to the beach, and there he saw a sight which filled him with horror. All about the shore were scattered men's skulls and bones, and bits of burnt flesh, and in one place were the remains of a big fire. Robinson stood aghast, feeling deadly sick. It was easy for him to know the meaning of the terrible sight. It meant that cannibals had been there, killing and eating their prisoners. For when the natives of some parts of the world go to war and catch any of their enemies, it is their habit to build a fire, then to kill the prisoners and feast on their roasted bodies, eating till they can eat no more. Sometimes, if the man they are going to eat is too thin, they keep him and feed him up till they think he is fat enough. Now Robinson knew all this, though he had never yet met any cannibals, and when he looked around he saw many bones lying about. They were so old that it seemed certain to him that all those years he had been living on an island which was a regular place for the natives to come to for such feasts. Then he saw what a mercy it was that he had been wrecked on the other side of the island, to which he supposed the cannibals never came, because the beach was not so good for them to land on. Full of horror, Robinson hurried back to his house, and for almost 2 years he never again came near that part of the island where the bones lay, nor ever visited his boat. But all the time he kept thinking how he might some day kill those cannibals while they were at their feast, and perhaps save some of the poor men whom they had not yet killed. Now one day, when Robinson was down in the bottom of the valley cutting thick branches to burn for charcoal, he cleared away some undergrowth at the foot of a great rock, in which near the ground there was a sort of hole or opening. Into this hole Robinson squeezed, not very easily, and found himself in a cave of good size, high enough at least to stand up in. It was quite dark, of course, to him coming in from the sunlight, and he turned his back to the entrance to feel his way further in, when suddenly from the back of the cave he saw 2 great fiery eyes glaring at him. His very hair bristled with fright, for he could only think that it must be the devil at least that he saw, and through the mouth of the cave he fled with a yell. But when he got into the bright sunshine, he began to feel ashamed of his panic, and to reason with himself that what he had seen must be only his own fancy. So taking up a big burning branch from his fire, in he went again. Before Robinson had taken 3 steps he stopped, in almost as great a fright as at first. Close to him he heard a great sigh, as if of some one in pain, then a sound like a muttering, as of words that he could not understand, again another deep sigh. Cold sweat broke out all over him, and he stepped back trembling, yet determined this time not to run away. Holding his torch well over his head, he looked around, and there on the floor of the cave lay a huge old he-goat, gasping for breath, dying, seemingly, of mere old age. He stirred him with his toe to see if he could get him out of the cave, but the poor beast could not rise, and Robinson left him to die where he was. Now that he had got over his fright, Robinson looked carefully about him. The cave was small, not more than 12 feet across at its widest, but he noticed at the far end another opening. This was so low down, however, that he had to creep on his hands and knees to get in, and without a better light than the burning torch he could not see how far it went. So he made up his mind to come again. Robinson had long before this made a good supply of very fair candles from the tallow of the goats he had killed, and the next day he returned to the cave with 6 of these and his tinder box to light them with. In those days there were no matches, and men used to strike a light with a flint and steel and tinder, which was a stuff that caught fire very easily from a spark. Entering the cave, Robinson found, on lighting a candle, that the goat was now dead. Moving it aside to be buried later, he went down on his hands and knees, and crawled about 10 yards through the small passage, till at last he found himself in a great chamber, the roof of which was quite 20 feet high. On every side the walls reflected the light of his candle, and glittered like gold, or almost like diamonds, he thought. The floor was perfectly dry and level, even on the walls there was no damp, and Robinson was delighted with his discovery. Its only drawback was the low entrance, but as he decided to use the cave chiefly as a place to retreat to if he should ever be attacked, that was in reality an advantage, because one man, if he had firearms, could easily defend it against hundreds. At once Robinson set about storing in it all his powder, except 3 or 4 pounds, all his lead for making bullets, and his spare guns and muskets. When moving the powder, he thought he might as well open a barrel which had drifted ashore out of the wreck after the earthquake, and though water had got into it, there was not a great deal of damage done, for the powder had crusted on the outside only, and on the inside there was about 60-pound weight, quite dry and good. This, with what remained of the first lot, gave him a very large supply, enough to last all his life. For more than 22 years Robinson had now been in the island, and he had grown quite used to it, and to his manner of living. If he could only have been sure that no savages would come near him, he felt almost that he would be content to spend all the rest of his days there, to die at last, as the goat he found in the cave had died, of old age. At times when his spirits were more than usually low, when the burden of the lonely years pressed most heavily upon him, Robinson used to think that surely if the savages could come to this land, he could go to theirs. How far did they come? Where was their country? What kind of boats had they? And so eager to go was he sometimes, that he forgot to think of what he would do when he got there, or what would become of him if he fell into the hands of the savages. His mind was utterly taken up with one thought of getting to the mainland, and even his dreams were of little else. One night, when he had put himself almost into a fever with the trouble of his mind, he had lain long awake, tossing and moaning, but at last he had fallen asleep, and he dreamed, not as he had usually done of late, that he was sailing to the mainland, but that as he was leaving his castle in the morning, he saw on the shore 2 canoes and 11 savages landing, and that they had with them another man, whom they were just about to kill and eat, when suddenly the prisoner jumped up and ran for his life, and in his dream Robinson fancied that the man came running to hide in the thicket round the castle, and that thereupon he went out to help him. Then in the dream the savage kneeled down as if begging for mercy, and Robinson took him over the ladder into the castle, saying to himself, "Now that I've got this fellow, I can certainly go to the mainland, for he will show me what course to steer, and where to go when we land." And he woke with the joyful feeling that now at last all was well. But when he was wide awake and knew that it was only a dream after all, poor Robinson was more cast down than ever, and more unhappy than he had been during all the years he had lived on the island. The dream had, however, this result, that he saw his only plan to get away was, if possible, to rescue some day one of the prisoners whom the cannibals were about to kill, and in time get the man to help him navigate his canoe across the sea. With this idea he set himself to watch more closely than ever he had done before for the savages to land, and during more than a year and a half he went nearly every day to his lookout place, and swept the sea with his telescope, in the hope of seeing canoes coming. But none came, and Robinson was getting terribly tired of the constant watch. Still he did not give up, for he knew that sooner or later the savages would land. Yet many months passed, and still they did not come, till one morning, very early, almost to his surprise, he saw no fewer than 5 canoes hauled up on the shore on his own side of the island. The savages who had come in them were nowhere to be seen. Now he knew that always from 4 to 6 men came in each canoe, which meant that at least 20 and perhaps as many as 30 men had landed. This was a greater number than he cared to face, so he kept inside his castle in great doubt what to do, but ready to fight in case they should attack him. When he had waited a long time and still could hear nothing of the savages, he climbed up his ladder and got to the top of the rock, taking great care not to show himself against the skyline. Looking through his glass, he saw that there were at least 30 savages dancing wildly around a fire. As he looked, some of the men left the others, and going over to the canoes, dragged from them 2 prisoners. One of these almost at once fell forward on his face, knocked down from behind, as it seemed to Robinson, with a wooden club, and 2 or 3 of the cannibals at once cut him open to be ready for cooking, while for a moment or two they left the other prisoner standing by himself. Seeing a chance of escape, the man made a dash for his life, running with tremendous speed along the sands, straight for that part of the beach near Robinson's castle. Now this alarmed Robinson very much, for it seemed to him that the whole of the savages started after the prisoner. He could not help thinking it likely that, as in his dream, this man would take shelter in the thicket round the castle, in which case Robinson was likely soon to have more fighting than he would relish, for the whole body of the cannibals would be on him at once. As he watched the poor man racing for life, however, he was relieved to see that he ran much faster than his pursuers, of whom only 3 continued to run after him. If he could hold out for another mile or 2, there was little doubt that he would escape. Between the castle and the runners was the creek up which Robinson used to run his rafts from the wreck, and when the escaped prisoner came to that, he plunged in, and though the tide was full, with less than 30 powerful strokes he reached the other side, and with long easy strides continued his run. Of the men in pursuit, 2 also plunged in and swam through, but less quickly than the man escaping, being more blown with running, because of what they had eaten before starting. The 3rd man stopped altogether, and went back the way he came. Seeing the turn things were taking, it seemed to Robinson that now had come his chance to get a servant. and he resolved to try to save the life of the man who was fleeing from the cannibals. At once he hurried down the ladder, snatched up his 2 guns, and running as fast as he could, got between the man and his pursuers, calling out to him at the same time to stop. The man looked back, and the sight of Robinson seemed to frighten him at first as much as did the men who were trying to catch him. But Robinson again spoke, and signed to him with his hand to come back, and in the meantime went slowly toward the other men who were now coming near. Then, rushing at the foremost, he knocked him senseless with the butt of his gun, for it seemed to him safer not to fire, lest the noise should bring the other cannibals around. The second man, seeing his comrade fall, hesitated and stopped, but Robinson saw when nearer to him that the savage had in his hands a bow and arrow, with which he was just about to shoot. There was then no choice but to fire first, which Robinson did, killing the man on the spot. Thereupon the man who had been chased by the others was so terrified by the flash and noise of the gun, and at seeing his enemy fall dead, that he stood stock still, trembling, and it was with great difficulty that Robinson coaxed him to come near. This at last he did, stopping every few paces and kneeling down. At length, coming close to Robinson, he again knelt, kissed the ground, and taking hold of Robinson's foot, set it on his head, and rested it on the sand. While this was going on, Robinson noticed that the savage whom he had knocked down had begun to move, and to come to his senses. To this he drew the attention of the man whom he had rescued, who said some words that Robinson could not understand, but which sounded pleasant to an ear that had heard no voice but his own for more than 25 years. Next he made a motion with his hand, as if asking for the cutlass that hung at Robinson's belt, and when the weapon was given to him, he ran at his enemy, and with one clean blow cut off his head. Then, laughing, he brought the head and laid it with the cutlass at Robinson's feet. But what caused most wonder to the man was how the savage whom Robinson shot had been killed at so great a distance, and he went to look at the body, turning it over and over, and looking long at the wound in the breast that the bullet had made, evidently much puzzled. Robinson then turned to go away, beckoning to the savage to follow, but the man made signs that he would bury the 2 bodies in the sand, so that the others might not find them if they followed. With his hands he soon scraped holes big enough to cover the bodies, and in less than a quarter of an hour there was hardly a trace left of what had happened. Calling him away, Robinson now took him, not to his castle, but to the cave, where he gave him food and water, and then he made signs for him to lie down and rest, pointing to a bundle of rice straw. Soon the man was sound asleep. He was, Robinson thought, a handsome and well-made man. The muscles of his arms and back and legs showed great strength, and all his limbs were beautifully formed. As near as Robinson could guess, he was about 26 years of age, with a good and manly face and long black hair. His nose and lips were like those of a European, and his teeth were white and even. In color he was not black, but of a sort of rich chocolate brown, the skin shining with health, and pleasant to look upon. End of section 28. Section 29 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Robinson trains Friday, and they build a large boat. They rescue 2 prisoners from the cannibals. In a little while Robinson began to speak to him and try to teach him things. First he made him understand that his name was to be Friday, that being the day of the week when Robinson had saved him from a horrible death. Then he taught him the meaning of yes and no, and to call Robinson master. Friday showed great quickness in learning. He seemed to be happy and contented, and free from trouble, except that the clothes which Robinson made him wear gave him at first great discomfort, for in those warm parts of the world the natives were not used to clothes, but always go about naked. The day following that on which Robinson had saved Friday, they went out together to see if there were any signs of the cannibals still being on the island, but it was evident that they had gone away without troubling about the 2 men whom Robinson had killed. For some time Robinson did not trust Friday, and did not allow him to sleep in the same part of his castle with himself, but kept him at night in a little tent outside the fence. Friday was quite faithful, never sulky nor lazy, but always merry and ready to do anything that Robinson told him. At first, when they went out in the woods together, Friday was terrified each time that Robinson's gun was fired. He had never seen anything like it, and it was more than he could understand how things could be killed merely by the noise and the flash of fire. Friday told Robinson much about his country and about his people, who he said were Caribs. and a great way beyond the moon, by which he meant to the west, he said that white men lived who had beards such as Robinson wore. These white men, he said, had killed very many natives, from which Robinson fancied that they must be Spaniards, who about that time were very cruel to the people whose countries they had taken. Robinson asked if Friday could tell him how he might get over to where the white men lived, and Friday said it would be very easy if they had a big canoe, and again Robinson began to make plans and to hope to escape from the island. Some time after this, Robinson and Friday chanced to be on the hill high at the east end of the island. The day was very clear. Friday gazed long over the sea, and then began to jump and dance, pointing to the dim blue coast. "There my country, see, there my people live," he said, his eyes sparkling with joy, and an eager light on his face. After this, for a time, Robinson was not easy in his mind about Friday. He had little doubt that if he could get back to his tribe, he would soon forget all that he had been taught, might even return with 100 or 2 of his friends to kill and eat his master. But in this Robinson was very unjust to Friday, who had no such thoughts in his mind as those of which he was suspected, and this Robinson soon found out. One day he asked Friday if he would not be glad to be once more in his own land. "Yes," said Friday, "very glad." "Would you eat man's flesh again?" "No, never," said Friday. Then Robinson asked why he did not go back. Friday said he would go if Robinson came too. Then Robinson, who thought if he could reach other white men he would finally reach England, began to build a boat in which to leave the island. Together he and Friday went to work to fell a tree, and Friday soon showed that he knew far better than Robinson the kind of tree best suited for boat making. Robinson showed him how to use tools, and in little more than a month the boat was finished. After the boat was put into the water, Robinson was astonished at Friday's skill in paddling so large a canoe. "Will she do to go over in?" he asked, and Friday, grinning, said, "Yes, even if big wind blow." But Robinson did not mean to depend on paddling, and fitted the boat with a mast, sails, and rudder. 26 years had passed since Robinson came to the island, and he still went on digging and sowing. One morning he sent Friday down to the beach for a turtle. Back he came in a great hurry, crying out, "Master, master, over yonder, 1, 2, 3 canoe." Loading his guns, Robinson gave them to Friday to carry, while he armed himself with muskets, a cutlass, and a hatchet. When all was ready, he went up the hill with his telescope, and saw that there were in all 21 savages, with 3 prisoners, one of whom was a white man. Robinson knew the savages had landed on the island to kill and eat their prisoners, so he resolved to prevent them if possible. To get at the savages without being seen, they had to go nearly a mile out of their way, and being heavily laden, they could not go very fast. Reaching the place, they saw, from behind a clump of bushes, the white man bound hand and foot in the sand. There was no time to lose, and their first shot killed 3 and wounded 5 of the savages. Snatching up fresh guns, both fired again, before the savages, who were not hurt, could get to their feet, for they were so taken by surprise that the poor wretches hardly knew what was happening. This time only 2 dropped, but many more were wounded. While Friday kept on firing, Robinson ran to the white prisoner and cut his bonds. The man said he was a Spaniard, and began to thank Robinson for what he had done. Robinson handed him the cutlass and a pistol, telling him if he had any strength left to go and do what he could against the savages. As soon as the man got the weapons in his hand, he ran with fury at the cannibals, and cut 2 down, and with equal fury attacked the rest. With the Spaniard to help them, Robinson and Friday were soon able to clear the place of these dreadful cannibals, many of whom jumped into the sea. Friday advised Robinson to take a canoe and go after them, lest they return with hundreds of others to avenge the death of their friends. So the 2 ran to the beach and began to shove off a canoe, but to their surprise, on the bottom of the canoe lay another prisoner, an old man tied so hard, neck and heels, that even when his bonds were cut he could not move. No sooner did Friday look at him and hear him speak, than he began to dance and shout and laugh, and then kneeling down, rubbed noses with the savage, which is what these folks do instead of kissing each other, and he was so excited that for some time he could not explain what was the matter. As soon as he could speak, he told Robinson that the man whom they had found was his father. Both Friday's father and the Spaniard, who was worn out with fighting, had to be carried up to the castle. No cannibals were ever again known to visit this island. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Robinson Crusoe. Arrival of an English ship. Robinson sails for home. Soon after this, Robinson had a long talk with the Spaniard, who told him how he and his comrades had been wrecked 4 years since on that part of the coast where Friday's tribe lived. He said that they were well treated by the natives, but that they were put to very great straits now for want of clothes, that their powder was finished, and that they had lost all hope of ever getting back to their own country. He himself, he said, had been captured in one of the many small wars that are always taking place among the various tribes. It struck Robinson that it might be possible for him to get these men over to his island, provided that he could be sure of their good faith, and that when they came they did not take the island from him by treachery. It was a risk, he thought, but then, if he got so many men, it would not be difficult to build a small ship that could carry them all to England. So he asked the Spaniard if he would promise, and if he thought that he could get his comrades to take an oath, that if Robinson helped them, they would look on him as their captain, and would swear to obey him in all things. The Spaniard readily promised for himself, and said that he was sure his comrades would keep faith. It was arranged, therefore, that in about 6 months, when the next harvest was reaped, and there would be plenty of food for so many extra men, the Spaniard and Friday's father should go over to the mainland in one of the canoes which had been taken from the savages. Meantime, all hands set about curing of very large quantities of raisins, and much other work was done, to be in readiness for the coming of these men. When the harvest was reaped, Robinson gave Spaniard and Friday's father each a musket, and a supply of powder and bullets, and loaded the canoe with food, enough to last them and the others about a fortnight, and the 2 men set off for the mainland in fine weather and with a fair wind. It was about 8 days after this, when Robinson had begun to look out for their return, that one morning very early, when Robinson was asleep, Friday came running in, shouting, "Master, master, they come!" Up jumped Robinson, and hurrying on his clothes, ran out. Looking toward the sea, he soon made out a sailing boat making for the shore, coming from the south end of the island, but still some miles away. This was not the direction from which the Spaniard and his comrades would come, nor were they likely to be in a sailing boat, so Robinson took his telescope and went to the top of the hill to see if he could make out who were on board before they landed. Hardly had he got on to the hill when he noticed a ship at anchor some distance from the shore. She looked like an English vessel, he thought, and the boat like an English longboat. This was a wonderful sight to Robinson, but yet he was not easy in his mind. It was not a part of the world where an English ship was likely to come, because in those days they were nearly all Spanish vessels that traded in these seas, and the English and Spaniards were bitter enemies. What could an English ship be doing here? There had been no storm to drive her out of her course. Robinson feared that if she was English, there must be something wrong about her. Perhaps, he thought, she was a pirate. So he was careful not to show himself or Friday. Presently, as he watched, he saw the men in the boat run her ashore and draw her up on the beach, about half a mile from his castle. When they landed, he could easily see through his glass that they were Englishmen. There were 11 men, but 3 of them had their hands tied behind their backs, and were evidently prisoners. When the first 4 or 5 men had jumped ashore, they brought out these 3, all the while ill-treating them and behaving as if they meant to kill their prisoners. Friday was sure that they meant to eat them. Soon, without further harming the 3 men, the others scattered about among the trees near the shore, leaving the 3 sitting on the ground, very sad looking, but with their hands now untied. At the time the boat was run aground, it was just high water, and the 2 sailors who had been left in charge of her, who had evidently been drinking too much rum, went to sleep, and never noticed that the tide was going out. When they woke, the boat was high and dry, and with all the strength of the whole crew they could not move her, because the sand at that part of the beach was very soft. This did not seem to trouble any of them very much, for Robinson heard one of the sailors shout, "Let her alone, Jack, can't ye? She'll float next tide." All forenoon Robinson watched, and when the hottest time of the day had come, he noticed the sailors throw themselves down under the trees and go to sleep, some distance away from the 3 prisoners. Then Robinson and Friday, taking their muskets and pistols, stole down cautiously behind the 3 men, to try to speak to them without the others knowing. Robinson had put on his goatskin coat and the great hairy hat that he had made for himself, and with his cutlass and pistols in his belt, and a gun over each shoulder, he looked very fierce. The men did not see him till he spoke, and they were so startled by his wild look, and by the sight of 2 men armed to the teeth, that they nearly ran away. But Robinson told them not to be alarmed. He was an Englishman and a friend, and would help them if they would show him how it could be done. Then they explained to him what had happened. One of the three was captain of the ship that lay at anchor off the island. Of the others, one was mate of the ship, and the third was a passenger. The crew had mutinied, the captain told Robinson, and had put him and the other two in irons, and the ringleaders in the mutiny had proposed to kill them. Now they meant to leave them on the island to perish. The captain was so astonished at finding anybody there who proposed to help him, that he said in his wonder, "Am I talking to a man or to an angel from heaven?" "If the Lord had sent an angel, sir," said Robinson, "he would probably have come better clothed." Then he asked if the boat's crew had any firearms, and was told that they had only 2 muskets, one of which was left on the boat. "The rest should be easy then," said Robinson. "We can either kill them all, or take them prisoners as we please." The captain was unwilling to see the men killed, for he said if 2 of the worst of them were got rid of, he believed the rest would return to their duty. Robinson made a bargain that if he saved the captain from the mutineers, and recovered the ship, he and Friday were to be taken home to England in her, free of cost, and to this the captain and the others agreed. Then Robinson gave each of them a musket with powder and ball, after which the captain and the mate and the passenger marched towards the spot where the mutinous sailors lay sleeping. One of the men heard them advance, and turning round saw them, and cried out to his companions. But it was too late. The mate and the passenger fired, and one of the ringleaders fell dead. A second man also fell, but jumped up immediately, and called to the others to help him. But the captain knocked him down with the butt of his musket, and the rest of the men, seeing Robinson and Friday coming, and knowing they had no chance against 5 armed men, begged for mercy. 3 others who had been staying about among the trees came back upon hearing the shots, and were also taken, and thus the whole crew of the boat was captured. The captain and Robinson now began to think how they might recover the ship. There were on board, the captain said, several men on whom he thought he could depend, and who had been forced by the others into the mutiny against their wills. But it would be no easy thing to retake the ship, for there were still 26 men on board, and as they were guilty of mutiny, all of them, if taken back to England, would most likely be hanged. Thus they were certain to make a fight for it. The first thing that Robinson and the others now did was to take everything out of the boat, oars and mast and sail and rudder. Then they knocked a hole in her bottom so that she could not float. While they were doing this, and drawing her still further up on the beach, they heard first one gun and then another fired by the ship as signals to the boat to return. As she of course did not move, Robinson saw through his glass another boat with 10 men on board, armed with muskets, leave the ship, coming to bring the others back. This was serious enough, for now Robinson and his party had to make plans whereby they might capture also this fresh boat's crew. Accordingly they tied the hands of all the men they had first taken, and sent the worst of them to the cave under the charge of Friday, and of one of the men that the captain said was to be trusted, with orders to shoot any who tried to give an alarm or to escape. Then Robinson took his party and the rest of the prisoners into the castle, where from the rock they watched for the landing of the second boat. The captain and the mate were very nervous, and despaired of taking this fresh body of men, but Robinson was quite confident of success, and put heart into them by his cheerfulness. Of the prisoners in his castle there were 2 whom the captain believed to be honest men, and on their promising solemnly to keep faith and to fight for him, Robinson released them. The crew of the second boat, when they landed, were terribly surprised to find the first boat empty and stove in, and they were seen anxiously consulting what to do. Then they hallooed and fired volleys. Getting no reply, they were evidently alarmed, for they all jumped into their boat and began to pull off to the ship. In a few minutes, however, they seemed to change their minds, for again they landed, this time leaving 3 men in charge of the boat and keeping her in the water. The other 7 came ashore, and started in a body across the island to look for their lost comrades. But they did not care to go far, and soon stopped, again firing volleys and hallooing. Getting again no reply, they began to march back to the sea, whereupon Robinson ordered Friday and the mate to go over the creek to the west, and halloo loudly, and wait till the sailors answered. Then Friday and the mate were to go further away, and again halloo, thus gradually getting the men to follow them away from shore. This plan succeeded very well, for when the sailors, thinking they heard their missing friends hail, ran to find them, their way was stopped by the creek, over which they had to get the boat to carry them. They took with them then one of the 3 men whom they had left in the boat, and ordered the others to moor the boat to a tree and remain there. This was just what Robinson wanted, and moreover one of the men played still further into his hands, for he left the boat and lay down under a tree to sleep. On him the captain rushed, and knocked him down as he tried to rise to his feet.
Whereupon the sailor left in the boat yielded, and more readily that he had joined the mutineers very unwillingly, and was now glad of the chance to rejoin his captain. Meanwhile, Friday and the mate, by hallooing and answering, drew the rest of the boat's crew from hill to hill through the woods, till at last they had got them so far astray that it was not possible for them to find their way back before dark. When they did get back to where the boat had been left, and found the men whom they had left in her gone, they were in a terrible fright. It was not difficult for Robinson and his men to surround them, and it chanced that the boatswain of the ship, who was the greatest villain of the lot, and the chief cause of all the trouble, walked in the darkness close to the captain, who jumped up and shot him dead. The others then surrendered, believing what they were told, that they were surrounded by 50 armed men. All begged hard for their lives, and a few, whom the captain said he could trust, were set at liberty, on promising to help retake the ship. The others were bound and put in the cave. Robinson and Friday remained on shore to look after the prisoners, while the captain and the mate and the passenger, with those of the crew who were trustworthy, having patched up the damaged boat, pulled off in her and in the other to the ship, which they reached about midnight. When they were a short distance off, the captain made one of the crew hail the ship, and say that they had brought off the boat and the men that they had gone in search of. Then both boats ran alongside at once, one on each side of the vessel, and before the mutineers knew what was happening, they were overpowered, one or two of them being killed. Only one of the captain's party was hurt, the mate, whose arm was broken by a musket ball. As soon as the ship was secured, the captain ordered 7 guns to be fired, that being the signal he had agreed to make to let Robinson know if he succeeded in taking the ship. Robinson's stay in the island had now come to an end, after more than 28 years, for in a few days he and Friday sailed for England in the ship. Some of the mutineers were left on the island, and were afterward joined by the Spaniard and his comrades, for whom Robinson left a letter. Robinson did not forget, when he left, to take with him the money and gold bars he had got from the wreck of the Spanish ship, and he took also, as a memento, the goatskin coat and the great hairy hat. But the captain was able, before the ship sailed, to give him proper clothing, the wearing of which at first put him to dreadful discomfort. The voyage was a long one, but they sighted the English coast at last. It was 35 years since Robinson had set foot in England, and that morning, when at last, after the weary years of exile, he again saw his native land, he laid his head down on his arms and cried like a child. And maybe you too some day may know the joy of coming home out of the land of bondage. End of section 30, and end of Robinson Crusoe. Section 31 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, adapted by Janet Harvey Kelman. Number 1, Dorigen. Once upon a time, a young knight whose name was Arviragus dwelt in Brittany. In the same country lived a beautiful lady called Dorigen, and the knight loved the lady. For years Arviragus did not know whether she loved him or not. She was a great lady and very fair, and he was afraid to ask her. But she knew that he loved her, for when he rode past her window on his way to the wars, she could see her colors streaming from his helmet. At first she did not think much of this, for many knights fought for love of her. But as she heard of new and greater deeds that this noble knight did year by year, she began to care for him a great deal. When she thought of his goodness and of the honor in which he held her, she knew that there was no one else that she could love as she loved Arviragus. And when Arviragus knew that she loved him and was willing to be his wife, his heart was full of joy. So greatly did he wish to make Dorigen happy with him, that he said to her that he would obey her and do what she wished as gladly all his life as he had done while he was trying to win her love. To this she replied, "Sir, since in thy great gentleness thou givest me so high a place, I pray to God that there may never be strife between us two by any fault of mine. Sir, I will be thy true and humble wife until I die." Then Arviragus took his bride home with him to his castle by the sea. He honored Dorigen as much as he had done before his marriage, and tried to fulfill her wishes in everything. Dorigen was just as eager to please Arviragus as he was to please her, and they were happy together in all their work and play. Arviragus stayed quietly at home for a year, but after that he grew restless.
He felt that no true knight had a right to live on quietly at home, with nothing to do except to order his castle and to hunt. So he sailed away to England, that he might win honor and renown in the wars there. Dorigen stood by the castle and watched his sails disappear in the north. Poor Dorigen! Her husband was gone, and she did not know if he would ever come back to her. For weeks she wept and mourned. At night she could not rest, and by day she would not eat. All the things that she cared most to do were now dull and worthless to her, because Arviragus was away. Her friends saw her sorrow, and tried to comfort her in every way they could. When they found she would not be comforted, they spoke harshly to her, and told her that it was very wrong of her to kill herself with sorrow, when Arviragus hoped to come home again, strong and famous. Then they began to comfort her again, and to try to make her forget her sadness. After a long time Dorigen's sorrow began to grow quieter. She could not have lived if she had always felt her grief as deeply as she did at first. Indeed, as it was, this sorrow would have broken her heart if letters had not come from Arviragus. They brought her tidings of his doings, and of the glory he had won. But what comforted her most was that they told her that he would soon return. When Dorigen's friends saw that she was less hopeless, they begged her to come and roam with them, to drive away the last of her dark fears. This she did. Often she walked with them by the edge of the cliffs on which her castle stood, but there she saw the white ships and the brown barges sailing, one north, another south, to the havens for which they were bound. Then she would turn away from her friends, and say to herself, "Alas! of all the ships I see, is there never one that will bring my lord home? Then should I need no comfort, my heart would be cured of this bitter smart." At times, as she sat and thought, she leaned down and looked over the brink of the cliffs, but when she saw the grisly black rocks, her very heart trembled within her. Then she would sink down on the grass and wail, "O God, men say thou hast made nothing in vain, but, Lord, why hast thou made these black grisly rocks? No man nor beast is helped by them in all the world. Rocks have destroyed 100,000 men, and which of all thy works is so fair as man? No doubt wise men will say all is for the best. But, O thou God, who makest the winds to blow, keep thou my Lord. And would to God that these black rocks were sunk in the deep for his sake. They slay my heart with fear." Dorigen's friends saw that the sea brought back her sorrow. They led her then by rivers and springs, and took her to every lovely place they knew, from which there was no glimpse of the sea. In the valley, to landward of the castle, lay many beautiful gardens. One day in May, when the soft showers of spring had painted in brightest colors the leaves and flowers, they spent the whole day in the fairest of these gardens. They had games there, and they dined under a spreading tree. The breath of the fresh green leaves and the sweet scent of the flowers blew round them. After dinner they began to dance and sing, every one except Dorigen. She had no heart to sing, and she would not dance, because, of all who joined in the dance, not one was Arviragus. But, though she would not dance, she watched her friends, and sometimes forgot her sorrow for a little. Among the dancers there was a young squire named Aurelius. He was much beloved because he was young and strong and handsome. Men thought him wise and good, but he was not always wise and good. When the dancing was over, Aurelius came up to Dorigen, and asked her to give him a beautiful jewel that she wore on her breast. He said to her, "Madam, of what use is thy jewel to thee when thou wearest it on thy bosom? Give it to me, and I will share with thee the price of it." Dorigen turned and gazed at him. "Is this what thou dost wish? I knew not what thou didst mean when thou didst look at me, but now I know. Listen, this is all I have to say to thee. I shall never part with my jewel, not though I were in rags and without food." Then she remembered how Arviragus had loved to see her wear her jewel, as she always did, on a chain of gold that he had given to her on her wedding day. She thought of the sea that separated him from her, and of the cruel black rocks, and said in play, "Aurelius, I will freely give thee my jewel when thou dost remove every rock on the shore from end to end of Brittany." Then her anger at the selfishness of Aurelius rose again, and she bade him begone. "Madam," he said, "it is impossible to move the rocks." With that word he turned away, and went home to his own house. There his brother Austin found him in a trance, for Aurelius wished Dorigen's jewel more than he wished anything else on earth, and the thought that he could not get it made him so sad that he became dazed. Austin carried him to bed, and tried to soothe him in his grief and vexation. The jewel that Aurelius wished to get from Dorigen was no common one. It had been given to her at her birth. It was clear as crystal, but far more rare, and it shone in the daylight like the sun.
When Dorigen was a little child, her mother told her of this wonderful stone. She told her that it would bring her joy and peace and the love of all who were good and true, if she kept it bright and pure, but that if she ever gave it away, she would lose her youth and her beauty, and would be hidden away from all her friends, and left alone in the world. Dorigen shuddered at the thought of parting with her jewel. She did not know how her mother's words would come to pass if she did give it away, nor by what magic power she could be so lost that no one who loved her could find her again, but she was sure that what her mother had said must be true. And that was why Dorigen was so angry with Aurelius. She knew that he must have heard what sorrow she would suffer if she gave him her jewel, for all the court knew the story of the wonderful stone. Not long after this, Arviragus came home. He had won more honor than before, and was now the very flower of chivalry. I cannot tell you how great the joy was with which he greeted Dorigen, nor how soon she forgot her fears of the sea and the grisly rocks. For 2 years, while they lived a joyful life together, Aurelius lay in bed unable to rise, with no one to take care of him except his brother Austin. This brother mourned over Aurelius in secret, and wept at his unhappy fate, till one day he remembered a book of magic that he had seen when he was a student in Orleans. In that book he had read of the strange ways in which magicians can make things seem what they are not. His heart leapt up. He said to himself, "My brother shall be cured. I am sure I have heard of stranger things than that the rocks should seem to vanish. Once I heard of a magician who made everyone believe that a great brown barge was rowing up and down a sheet of water inside the hall of a castle. If he could do that, then surely we shall be able to find a magician who will make those black rocks seem to vanish. Then Dorigen will have to keep her promise and give Aurelius her wonderful jewel." Austin then ran to his brother's room and told him about the book of magic at Orleans. No sooner had Aurelius heard him than he leaped out of bed. In less time than one would think possible, he was ready to start on the long ride to Orleans. When they came near the city they met a magician. They knew him to be a magician because of the strange look in his eyes, and because of his curious dress. When they rode up to him, he bowed before them and wished them good day. Then he began to tell them why they had come to Orleans. Aurelius wondered how it was that this stranger knew so much about him and his errand. He thought he must be a very wise man indeed, and leaping from his horse in surprise and joy, he went home with the magician to his house. His brother went too. The house was the finest that Aurelius had ever seen. When he entered the study, he looked in wonder at the rows of books that lined the walls, and at the quaint pictures and the strange old armor. In one corner a curious light burned. It was not like the light of a lamp or of a candle, but cold and blue. Above it hung a map of the stars and other strange drawings. Below the light stood a table, and on it lay a great book which was chained to the wall. Austin saw Aurelius look at this book. He whispered to him, "It is the same book from which I read long ago." This corner with its blue light made Aurelius frightened. A shudder passed over him when he saw the magician cross over into the circle of the light and wave his wand. In a moment Aurelius forgot all about the magician and his own fear, for he and his brother saw before them the edge of a forest, with a park stretching from the trees far, far away. The sun shone, and the branches waved a little in the breeze. In the park the brothers saw herds of deer. Beautiful animals they were, with the highest antlers deer ever had. At first the deer fed in peace and safety. Then archers clad in green came to the edge of the forest. They glided out and in among the trees to see where they could best take aim with their arrows. When the archers had let their arrows fly, hounds broke out from behind them, and soon there was not one living deer of all the herd left in sight. In a moment a calm river flowed where the park had been. In the shallow water at the river's edge tall herons stood. They watched for the little fishes that swam in the river. Again into this quiet place a hunter came. He had no arrows, he had no dogs, but on his wrist he had an iron bracelet to which one end of a chain was fastened. The other end of the chain was round a hawk's foot, and the hawk sat on his master's wrist. When the hunter came near the river, he loosed the chain from the bird's foot. The hawk flew over the river and swooped down among the herons. In a moment they had all vanished. Aurelius had scarcely time to sigh when the river itself was gone, and a plain lay where it had been. There he saw the knights of King Arthur's table jousting. Beautiful ladies sat and watched the struggle, and one more fair than all held the prizes the knights might win. Then the figures of the knights began to grow dim and uncertain. The plain changed into a great hall, where knights and ladies danced. Everything was bright and sparkling. Mirrors lined the walls, and their cut edges flashed back the light that fell on them. As Aurelius watched the dance, he started. There before him, more beautiful than ever, was Dorigen. His heart gave a great leap, for as he watched her, he saw that she no longer wore her jewel. In his delight he swayed to the music of the dance. Clap, clap went the magician's hands, and all was gone. The great room that had seemed so splendid to Aurelius when he entered it looked cold and plain now when he returned to it from fairyland. The magician called his servant and asked for supper. Then he led the brothers away and feasted them royally. After supper the three men began to talk about what the magician should get from Aurelius if he made the rocks vanish. The magician said, "I cannot take less than 1,000 pounds, and I am not sure if I can do it for that." Aurelius was too delighted to bargain about what the cost would be. He said gladly, "What is 1,000 pounds? I would give thee the whole round world if I were lord of it. The bargain is made. Thou shalt be paid in full. But do not delay. Let us start to-morrow morning without fail." "Thou mayest count on me to-morrow," said the magician. They went to bed, and Aurelius slept soundly and well because of the hope he had that the magician would make the rocks vanish. Next morning they rose early. It was Christmas time, and the air was cold and frosty as they rode away. The very sunlight was pale, and the trees were bare. When they reached home, the neighbors gathered round and wished them a Merry Christmas. "Noel! Noel!" they said, but they would not have done so had they known what sorrow the riders brought to their beautiful Lady Dorigen. For many days the magician worked with his maps and figures. Aurelius waited impatiently. There was nothing for him to do except to make the magician as comfortable as he could, and to show him as much kindness as possible. One morning Aurelius looked from his window toward the sea. He saw the magician standing on the shore. As Aurelius gazed out to sea, the rocks vanished from north to south. His heart stood still. Then he rushed out and away to the edge of the cliffs, for fear some rocks might still lie close to the land. But no, there was not one. He went to meet the magician, and fell at his feet with the words, "Thanks to thee, my lord! Thanks to thee, my cares are gone!" After he had thanked the wise man, he hurried away to meet Dorigen. When he saw her, he trembled. She was so pure and beautiful. His heart sank. Then he looked out to sea, and saw the smooth surface of the water, and he grew selfish again. Dorigen came quietly on. She had not noticed the rocks had vanished, for Arviragus was safe on land, and she did not fear the sea any more. She had almost forgotten Aurelius and his selfish, greedy words. It was more than 2 years since she had seen him, and she had not heard of him since then. She started back when he greeted her. Before she had time to speak, he said, "My lady, give me thy jewel." He saw Dorigen's face grow cold and angry, and said, "Think well lest thou break thy word. For, madam, thou knowest well what thou didst say. In yonder garden in the month of May thou didst promise to give me thy jewel when I should move the rocks. I speak to save thine honor. I have done as thou didst command me. Go thou and see if thou wilt, but well I know the rocks are vanished." He left her then. She stood still, white and sick. She had never dreamt that such a trap as this could close on her. "Alas," she said, "that such a thing could happen. I never thought a thing so strange and unheard of could come to pass." Home she went in sadness and dismay. She was so weak with fear that she could scarcely walk. She had to suffer her sorrow alone for 3 days, for Arviragus was away, and she would tell no one but him. Her ladies saw her distress, but they could not comfort her. To herself she moaned, "Alas, O Fortune, I lay the blame on thee. Thou hast so bound me in thy chain that I see no help nor escape save only in death." Arviragus came home on the 3rd day after the rocks had vanished. He came at night, so he noticed nothing strange about the shore. Though every one was talking of the curious thing that had happened, no one liked to tell him. They knew he would not like to hear of it. He would think his country was bewitched. Arviragus looked for Dorigen in the hall. When he could not see her there, he hurried to her room to make sure she was safe and well. As he sprang up the broad staircase, the sheath of his sword and the spurs at his heels clanked harshly on the stone steps. Dorigen heard him, but instead of going to meet him, she buried her head deeper in her cushions and wept. Arviragus crossed the room to where she sat, and knelt before her. He drew her hands from her eyes and said, "Dorigen, what is it? Why dost thou weep like this, my beloved?" For a little time Dorigen's tears only fell the faster. Then she said brokenly, "Alas, that ever I was born! I have said it, Arviragus. I have promised." "What hast thou promised, my wife?" Then Dorigen told Arviragus all that had happened, told him that she had promised to give her jewel to Aurelius when he would take all the rocks away. Arviragus leaped up and went to the window. The moon had burst through a cloud, and everything was bright and clear. He looked away north, as Dorigen had so often looked, to watch for his coming. In the moonlight Arviragus saw the sea lie smooth and cold. His eyes swept the skyline. It seemed as if all the rocks had sunk into his heart, it was so heavy. He turned toward Dorigen, and saw how great was her sorrow. Then he said very gently, "Is there aught else than this, that thou shouldst weep, Dorigen?" "Nay, nay, this is indeed too much already," she sighed. "Dear wife," he said, "something as wonderful as the sinking of the rocks may happen to save us yet. God grant it! But whether or not, thou must keep thy troth. I had rather that my great love for thee caused me to die than thou shouldst break thy promise. Truth is the highest thing that man may keep." Then his courage broke down, and he began to sob and weep along with Dorigen. Next morning he was strong and brave again. He said to Dorigen, "I will bear up under this great sorrow." He bade her farewell, and she set out with only a maid and a squire to follow her. Arviragus could not bear to see Dorigen as she went down from the castle, so he hid himself in an inner room. But some one saw her go out. It was Aurelius. For 3 days he had watched the castle gate to see what she did and where she went. He came forward and said, "Whither goest thou?" Dorigen was almost mad with misery, but she said bravely, "To thee, to keep my troth, and give my jewel to thee as my husband bids me. Alas, alas!" Aurelius was full of wonder when he heard this. He began to be sorry for Dorigen, and for Arviragus, the worthy knight who would rather lose his wife than have her break her word. He could be cruel no longer. "Madam," he said, "say to thy lord Arviragus that since I see his great honor and thy sad distress, I had rather bear my own sorrow than drive thee away from him and all thy friends. I give thee back thy promise. I shall never trouble thee more. Farewell, farewell, thou truest woman and best that I have ever seen." Down on her knees in the roadway fell Dorigen to thank Aurelius. Her blessing followed him as he turned and left her. But how can I tell of Dorigen's return? She seemed to be treading on air. When she reached the room where her husband sat with his head sunk on his arms, she paused. She had not known the greatness of his love till then. He looked old and forlorn after the night of sorrow. She spoke, and he raised his eyes to gaze on her as if she had been a lady in a dream. But when she told him all, when he knew that she was there, herself, and for always, he could not speak for joy. Aurelius wished he had never been born when he thought of the 1,000 pounds of pure gold that he owed to the Magician. He said to himself, "What shall I do? I am undone. I must sell my house and be a beggar. I will not stay here and make my friends ashamed of me, unless I can get the Magician to give me time. I will ask him to let me pay him part of my debt year by year till all is paid. If he will, my gratitude will know no bounds, and I will pay him every penny I owe." With a sore heart he went to his coffer and took out 500 pounds of gold. These he took to the wise man, and begged him to grant him time to pay the rest. "Master," said he, "I can say truly I never yet failed to keep a promise. My debt shall be paid to thee, even if I go begging in rags. But if thou wilt be so gracious as to allow me 2 years, or 3, in which to pay the rest, I will rejoice. If not, I must sell my house. There is no other way." When the Magician heard this, he said, "Have not I kept my promise to thee?" "Yes, certainly, well and truly." "Hast thou not thy jewel?" "No, no," said Aurelius, and sighed deeply. "Tell me, if thou mayest, what is the cause of this?" Arviragus, in his honor, had rather die in sorrow and distress than that his wife should break her word. Dorigen would rather die than lose her husband and wander alone in the earth. She did not mean to give me her promise. She thought the rocks would never move. I pitied them so much that I gave her back her promise as freely as she brought her jewel to me. That is the whole story." The Magician answered, "Dear brother, you have each behaved nobly. Thou art a squire, he is a knight. But by God's grace I can do a noble deed as well as another. Sir, thou art free from thy debt to me, as free as if thou hadst this moment crept out of the ground and had never known me till now. For, sir, I will not take a penny from thee for all my skill, nor for all my work. It is enough. Farewell, good day to thee." Whereupon the Magician bowed once and again, mounted his horse, and rode away. Dorigen and Arviragus were walking on the cliffs as the Magician parted from Aurelius. They noticed the 2 men, and when the horseman rode away, they saw a strange white mist rise from the sea and follow the rider. Dorigen caught her husband's arm, for there, out at sea, and close by the cliffs, were the rocks, grisly and black, and fearsome as before. The sunlight fell on her jewel, and it shone more brightly than of old, nor did its light ever go dim in all the happy years that followed. End of Section 31. Section 32 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Canterbury Tales, Section 2, Emilia. Emilia the Radiant lived in a great castle in Athens. Hippolyta, Emilia's sister, had once been queen of the warrior women, and had led her armies to battle, but Emilia had never fought in these battles. When she was still a child, Duke Theseus of Athens had fought with Hippolyta and conquered her. Instead of sending his royal captive to prison, Theseus married her and took her home to Athens with him. When he took her there, he took Emilia with her. He was very kind to them both, and the castle in Athens was a happy home for Hippolyta and her little sister. As Emilia grew up, she became most beautiful. She was more graceful than a lily on its stem, and the flush on her cheeks was more delicate than the hue of the rose petals in the old Greek castle garden. Her golden hair fell in heavy masses round her face, and lay in a great plait down her back. It caught all the light that fell on it, and sent it out again, to make glad the hearts of those who looked on her. So men called her Emilia the Radiant, and all who met her smiled for joy at the sight of so beautiful a maid. One May morning Emilia went into the castle garden to bathe her face in the early dew. Everything was dim and gray in the twilight. She looked up at the great dungeon tower which overshadowed the garden, and thought of the two young princes who were prisoners there. Duke Theseus had brought them from Thebes. He was very proud of them, and would not give them up, although the people of their land offered to give him gold and jewels for their ransom. The princes were cousins, and were the last of the royal line of Thebes. In the stillness Emilia murmured their names to herself. Palamon and Arcite, Palamon and Arcite. How miserable they must be in their narrow cell, she thought. Then she sighed that life should be so sad for them, while it was so bright for her. As she roamed up and down and gathered roses, white and red, to make a garland for her hair, the sun broke through the mist and shone into the garden. Once more she raised her eyes to the tower. This time she did not look at it, but at the sunlit clouds beyond. The light from the east fell on her. Her hair shone like gold, and her face was radiant with happiness. Palamon at that moment came to the narrow iron-barred window, through which alone he and his cousin could see the sky, and the fields, and the city. He saw the morning light fall on the fair buildings of Athens, and on the plains and hills beyond. Then a glad song which burst from Emilia's happy heart floated up to him. He looked down. Before him stood the maiden bathed in sunlight. She seemed to him the very spirit of beauty. He thought of all the joy and life and freedom that he could never have. He started back from the window and cried aloud. His cousin Arcite sprang from his couch and said, "My cousin, what aileth thee? I pray thee that thou bear our imprisonment in patience. Sad it is in truth, but we must abide it. We can do naught else." But Palamon said, "Thou art mistaken. Prison walls drew not that cry from me. An arrow hath entered my heart through mine eye, and I am wounded. What life can give is bound up for me in the fairness of a maiden who roams in yonder garden. Be she spirit or woman, I know not, but this I know, was never woman nor spirit half so fair before. Spirit of beauty," he cried, "if thou choosest to take the form of a radiant woman here before me in this garden, pity my wretchedness, save us from this prison, and if that may not be, have pity on our country, and help our fallen friends." Arcite pressed forward and leaned over Palamon's shoulder. The window was only a narrow slit, and the wall through which it was cut was thick, so it was not easy for Arcite to see into the garden. At last he caught a glimpse of Emilia. "Oh, how lovely she is!" he said. "I shall die of my wish to serve her. Most beautiful of maidens she is truly." When Palamon heard this, he turned on Arcite, looked coldly at him, and said, "Sayest thou so in earnest or in jest?" "Nay, truly in earnest, my cousin. I have little will to jest." Palamon looked fiercely at him and said, "Little honor to thee, then. Hast thou forgotten thine oath of truest brotherhood to me, and mine to thee? Hast thou forgotten thy promise to help me in all I do? How then canst thou dream of claiming to love my lady? This thou shalt not do, false Arcite. I loved her first, and told thee, and thou must help me to win her if ever we escape. Thine honor demands this of thee, otherwise thou art no true knight." But Arcite drew himself up scornfully and said, "Rather it is thou that art false. A moment ago thou didst not know whether she were maiden or spirit. I loved her first for what she is, and told thee as my brother. But even if thou hadst loved her first, could I, because of that, refuse to love the fairest of maidens? Besides, why should we strive? Thou knowest too well that thou shalt never win her smile, nor yet shall I. These prison walls, so thick and black, leave no hope for us. We fight as did the fabled dogs for the bone. They fought all day, yet neither won. There came a kite while they raged, and carried off the bone. Love thou the maid if thou wilt. I shall love her till I die." The prison had been narrow and bare and cold before, but now it seemed 10 times more dismal. The world from which it shut them in was so much more sweet because of the maiden who dwelt there, and the friendship for each other which had cheered them through many evil days was broken. But Emilia the Radiant sang her gay songs and stepped lightly among the flowers, with never another thought of the weary eyes that watched her. One day the greatest friend that Duke Theseus of Athens had came to see him. This friend had known Arcite in Thebes, and had loved the handsome boy. He begged Theseus to forgive him and to let him go free. Theseus was glad to find something he could do to please his dear friend, so one morning he took him with him to the prison where Palamon and Arcite were. The attendants could scarcely follow, for the royal robes filled all the dingy little space. A streak of light from the window fell on the Duke's mantle and his jewels. They looked strangely bright in that dark room, beside the faded clothes of the 2 young prisoners. Arcite and the friend of Theseus greeted each other joyously, and the heart of Arcite beat wildly with hope. But when he heard the words of Theseus the Duke, it sank like lead. "Arcite," said he, "by the desire of my friend, I grant to thee thy freedom. I grant it on one condition only. Thou must wander away far beyond my kingdom. If ever thou art seen for one moment on any furthest corner of my land, that moment shall be thy last. By the sword thou shalt die." Homeward to Thebes sped Arcite with a sad heart. "Woe is me for the day that I was born," he moaned. "Woe is me that I ever knew the friend of Theseus. Had he not known me, I might even now be gazing on the maiden I serve from the window in the Duke's tower. Ah, Palamon, thou art the victor now. Day by day thou gazest on her, and kind fortune may grant to thee thy freedom and her favor, while I am banished forever. Ah, why do we complain against our fortune? We know that we seek happiness, but know not the road thither. Think how I dreamt and longed for freedom, and thought that if I were only out of prison, my joy would be perfect. Behold, my freedom is my banishment, and my hope my undoing." As for Palamon, when he saw that Arcite was gone, he made the great tower walls re-echo with his howls of misery. The very fetters on his ankles were wet with his salt tears. "Alas!" he groaned, "Arcite, my cousin, thou hast borne off the prize in this strife of ours. Thou walkest now at liberty in Thebes. Little thou thinkest of me and my sorrow. Strong thou art and wise. Doubtless thou art even now gathering together the people of Thebes to invade this land and win the sister of the Duke for thy wife, while I die here in this prison like a caged lion. The prison walls heed my weeping and my wailing not at all." He could not even rejoice in the sight of Emilia when she walked in the garden, so fearful was he lest Arcite should win her. Meanwhile Arcite passed his days in Thebes in grief. He wandered about alone, and wailed and made moan to himself. He cared not to eat, and sleep forsook him. His spirits were so feeble that the sound of music brought fresh tears to his eyes. He grew gaunt and thin, and his voice was hollow with sadness. At last, when he was nearly dazed with sorrow, he dreamt one night that a beautiful winged boy with golden curls stood before him. "Go thou to Athens," said the boy. "The end of all thy sorrow awaits thee there." Arcite started up wide awake, and said, "I will to Athens, to my lady. It were good even to die in her presence." He caught up a mirror. He had not cared to look in one for many months, but now that he meant to return to his lady, he wished to see if he looked strong and young as ever. At first he was shocked to see how great a change had passed over his face. Then he thought, "If I do not say who I am, I may live unknown in Athens for years. Then I shall see my lady day by day." Quickly he called to him a squire, and told him all his will, and bound him to keep his name a secret, and to answer no questions about himself or his master. Then Arcite sent his squire to find clothes such as the laborers in Athens wore. When he returned, Arcite and he put on the clothes and set out by the straight road to Athens. In Athens no one took any notice of the 2 poor men. Before they came to the castle, the squire left his master and found a house to live in, where he could do Arcite's bidding at any time. But Arcite hurried on to the courtyard gate. There he waited till the master of the servants who waited on Emilia came out. Then he said to him, "Take me, I pray thee, into thy service. Drudge I will, and draw water. Yea, and in all thou dost command I will obey." The master of the servants asked Arcite what was his name. "Philostrate, my lord," said Arcite, and as Philostrate he entered that part of the castle where Emilia's home was. He could hew wood and carry water well, but he was not long left to do such rough work. The master of the house saw that whatever he trusted to Philostrate's care was rightly done, so he gave him less humble work to do, and made him a page in the house of Emilia. The lords and ladies of the castle began to notice what a gentle and kind page this Philostrate was. They spoke to Theseus about him, and said that he deserved to have a higher place, that he might show his goodness and courage of knightly deeds. To please them, Theseus made him one of his own squires. 7 years passed away, and Palamon was still in prison. This year, however, in the May time, a friend of his, who heard where he was, helped him to escape. During the short night he fled as fast as he could, but when the early dawn began to break, he strode tremblingly to a grove of trees, that he might hide there all day. When the darkness fell once more, he meant to go on again to Thebes, there to gather his old armies and make war on Theseus. He wished either to win Emilia or to die. He cared little for his life, if he might not spend it with her. As Palamon lay beside a bush in the grove, he watched the sunbeams drying up the dewdrops on the leaves and flowers near him, and listened to the joyous song of a lark that poured forth its welcome to the morning. The same lark that Palamon heard awakened Arcite. He was now the chief knight in the Duke's house, and served him with honor in peace and war. He sprang up and looked out on the fresh green fields. Everything called to him to come out. He loosed his horse from the stall and galloped over hill and dale. He came to the edge of a grove and tied up his steed to a tree. Then he wandered down a woodland path to gather honeysuckle and hawthorn to weave a garland for himself. Little he thought of the snare into which he was walking. As he roamed he sang, "O May, of every month the queen, with thy sweet flowers and forests green, right welcome be thou, fair fresh May." The grove was the one in which Palamon lay beside a pool of water. When he heard the song of Arcite, cold fear took hold of him. He did not know that it was Arcite who sang, but he knew that the horse must belong to a knight of the court, and he crouched down to the ground lest he should be seen and taken back to prison. Soon Arcite's joyous mood passed away, and he grew sorrowful. He sighed and threw himself down not far from the spot where Palamon lay. "Alas, alas," said Arcite, "for the royal blood of Thebes! Alas, that I should humbly serve my mortal enemy! Alas, that I dare not claim my noble name, but must be known, forsooth, as Philostrate, a name worth not a straw. Of all our princely house not one is left, save only me and Palamon, whom Theseus slays in prison. Even I, free though I am helpless to win Emilia. What am I to her but a humble squire?" Palamon was so angry when he heard this that he forgot his own danger. He started out from his hiding place and faced Arcite. "False Arcite," he cried, "now art thou caught indeed. Thou hast deceived Duke Theseus, and hast falsely changed thy name, hast thou? Then surely I or thou must die. I will suffer no man to love my lady save myself alone, for I am Palamon, thy mortal foe. I have no weapon in this place, for only last night did I escape from prison. Yet I fear thee not. Thou shalt die, or thou shalt cease to love my lady. Choose as thou wilt." Then Arcite rose up in his wrath and drew his sword. He said, "Were it not that thou art ill and mad with grief, and that thou hast no weapon here, thou shouldest never step from where thou standest. I deny the bond thou claimest. Fool! How can I help thee to win the lady I fain would wed myself? But because thou art a worthy knight and a gentle, and art ready to fight for thy lady, accept my promise. To-morrow I will not fail to wait for thee here, without the knowledge of any other. Also I will bring armor and weapons for thee and me, and thou shalt choose of them what thou wilt, ere I arm myself. Food and drink I will bring to thee this night into the grove. If so be that thou slay me here to-morrow, then indeed thou mayest win thy lady if thou canst." Then Palamon answered, "Let it be so." Next morning Arcite rode to the wood alone. He met Palamon on the woodland path, where the flowers he had gathered the day before lay withered on the ground. No word nor greeting passed between them, but each helped to arm the other in silence. As the buckles were tightened and the armor slipped into its place, the color came and went in the faces of the two princes. They deemed that this would be the last of all fights to one of them. When they were ready, they fenced together for a little, and then the real fight began. So fierce was it that the men seemed like wild animals in their rage. Palamon sprang at Arcite like a strong lion, and Arcite glanced aside and darted at him again like a cruel tiger. In the midst of this they heard a sound of the galloping of horses that brought the royal hunters to the spot. In a moment the sword of Theseus flashed between the fighters, and his voice thundered out, "Ho! No more on pain of death! Who are ye who dare to fight here alone, with none to see justice done?" The princes turned and saw Theseus, Duke of Athens. Behind him rode Hippolyta with her sister Emilia, the Radiant, and many knights and ladies. Palamon answered the Duke's question swiftly before Arcite had time to speak. "Sire, what need of words? Both of us deserve death. Two wretches are we, burdened with our lives. As thou art a just judge, give to us neither mercy nor refuge, but slay us both. Thou knowest not that this knight Philostrate is thy mortal foe, whom thou hast banished. He is Arcite, who hath deceived thee, for that he loveth Emilia, and I too love her. I too am thy mortal foe, for I am Palamon, and I have broken from my prison. Slay us then here before fair Emilia." "That is easily granted," said Theseus. "Ye judge yourselves, ye shall die." Then the queen began to weep, and Emilia too. They were sad to think that these two princes should die so young, and all for the service they wished to do to the queen's sister. The other ladies of the court begged the Duke to forgive the fighters. "Have mercy, sire," they urged, "on us women, and save the princes." At first Theseus was too angry to listen to them, but soon he thought that he would have done as the princes had done, if he had been in their place. So he said, "Arcite and Palamon, ye could both have lived in peace and safety in Thebes. Yet love has brought you here to Athens into my power, who am your deadly foe. Here, then, for the sake of Hippolyta, my queen, and of Emilia the Radiant, our dear sister, I forgive you both. Promise never to make war on my land, but to yield me your friendship evermore." Joyfully the princes promised this, and thanked the Duke for his grace. Then Theseus said, "Both of you are noble. Either might wed Emilia the Radiant, but she cannot wed you both. Therefore I appoint a tournament in this place a year hence. Come here then, ye princes of Thebes, each of you, with 100 knights of the bravest, and that one of you who shall slay or capture the other, he shall wed Emilia." Whose face could be brighter than was Palamon's when he heard those words, and who could step more lightly than did Arcite? Every one thanked the Duke for his kindness to the princes, while they rode off to Thebes with high hopes and light hearts. When the day of the tournament came, great buildings stood in a circle on the plain beside the grove. Within them stretched an immense arena in which knights must fight. Great marble gates opened on to the space at either side. Palamon and Arcite found it easy to bring 100 knights to Athens. So splendid were the preparations for the tournament that every one was eager to fight in it. Emilia alone was sad as the day of the fighting came nearer. Her maidens heard her say, "Oh, that I might not wed at all! I love the free life of the woods. I love to hunt and to ride and to roam. Why cannot Palamon and Arcite love each other as they used to do long ago, and leave me free?" On the morning of the tournament, Duke Theseus and his queen sat with Emilia on a high seat overlooking the lists. When the trumpet sounded, Arcite and his knights rode in through the western gate. His red banner showed bright against the white marble pillars. At the same moment Palamon entered from the east, and his white banner floated out against the blue sky. Soon the heralds ceased galloping up and down, and the whole space was left to the warriors. The trumpets sounded, "Advance!" and the fray began. Through the bright sunshine they fought, advancing here and beaten back there, till at last Palamon was hurled from his horse and taken prisoner. The trumpets sounded, and all stood still while Theseus called out, "Ho! No more! All is over! Arcite of Thebes shall wed Emilia." Then the people shouted till it seemed that the great marble gates would fall. In the eagerness of the fight, Emilia had begun to like the warriors who fought for her, and her liking grew ever stronger as they showed their worth. When Arcite rode toward her with glowing face, she was proud of him, and leant forward to welcome him gladly. But as he galloped, his horse started aside, and he was thrown to the ground. He was too much hurt to rise, so he was lifted by his knights and carried to the palace. There he was cared for in every way, but nothing could save him. Before he died, he called for Emilia and Palamon. "No words can tell the sorrow I bear because I must leave thee, my lady. Alas, death tears me from thee. Farewell, my wife. Farewell, my Emilia. Ah, take me softly in thine arms, and listen while I speak. For years I have had strife with my dear cousin Palamon. Yet now I say to thee, in all this world I have never met one so worthy to be loved as Palamon, that hath served thee and will serve thee his life long. Ah, If ever thou dost wed, let it be Palamon." His voice began to fail. "Emilia," he said, and died. Emilia mourned sadly for her valiant knight. As for Palamon, all his old love for Arcite came back, and he wept for him as bitterly as he had bewailed his own sorrow in the dungeon. When all the Greeks had ceased to mourn for Arcite, Palamon still grieved for the death of his friend, and for the strife that had been between them. After 2 years, Theseus sent one day for Palamon and Emilia. Palamon came to the court in his black robes of mourning, but Emilia was dressed in white, as she had been on the May morning in the garden years before. She had ceased to mourn for Arcite, and was Emilia the Radiant once more. Palamon caught his breath. He had not seen her since they parted after Arcite's death. Duke Theseus said, "Sister, I desire thee now to take the noble knight Palamon to be thy husband. Have pity on his long service, and accept him." Then he said to Palamon, "It will not need much speech to gain thy consent. Come, take thy lady by the hand." Then, in the presence of all the court, they were wed. When all was over, Emilia fled from the noise and tumult of the hall, and beckoned Palamon to follow. Out at the great hall doors she led him, and down the pathway to the garden beneath the tower. When he joined her, she pointed to the dungeon window, and told him of the day when she had looked at the prison in the morning mist, and murmured to herself the names of the captive princes, Palamon and Arcite, Palamon and Arcite. But it was not till many years of joyous life had passed over their home that Palamon told Emilia that he had seen her first on that very morning when she had thought so sadly of his misery. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Canterbury Tales 3. Griselda. Once upon a time there lived a fair young girl whose name was Griselda. Her home was in an Italian village. There she dwelt in a lowly cottage with her father Janicola. He was too old and weak to work for her or even for himself. All round the village lay the fruitful fields and vineyards of the plain, and on the slopes near grew olive trees laden with fruit. Far in the distance rose the snow-capped mountains of the north. Even in so rich a land, it was not easy for this young Griselda to make her father's life as pleasant as she would have wished it to be. She lived plainly and barely. She was busy all day long. Now she was herding a few sheep on the broken ground near the village, and spinning as she watched her flock. Again she fetched the water from the well, or gathered roots and herbs from which to make drugs. Griselda was not unhappy, though her life was hard, because she was so glad that she could serve her father and show her love to him, forgetting about herself and her own wishes. One day, as she sat watching her sheep, her eyes fell on the white towers of a castle that stood not far from the village where she lived. It was the castle of the Marquis Walter, who was lord of all that land. Griselda looked kindly at the white towers. She thought that their master was the best and greatest man in the world. She knew that he was also kind and courteous. When she saw him ride toward her, her face lighted up, and she rose to courtesy to him. She hoped he would draw up his horse beside her and greet her, and ask for her father Janicola. This morning, as she looked at the castle, she saw a company of men hurrying along the road that led to its gate. Farmers were there in dull and homely clothes, and knights in armor that flashed back the sunlight, and lords in gay colors that glanced and gleamed among the olive trees under the blue Italian sky. Griselda knew why they were going to Lord Walter, and she wondered what they would do and say when they reached him. She could not go after them, for her sheep would have wandered away if she had left them. When the men that Griselda had watched reached the courtyard gate, they met Lord Walter. He was on horseback, ready for the hunt. The foremost of the company prayed him grant them a little time, that they might tell him why they had come. Lord Walter threw the reins to a squire, and led his people into the great hall of the castle. There he seated himself in state to listen to their grievance, whatever it might be. Then the same man who had spoken before said to him, "Noble Marquis, thy generous kindness in times past giveth us courage to come before thee. Truly, sire, thou and all thou dost art so dear to us, that save in one thing we cannot wish for better fortune than to live under thy government. One thing alone disturbs the peace of thy faithful people. Though thou art strong and young, yet age creeps on, time flies and waits for no man. Death threatens young and old alike. We pray thee, sire, that thou wilt wed, for if swift death should lay thee low ere a son be born to thee, then alack for us and for our children. In the power of a stranger then would lie our fair lands, and even our lives. Grant us this boon, noble Marquis, and, if thou wilt, we will choose for thee a wife.
Noble shall she be, and good, so that thou shalt have honor and gladness in thy wedding." Then the Marquis said, "My people, loyal and true, ye ask of me that which I thought not to grant, for the free life of the forest and the hunt pleaseth me well. Yet will I do this thing that ye desire. Only to me myself must fall the choice of her whom I will wed. On you I lay this command, that be she who she may, yet shall ye honor her as if she were an emperor's daughter through all her life, nor shall ye raise one word against the maiden of my choice. Unless ye agree to this, I will not wed." Gladly the people promised, but ere they left the Marquis they begged him to fix a day for the marriage, lest he should put off too long. The Marquis granted their request, and farmers, knights, and lords trooped joyfully home. When the morning of the day that was fixed for the wedding came, the castle of the Marquis was gaily decorated. Flags floated out from the towers, and garlands trailed over the doorway and the gate. Within, in the great hall, a royal feast was spread, and there lay royal robes and gems. In the courtyard and on the terraces, lords and ladies stood in groups. Wonder and doubt were on every face. The wedding feast was prepared, the guests were come, but there was no bride. A trumpet sounded to horse, and all was hurry and noise. Then Lord Walter rode out through the castle gate. He was followed by bearers, who carried the beautiful robes and gems that had lain in the hall. They rode out by the same road along which Griselda had watched the people go to ask the Marquis to wed many months before. Now she saw the bridal train ride down from the castle. "Ah," she said, "they ride this way to fetch the bride. I shall work more busily than ever to day, that I might be free to stand and watch Lord Walter's fair bride as the riders return with her to the castle." Then she went to the well to fetch water. When she came back she found Lord Walter at her father's door. In the narrow lane beside the cottage stood lords and ladies, while their horses impatiently pawed the ground. Quickly Griselda set her pitcher in a trough near the cottage door, and knelt before the Marquis to hear his will. "Where is thy father?" Lord Walter asked. "Close at hand, my lord," said Griselda, and went to bring him without delay. "My faithful servant," said Lord Walter to the old man, "grant me thy daughter for my wife." Janicola knew not what to say for surprise. At last he answered, "My will is thine. Do as thou wilt, my own dear lord." "Then I must ask Griselda if she will be my wife. But stay thou by us, thou shalt hear her answer." Griselda was amazed. She did not know what the meaning of Lord Walter's visit was, and when she stood before him her face was full of fear. Her wonder was very great when she heard him say, "Griselda, I am come for thee. Thee only will I wed. Thy father also is willing, but ere thou tell me whether or no thou wilt be my bride, listen to the demand I make. Art thou ready to obey me in everything, and to let me do to thee evil or good as I will, without so much as turning to me a frowning face?" This seemed a strange request to Griselda, but she loved and trusted Lord Walter so truly that she said, "Lord, I am not worthy of this honor. Verily, in all things thy will shall be mine. Life is sweet, but I would die rather than displease thee." "Enough, Griselda," he said. Then Lord Walter turned to the courtiers and the people of the village who had gathered round. "Behold my wife. Let all show their love to me by the honor and love they bear to her." The ladies of the court were commanded to take off Griselda's old clothes, and to array her in the costly robes they had brought with them. They did not like to touch the poor soiled clothes she wore, nor to move about in the little cottage with their sweeping gowns, but the gentleness of Griselda made it pleasant to help her. They caught up Griselda's royal robes with great clasps of gold set with gems, and put a crown on her beautiful hair. She came out and stood in the low doorway where she had so often stood before, but now the people scarcely knew her. She looked so fair in her new robes, and with the love light shining in her eyes. Lord Walter did not wait till he reached the castle. He was married to Griselda at her father's cottage door. The villagers gathered round and gazed at the simple wedding. They saw Lord Walter put a great ring on Griselda's finger, and lift her on to a milk-white steed. Then they led her with joy toward the castle. Wedding bells rang out gladly across the plain, and ever as the wedding party drew near to the white towers with their floating flags, happy bands of people came to meet and welcome Griselda. Very soon the fame of Lord Walter's beautiful wife spread through the land. Nor was it only for her beauty that men praised her. Gracious she was and wise, able to rule her home and to bend fiery spirits to her will. From all the countryside men came to her in trouble. Every one rejoiced in the good fortune that had come to their land, and some even called her an angel from heaven come to right all wrong. After some time a daughter was born to Griselda. Then she thought she was the happiest woman in the world. She thought of the care that she would give her child as she grew up, and of Lord Walter's delight in his little daughter when the time would come that she could talk and ride with him. But before the baby was a year old, all Griselda's dreams were broken. Lord Walter said to himself, "It is easy for Griselda to keep her promise, when I ask of her nothing that is not just and right. How can I trust her until I know she will obey me in everything? I wonder whether she would be patient still if I hurt our little daughter." These thoughts came back to his mind so often that at last he resolved to try Griselda's patience by taking away her baby from her. One evening Griselda was playing with her little child. The baby laughed in her arms and looked sweeter than ever. At that moment the curtain at the doorway was drawn aside, and Lord Walter came into the room. His face was sad and drawn, and as Griselda looked up at him, she feared that some great blow had fallen on him, or that some enemy had entered the country. Lord Walter said to her, "Griselda, thou hast not forgotten the day on which I brought thee from thy father's lowly cottage to this my castle. Although thou art most dear to me, thou art not dear to my nobles. They say that it is hard that they should serve one so lowly born as thou. Since thy daughter was born, they have said this more and more, I doubt not. As thou knowest, my will is to live with my people in joy and peace. Therefore must I do to my child, not as I wish myself, but as my nobles wish. Show then to me the obedience that thou didst promise to show when thou wert wed in the village street." As Griselda heard these words she made no moan, neither did she let the pain that caught her heart be seen in her face. When she could speak, she said, "Lord, we are thine. My child is thine. I also am thine. With thine own thou mayest ever do as pleasest thee best." The Marquis was full of joy because of the patience and humbleness of Griselda, but he appeared to be sad, and left her with a troubled face. Soon after this Griselda started as she heard a heavy footstep on the stairway. Then an evil-looking man walked into the quiet room. "Madam," he said, "I must obey my lord's will. He bids me take this child. Thou knowest we must obey, although we may complain and mourn." Then the soldier took the child so roughly that it seemed as if he would kill it before her. Griselda said, "Pray, sir, do thou suffer me to kiss my child ere it die." He gave it back to her. Gently she gathered it in her arms. She blessed it, and lulled it, and kissed it. Then she said in her sweet voice, "Farewell, my child. I shall see thee never again. The blessing of him who died on a cross of wood for us rest on thee. To him I give thy soul, my little one. To-night thou must die because of me." To the rough soldier she said, "Take again the child and obey my lord. But if it please my lord, then of thy kindness bury thou the little body where no cruel bird nor beast can harm it." But in silence the soldier carried away the child. Then Lord Walter looked to see if Griselda would fret or be less kind to him. He watched, but could see no change in her. She was as busy and loving and cheerful as ever. Neither in earnest nor in play did she name her child. After 4 years a son was born to Griselda. The people were very glad, because there was now an heir to rule the land at the death of Lord Walter. Griselda, too, was happy, though her heart longed for the little maid who might have been playing with her brother. When the boy was 2 years old, Lord Walter began to wish once more to try the patience of Griselda. This time he said to her, "Wife, I have told thee before how ill the people bear our marriage. Now that a son is born, they are more wrathful than before. My heart is weary with the thought of their complaints. They say, when Lord Walter is gone, the grandson of Janicola shall rule us. Therefore I shall do with my son as I did with his sister. Be patient, I pray thee." "Thou art my lord," said Griselda. "My will and my freedom lie in my father's cottage, with the poor soiled clothes I left there on the day thou didst bring me hither. Could I know thy will before thou didst tell it to me, it would be done, though it were death to do it. Life cannot compare with thy love." Lord Walter looked down at the ground. He could not look at his wife, lest he should not have the heart to do as he wished. Again the rude soldier came to Griselda. He was even harsher than before, and carried off the child without a kind word to the patient mother. When the little boy was gone, the people said very bitter things about Lord Walter. The love they had given him before was turned to hatred, because he had treated his beautiful wife so unkindly, and because he had murdered his children. Though Lord Walter saw this, he wished to try his wife once more. He knew that he could send away his wife and marry another, if he got a letter from the Pope to say that he might. He sent a messenger to Rome, where the Pope lived. This messenger was told to bring back a letter, not from the Pope, but as like one of his as possible. The letter came. It said that because of the anger of Lord Walter's people at the lowly birth of his wife Griselda, the Marquis might send her away and marry another. The news of the letter spread throughout the land. Everyone believed that it really had come from the Pope. Griselda's heart was very sore when she heard of this letter, but she went on quietly with each day's work. She did not even speak of the letter to her husband. At last Lord Walter spoke before all his court, and with no knightly gentleness. "Griselda," he said, "there is no freedom in the life of one who rules. I may not act after my own wish, as any laborer on my land may do. As thou knowest, my people hate thy presence, and demand of me that I wed another. The Pope's letter thou hast heard. Return then swiftly and without complaint to thy father's cottage, for already my bride cometh hither. My lord, it is no new thought to me that I am unworthy to be thy servant, far more unworthy to be thy wife. In this great house of which thou didst make me queen, I have not acted as mistress, but only as lowly handmaid to thee. For these years of thy kindness I thank thee. Gladly do I go to my father's house. There he tended me when I was but a child. Now I will stay with him till death enters the cottage door. To thee and to thy bride be joy. To her I willingly yield the place where I have been so happy. Since thou, who once wert all my joy, wilt have me go, I go." Lord Walter turned away in sadness. He could scarcely speak for pity, but he held to his purpose. Then Griselda drew her wedding ring from her finger and laid it down. Beside it she put the gems that Lord Walter had given her. Her beautiful robes she laid aside. In the simplest gown she could find, and with head and feet all bare, Griselda went down through the olive trees toward her father's house. Many of Lord Walter's people followed her, weeping and bewailing the fickleness of fortune. Griselda did not turn to them, nor speak nor weep. She quietly went on her way. When the tidings reached her father, he wished that he had never been born, so sad was he in the sorrow of his beautiful daughter. He hastened out to meet her, and wrapped her tenderly in her old cloak, and led her home with tears. Griselda spoke no word of complaint, nor did she speak of her former happiness. Once more she tended the sheep on the common. Once more she carried water from the well. Once more she thought first of her father. After some weeks Lord Walter sent for Griselda. She went to the castle and greeted him humbly, as of old. She showed no grudge because of his unkindness. "Griselda," he said, "thou knowest, as doth no other, how all this castle should be ordered for my pleasure. Stay thou then, and have all in readiness for the fair young bride whom I shall wed to morrow. It is my will that she be welcomed royally." "My whole desire is to serve thee, my lord. Neither weal nor woe shall ever make me cease to love thee with all my heart." At once Griselda took control of all who worked in the castle. Of them all she was the neatest and the quickest. Soon every room in the tower was sweet and clean. The great hall was decked for the wedding feast, and the table glittered with silver. Early next morning many horsemen came to the castle. Among them was a beautiful girl dressed in a shimmering white robe. Near her rode a charming boy younger than the maiden. Round them were many nobles and a guard of soldiers who had brought them to Lord Walter's court. The people crowded round the gates. So charmed were they with the fair young maid that some of them forgot their love for Griselda, and were ready to welcome the bride whose coming caused her so much sorrow. Still Griselda moved about the castle in her old worn clothes. She went to the gate to welcome the bride. Then she received the guests, and greeted each of them according to his degree. The stranger nobles wondered who Griselda could be. She was so wise and gentle, and yet so meanly dressed. Before the feast began, Lord Walter called Griselda to him. Then he asked her, "What dost thou think of my wife? Is she beautiful?" "Never have I seen a fairer," said Griselda. "Joy be with you both for evermore. But oh, I beg of thee, torment not this child as thou didst me. She has been tenderly cared for. She could not bear what I have borne." When Lord Walter saw her great patience, and thought of the pain he had caused her, his heart went out to her in great pity, and he cried, "It is enough, Griselda. Fear no more, nor be thou longer sad. I have tried thy faith and thy sweetness, as faith and sweetness have never before been tried." His arms were around her, and he kissed her. Griselda looked at him in wonder. She could not understand. "Griselda," he said, "thou art my wife. I have no other. This is thy daughter. Her brother is my heir. Thine are they both. Take them again, and dream not that thou art bereft of thy children." When Griselda heard all this, she fainted away in her great joy. When she woke again, she called her children to her. Timidly they came, but soon they were caught close to her breast. When she fondled them and kissed them, her hot tears of joy fell on their faces and on their hair. Then she looked at Lord Walter and said, "Death cannot harm me now, since thou lovest me still." Then she turned back to the children. "O tender, O dear, O little ones, my children! Your sorrowful mother thought that cruel dogs or other fearsome beasts had torn you, but God has kept you safe." Once again the ladies of the court dressed Griselda in royal robes. Once again they set a golden crown upon her head. Once again the wedding ring slipped into its own place on her finger. Ere she entered the hall of feasting again, swift messengers had brought her old father, Janicola, to the castle, never to leave it again. Then Griselda sat with her children beside her husband. To her feet came lords and nobles, peasants and farmers, eager to kiss her hand and show the joy they felt in her return. Never had the walls of the castle re-echoed the laughter of so glad a people. All day long, till the stars shone in the cool, clear sky, the feasting went on. For Griselda this was the first of many happy days, happier than she had known before. In her home sounded the gay voices of happy children as they played with and cared for the old grandfather whom their mother loved so dearly, and ever as she moved about the castle she met the eyes of Lord Walter that told her again and yet again that he trusted her utterly. End of Section 33 and end of the Canterbury Tales. Section 34 of Young Folks' Treasury, Volume 3, edited by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ellen Preckel. The Pilgrim's Progress by John Bunyan, adapted by Mary McGregor. As I slept, I dreamed a dream. I dreamed, and behold, I saw a man clothed with rags, standing in a certain place, with his face away from his own house, a book in his hand, and a great burden upon his back. I looked, and saw him open the book, and read therein, and as he read, he wept and trembled. His fear was so great that he broke out with a mournful cry, saying, "What shall I do?" In this plight, therefore, he went home, and did all he could to hide his distress from his wife and children. But he could not be silent long, because his trouble increased. Wherefore at length he began to talk to his wife and children thus: "O my dear wife," said he, "and you, my children, I am in despair by reason of a burden that lieth heavy on me. Moreover, I am for certain told that this our city will be burned with fire from heaven, when both myself, with thee, my wife, and you, my sweet babes, shall be ruined, except some way of escape can be found." At this his wife and children were sore amazed, not because they believed that what he had said to them was true, but because they thought he must be ill to talk in so strange a way. Therefore, as it was evening, and they hoped sleep might soothe him, with all haste they got him to bed. But the night was as troublesome to him as the day. Wherefore, instead of sleeping, he spent it in sighs and tears. So when the morning was come, they asked him how he did. He told them, worse and worse, and began to talk to them again in the same strange manner, but they began to be careless of his words. They also thought to drive away his fancies by harsh and rough behavior to him. Sometimes they would mock, sometimes they would scold, and sometimes they would quite neglect him. Wherefore he began to stay in his room to pray for and pity them, and also to comfort his own misery. He would also walk alone in the fields, sometimes reading and sometimes praying, and thus for some days he spent his time. Now I saw in my dream that when he was walking in the fields he was reading his book, and greatly distressed in mind, and as he read he burst out crying, "What shall I do to be saved?" I saw also that he looked this way and that way as if he would run, yet he stood still, because, as I saw, he could not tell which way to go. I looked then, and saw a man named Evangelist coming to him, who asked, "Wherefore dost thou cry?" He answered, "Sir, I see by the book in my hand that I am condemned to die, and after that to be judged, and I find that I am not willing to die, nor able to be judged." Then said Evangelist, "Why not willing to die, since in this life you are so unhappy?" The man answered, "Because I fear this burden will sink me lower than the grave, and the thought of that makes me cry." Then said Evangelist, "If this be thy fear, why standest thou still?" He answered, "Because I know not whither to go." So Evangelist gave him a parchment roll, and there was written within, "Fly from the wrath to come." The man therefore read it, and looking upon Evangelist very carefully, said, "Whither must I fly?" Then said Evangelist, pointing with his finger over a very wide field, "Do you see yonder wicket gate?" The man said, "No." "Well," said the other, "do you see yonder shining light?" He said, "I think I do." Then said Evangelist, "Keep that light in thine eye, and go up directly thereto. So shalt thou see the gate. When thou knockest, it shall be told thee what thou shalt do." So I saw in my dream that the man began to run. Now he had not run far from his own door, when his wife and children, seeing it, began to cry after him to return. But the man put his fingers in his ears and ran on, crying, "Life, life, eternal life!" So he looked not behind him, but fled toward the middle of the plain. The neighbors also came out to see him run, and as he ran, some mocked, others threatened, and some cried after him to return. Among those that did so were two that were resolved to fetch him back by force. The name of the one was Obstinate, and the name of the other was Pliable. Now by this time the man was got a good distance from them, but they had made up their minds to follow him, which they did, and in a little time overtook him. Then said the man, "Neighbors, wherefore are you come?" They said, "To persuade you to go back with us."
But he said, "That can by no means be. You dwell in the city of destruction, the place where I was born. Be content, good neighbors, and go along with me." "What!" said Obstinate, "and leave our friends and our comforts behind us?" "Yes," said Christian, for that was his name. "What do you seek, since you leave all the world to find it?" said Obstinate. "I seek a treasure that never fades away. It is laid up in heaven and is safe there," said Christian. "Read it so, if you will, in my book." "Tush!" said Obstinate. "Away with your book. Will you go back with us or no?" "No, not I," said the other, "because I have just set out." "Come then, neighbor Pliable, let us turn again and go home without him." Then said Pliable, "If what the good Christian says is true, the things he looks after are better than ours. My heart makes me wish to go with him. But, my good Christian, do you know the way you are going?" "I am directed by a man, whose name is Evangelist, to speed me to a little gate that is before us, where we shall be told about the way." "Come then, good neighbor," said Pliable, "let us be going." Then they both went together. "And I will go back to my place," said Obstinate. "I will be no companion of such mistaken and foolish fellows." Now I saw in my dream that when Obstinate was gone back, Christian and Pliable went talking over the plain. "I will tell you what my book says of the country to which we are going, and of the people we shall meet there," said Christian. "But do you think the words of your book are certainly true?" said Pliable. "Yes," said Christian, "for it was written by him who cannot lie." "Well," said Pliable, "tell me about this country." "In this country," said Christian, "we shall live forever. There are crowns of glory to be given us, and garments that will make us shine like the sun." "This is excellent," said Pliable. "And what else?" "There shall be no more crying nor sorrow, for he that is the owner of the place will wipe all tears from our eyes," said Christian. "And what companions shall we have there?" asked Pliable. "There we shall be with those that will dazzle your eyes to look on. There also you shall meet with thousands and tens of thousands that have gone before us to that place. None of them are hurtful, but loving and holy. In a word, there shall we see some with their golden crowns. There we shall see maidens with golden harps. There we shall see men that here were cut in pieces, burnt in flames, eaten by beasts, and drowned in the seas, all for the love they bear to the lord of this place. Now they are all well and clothed with beautiful garments." And as Pliable heard of the excellence of the country and of the company to which they were going, he said, "Well, my good companion, glad I am to hear of these things. Come on, let us go with more speed." "I cannot go as fast as I would by reason of this burden that is on my back," said Christian. Now I saw in my dream that just as they ended their talk they drew nigh to a bog that was in the midst of the plain, and they being heedless did both fall suddenly into it. The name of this bog was the Slough of Despond. Here therefore they struggled for a time, being grievously covered with dirt. And Christian, because of the burden that was on his back, began to sink in the mire. Then said Pliable, "Ah, neighbor Christian, where are you now?" "Truly," said Christian, "I do not know." At this Pliable began to be offended, and said angrily, "Is this the happiness you have told me of all this while? If I get out again with my life, you shall possess the wonderful country alone." And with that he gave a desperate struggle or two, and got out of the mire on that side of the bog which was next to his own house. So away he went, and Christian saw him no more. Wherefore Christian was left to tumble in the Slough of Despond alone. But still he tried to struggle to that side of the slough that was further from his own house, and next to the wicket gate. But he could not get out because of the burden that was upon his back. And I beheld in my dream that a man came to him whose name was Help, and asked him what he did there. "Sir," said Christian, "I was bid to go this way by a man called Evangelist, who directed me also to yonder gate, and as I was going thither I fell in here." "Why did you not look for the steps?" said Help. "I was so full of fear," answered Christian, "that I fled the next way and fell in." Then said Help, "Give me thy hand." So Christian gave him his hand, and he drew him out, and set him upon sound ground, and bid him go on his way. Now in my dream I stepped up to the man that plucked Christian out, and said, "Sir, wherefore, since over this place is the way from the city of destruction to the wicket gate, is it that this slough is not mended, that poor travelers might go over in more safety?" And he said to me, "This place cannot be mended. Yet it is not the pleasure of the king that it should remain so bad. His laborers also have for more than 1600 years been employed on this patch of ground, in the hope that it might perhaps be mended. There has been swallowed up here 20,000 cartloads of the best material in the attempt to mend the place. But it is the Slough of Despond still, and still will be so, when they have done all they can. It is true that there are some good and strong steps, even through the very midst of this mire, but men, through the dizziness of their head, miss the steps, and so tumble into the mire. But the ground is good when they have once got in at the gate. Then I saw in my dream that by this time Pliable was got home to his house. So his neighbors came to visit him, and some of them called him a wise man for coming back, and some called him fool for going with Christian. Others again did mock at his cowardliness, saying, "Surely, since you began to go, you need not have been so base as to have given out for a few difficulties." So Pliable sat like a coward among them. Now as Christian was walking alone, he espied one afar off come crossing over the field to meet him. The gentleman's name was Mr. Worldly Wiseman. He dwelt in a very great town, close by the one from which Christian came. This man then, meeting with Christian, began thus to enter into some talk with him. "How now, good fellow, whither are you going in this burdened manner?" "A burdened manner indeed," said Christian. "I am going, sir, to yonder wicket gate before me, for there, I am told, I shall be put in a way to be rid of my heavy burden." "Hast thou a wife and children?" asked Mr. Worldly Wiseman. "Yes, but I am so laden with this burden that I cannot take that pleasure in them as formerly." "Will ye hearken to me if I give thee counsel?" "If it be good, I will, for I stand in need of good counsel." "I would advise thee then that thou with all speed get thyself rid of thy burden, for thou wilt never be contented till then." "That is what I seek for, even to be rid of this heavy burden, but get it off myself I cannot, nor is there any man living in our country who can take it off my shoulders. Therefore I am going this way, as I told you, that I may be rid of my burden." "Who bid thee go this way to be rid of thy burden?" "A man that appeared to me a great and honorable person. His name, as I remember, is Evangelist." "He has given thee foolish counsel. There is not a more dangerous and troublesome way in the world than is that unto which he hath directed thee. Thou hast met with some danger already, for I see the mud of the Slough of Despond is upon thee. Hear me, I am older than thou. Thou art likely to meet with, in the way which thou goest, painfulness, hunger, nakedness, sword, lions, dragons, darkness, and death." "Why, sir, this burden upon my back is more terrible to me than all these things." "But why wilt thou seek for ease this way, seeing many dangers attend it? Hadst thou but patience to listen, I would direct thee how to get what thou desirest, without the danger that thou in this way wilt run thyself into." "Sir, I pray that thou wilt tell me this secret." "Why, in yonder village there dwells a gentleman who is very wise, and who has skill to help men off with burdens like thine from their shoulders. To him thou mayest go to be helped at once. His house is not quite a mile from this place, and if thou dost not desire to go back to the City of Destruction, as indeed I would not wish thee, thou mayest send for thy wife and children to come to thee to this village. There are houses now standing empty, one of which thou mayest have without great cost. Food is there also, cheap and good, and what will make thy life the more happy is that thou shalt live beside honest neighbors in respect and comfort." Now the Christian puzzled, but he thought, if what Mr. Worldly Wiseman says is true, my wisest plan is to take his advice. "Sir," said Christian, "which is my way to this honest man's house?" "Do you see yonder high hill?" "Yes, very well." "By that hill you must go, and the first house you come to is his." So Christian turned out of his way to go to the house for help. But behold, when he was now close to the hill, it seemed so steep, and also that side of it that was next to the wayside did hang over so much, that Christian was afraid to venture further, lest the hill should fall on his head. Wherefore he stood still, and knew not what to do. Also his burden now seemed heavier to him than while he was in his way. There came also flashes of fire out of the hill, that made Christian afraid that he should be burned. Here, therefore, he did quake for fear, and now he began to be sorry that he had taken Mr. Worldly Wiseman's counsel. Then he saw Evangelist coming to meet him, at the sight also of whom he began to blush with shame. So Evangelist drew nearer and nearer, and coming up to him, he looked upon him with a severe and dreadful countenance. "What dost thou here, Christian?" said he. At which words Christian knew not what to answer, wherefore at first he stood speechless before him. Then said Evangelist, "Art not thou the man I found crying without the walls of the City of Destruction?" "Yes," said Christian, "I am the man." "Did I not direct thee the way to the little wicket gate?" "Yes," said Christian. "How is it then that thou art so quickly turned out of the way?" "I met with a gentleman as soon as I had got over the Slough of Despond, who told me that in yonder village I might find a man who could take off my burden." "What was he like?"
He looked like a gentleman, and talked much to me, and got me at last to believe his words. So I came hither, but when I beheld this hill and how it hangs over the way, I suddenly stood still, lest it should fall on my head." "What said that gentleman to you?" "Why, he asked me whither I was going, and if I had a wife and children, and he bade me make speed to get rid of my burden. And I said, I am going to yonder gate, to be told how I may get rid of it. So he said he would show me a better and a shorter way, and not so full of difficulties as the way that you directed me. But when I came to this place, I stopped for fear of danger, and now I know not what to do." So Christian stood trembling before Evangelist. Then said Evangelist, "Give heed to the things I shall tell thee. Mr. Worldly Wise Man sought to turn thee out of the way, and to bring thee into danger. In yonder village has no man ever yet got rid of his burden, nor is he ever likely to lose it there. Therefore Mr. Worldly Wise Man and his friend are deceivers, and cannot help thee." After this there came words and fire out of the mountain under which Christian stood. Now Christian looked for nothing but death, and began to cry out, saying he would he had never met Mr. Worldly Wise Man, or that he had never listened to him. Then he turned to Evangelist and said, "Sir, what do you think? Is there any hope? May I now go back and go up to the wicket gate, or shall I be sent back from the gate ashamed? I am sorry I have listened to this man's counsel, but may my sins be forgiven?" Evangelist said to him, "Thy sin is very great. Thou hast left the good way, and walked in forbidden paths. Yet will the man at the gate receive thee, for he has good will for men. Only," said he, "take heed that thou turn not aside again." Then did Christian prepare to go back, and Evangelist, after he had kissed him, gave him one smile, and bid him God speed. So Christian went on with haste, neither spake he to any man by the way. Even if any one spoke to him, he would not venture an answer. He walked like one that was all the while treading on forbidden ground, and could by no means think himself safe, till again he had got into the way which he had left to follow Mr. Worldly Wise Man's counsel. So in process of time Christian got up to the gate. Now over the gate there was written, "Knock, and it shall be opened unto you." He knocked, therefore, more than once or twice. At last there came a grave person to the gate, named Good Will. He asked who was there, and whence he came, and what he desired. "I am a sinner," said Christian. "I come from the city of destruction, but am going to Mount Zion. I am told that by this gate is the way thither, and I would know if you are willing to let me in." "I am willing with all my heart," said Good Will, and he opened the gate. So when Christian was stepping in, the other gave him a pull. "Why did you do that?" said Christian. Then Good Will told him, "A little distance from this gate a strong castle has been built, of which Beelzebub is the captain. And he and those that are with him shoot arrows at those that come up to this gate, hoping that they may die before they enter in." So when Christian had come in, Good Will asked him who had directed him to the gate. "Evangelist bid me come here and knock, as I did, and he said that you, sir, would tell me what I must do." Then Good Will said, "Come a little way with me, good Christian, and I will teach thee about the way thou must go. Look before thee. Dost thou see this narrow way? That is the way you must go, and it is as straight as a rule can make it. This is the way thou must go." "But," said Christian, "are there no turnings nor windings by which a stranger may lose his way?" "Yes, there are many ways join this, but they are crooked and wide. Thou mayest know the right from the wrong way, for the right way is always straight and narrow." Then I saw in my dream that Christian asked him if he could not help him off with his burden that was upon his back, for as yet he had not got rid of it, nor could he get it off without help. But Good Will said, "Thou must be content to bear it until thou comest to a place where stands a cross, for there it will fall from thy back of itself." Then Christian began to get ready to continue his journey. So Good Will told him that when he had gone some distance from the gate, he would come to the house of the interpreter, at whose door he should knock, and he would show him wonderful things. Then Christian took leave of his friend, and again bid him God speed. Now Christian went on till he came to the house of the interpreter, where he knocked over and over. At last one came to the door and asked who was there. "Sir," said Christian, "I am a traveler who was told by Good Will to call here. I would therefore speak with the master of the house." So he called for the master of the house, who after a little time came to Christian and asked what he would have. "Sir," said Christian, "I am a man that has come from the city of destruction, and I am going to Mount Zion. I was told by the man that stands at the wicket gate that if I called here you would show me things that would help me on my journey." Then said the interpreter, "Come in, and I will show thee what will help thee."
So he commanded his man to light the candle, and bid Christian follow him. Then he took him into a private room, and bid his man open a door. And Christian saw the picture of a very grave person hung up against the wall. He had eyes lifted up to heaven, the best of books in his hand, and a crown of gold did hang over his head. Then said Christian, "What means this?" "The man whose picture this is," answered the interpreter, "is one of 1,000. He is the only man who may be thy guide in all difficult places thou mayest meet with in the way. Wherefore be very careful to remember whom thou hast seen." Then the interpreter led him into a very large parlor that was full of dust, because it was never swept. And after he had looked at it for a little while, the interpreter called for a man to sweep. Now when he began to sweep, the dust began to fly about, so that Christian was almost choked. Then said the interpreter to a damsel that stood near, "Bring hither the water, and sprinkle the room." And when this was done, the room was swept and cleansed. Then said Christian, "What does this mean?" The interpreter answered, "This parlor is like the heart of an evil man. The dust is his sin, and the damsel that sprinkles the water is the gospel." I saw moreover in my dream that the interpreter took Christian by the hand, and led him into a little room where sat 2 little children, each one in his chair. The name of the eldest was Passion, and the name of the other Patience. Passion seemed to be very discontented, but Patience was very quiet. Then Christian asked, "What is the reason of the discontent of Passion?" The interpreter answered, "The governor of the children would have them wait for their new toys till the beginning of next year, but Passion wishes to have them all now, while Patience is willing to wait." Then the interpreter took Christian to a place where there was a fire burning against a wall, and one standing near it, always casting much water upon it to quench it, yet did the fire burn higher and hotter. But afterward the interpreter took him to the back of the wall, where he saw a man with a vessel of oil in his hand, and he poured the oil continually but secretly into the fire. "What does this mean?" asked Christian. The interpreter answered, "The fire is a picture of the grace God puts into the heart. He that casts water on it to put it out is the evil one, and the man who pours oil on the fire to keep it alight is Christ." I saw also that the interpreter took Christian again by the hand, and led him into a place where was builded a stately palace, beautiful to behold, at the sight of which Christian was greatly delighted. He saw also upon the top of the palace certain persons walking, and they were clothed all in gold. Then said Christian, "May we go in here?" So the interpreter took him and led him toward the door of the palace. Now before they came up to the door, they passed a man sitting at a table with a book and his inkhorn before him, to take down the name of any who should enter. And behold, at the door stood a great company of men who wished to go in, but did not dare to enter, for within the doorway stood many men in armor to guard it. Now these men in armor were determined to do any who would enter as much harm and mischief as they could. Christian was amazed. At last, when every man started back for fear of the armed men, Christian saw a man with a very strong face come up to the man that sat at the table, saying, "Set down my name, sir." And when this was done, Christian saw the strong man draw his sword, and put a helmet on his head, and rush toward the door upon the armed men. The armed men fought with great strength, but the man with the strong face was not at all discouraged, but fought most fiercely. So after he had received and given many wounds to those that tried to keep him out, he cut his way through them all, and pressed forward into the palace. Then there was a pleasant voice heard from those that walked upon the top of the palace, saying, come in, eternal glory thou shalt win." So he went in, and was clothed in such garments as they. "Now," said Christian, "let me go." And the interpreter said, "Hast thou understood these things?" "Yes," said Christian, and he began to get ready to go on his journey. Then said the interpreter, "God be always with thee, good Christian, to guide thee in the way that leads to Mount Zion." Now I saw in my dream that the highway up which Christian was to go was fenced on either side with a wall. Up this way therefore did Christian run, but not without great difficulty because of the load on his back. He ran thus till he came to a steeper place, and upon that place stood a cross, and a little below a sepulchre. So I saw in my dream that just as Christian came up to the cross, his burden fell from off his back, and began to tumble till it came to the mouth of the sepulchre, where it fell in, and I saw it no more. Then was Christian glad and happy, and he stood for a while to look and wonder, for it was surprising to him to see that the cross should make him lose his burden. Now as he stood looking, behold, 3 shining ones came to him and greeted him. The first said to him, "Thy sins be forgiven thee." The second took away all his rags, and clothed him in new raiment.
The third set a mark on his forehead, and gave him a roll with a seal on it, which he should give in at the Celestial Gate. So they went their way. Then Christian gave 3 leaps for joy, and went on singing. I saw then in my dream that as he walked he saw 2 men come tumbling over the wall into the narrow way. "Gentlemen, where do you come from, and whither do you go?" said Christian. They told him, "We were born in a land called Vainglory, and we are going to Mount Zion." "Why came you not in at the gate?" said Christian. They said that to go in at the gate was too far. They had taken a short cut and climbed over the wall. "But," said Christian, "will the lord of the city to which we are going be pleased that you should come into the way over the wall?" But the men said he need not trouble his head about that, for what they did had been done many times before. It had been a custom for more than 1,000 years. "And besides," said they, "if we get into the way, what does it matter how we get in? You came in by the wicket gate, and are in the way, and we came tumbling over the wall, and are in the way. So now we are all in the same condition." "But," said Christian, "I walk by the rule of my master, and you walk just as you like best." Then said they, "We see not how thou art different to us, except by the coat thou wearest, and that, we suppose, was given thee by some of thy neighbors to hide thy rags." "Well," said Christian, "the lord of the city to which I go gave me this coat the day he took away from me my rags. He will surely know me, since I have his coat on my back. I have also a mark in my forehead, which you may not have noticed, and this was given to me by one of my lord's friends on the day my burden fell off my shoulders. I will tell you, too, that I had a roll given me to comfort me by reading as I go on the way. I am also to give the roll at the Celestial Gate. All these things I think you are without, because you came not in at the gate." To these things they gave him no answer, only they looked at each other and laughed. I beheld then that they all went on without talking much together, till they came to the foot of the hill Difficulty, at the bottom of which was a spring. The narrow way led right up the hill, but there were also 2 other ways here. One turned to the left hand, and the other to the right at the bottom of the hill. Christian now went to the spring and drank to refresh himself, and then began to go up the narrow path that led to the top of the hill. The other 2 also came to the foot of the hill, but when they saw the hill was steep and high, they made up their minds to go in the other paths that lay round the side of the hill. So one took the way that was called Danger, which led him into a great wood, and the other took the way called Destruction, which led him into a wide field full of dark mountains, where he stumbled and fell and rose no more. I looked then to Christian to see him go up the hill, and I saw that he had begun to clamber upon his hands and his knees because of the steepness of the place. Now about midway to the top of the hill was a pleasant arbor made by the lord of the hill for the refreshing of weary travelers. When Christian got there, he sat down to rest. Then he pulled out his roll and read in it to comfort himself, and he began again to look at the garment that was given him at the cross. Thus he at last fell into slumber, and then into a sound sleep, which kept him in that place until it was almost night, and in his sleep his roll fell out of his hand. Now as he was sleeping there came one to him and awakened him. Then Christian suddenly started up and sped on his way till he came to the top of the hill. When he was got to the top of the hill, there came 2 men running to meet him. The name of one was Timorous, and the other Mistrust. "Sirs," said Christian, "what is the matter? You run the wrong way." Timorous answered that they were going to the city of Zion, and had got up that difficult place. "But," said he, "the farther we go, the more danger we meet with, wherefore we turned and are going back again." "Yes," said Mistrust, "for just before us lie a couple of lions in the way. Whether sleeping or waking we know not, but we thought if we came within reach they would pull us to pieces." Then said Christian, "You make me afraid, but yet I will go forward." So Mistrust and Timorous ran down the hill, and Christian went on his way. And as he went he thought again of what he had heard from the men. Then he felt for his roll that he might read and be comforted, but he felt and found it not. Now was Christian in great distress, and knew not what to do. At last he bethought himself that he had slept in the arbor that was on the side of the hill, and then he went back to look for his roll. But all the way he went back, who can tell the sorrow of Christian's heart? Sometimes he sighed, sometimes he wept, and often he chid himself for being so foolish as to fall asleep. Thus, therefore, he went back, carefully looking on this side and on that all the way as he went, for he hoped to find the roll that had been his comfort so many times in his journey. He went back till he came again within sight of the arbor where he had slept, but that sight renewed his sorrow again by reminding him how eagerly he had slept there, and as he went toward the arbor he sighed over his sleepiness, saying, "Oh, foolish man that I was! Why did I sleep in the daytime? Oh, that I had not slept!" Now by the time he was come in at the arbor again, for a while he sat down and wept, but at last, looking sorrowfully down under the settle, he espied his roll, which with trembling haste he caught up. But who can tell how joyful Christian was when he had got his roll again, or with what joy and tears he began to go up the hill again? And oh, how nimbly did he go up! Yet before he reached the top, the sun went down. Now Christian remembered the story that Mistrust and Timorous had told him, how they were frightened with the sight of the lions. And he said to himself, "If these beasts meet me in the dark, how shall I escape being by them torn in pieces?" But while he was in this fright, he lifted up his eyes, and behold, there was a very stately palace before him, the name of which was Beautiful, and it stood by the highway side. So I saw in my dream that he made haste, that if possible he might get lodging there. Now before he had gone far, he entered into a very narrow passage, and looking before him as he went, he espied 2 lions in the way. The lions were chained, but Christian did not see the chains. Then he was afraid, and thought he would go back. But the porter at the lodge, whose name is Watchful, seeing Christian stop as if he would go back, cried, "Fear not the lions, for they are chained." Then I saw that Christian went on till he came and stood before the gate where the porter was. And Christian said to the porter, "Sir, what house is this? May I lodge here to night?" The porter answered, "This house was built by the Lord of the Hill for the safety of pilgrims." So Watchful the porter rang a bell, at the sound of which a grave and beautiful damsel came out of the door. When she saw Christian, she brought him into the palace Beautiful, and she and her sisters talked with him until supper was ready. Now all their talk at table was about the Lord of the Hill, and by what they said I knew that he had been a great warrior, and that he had fought and slain Death, but not without great danger to himself, which made me love him the more. They talked together till late at night, and after they had committed themselves to their Lord for protection, they went to bed. The room in which the pilgrim slept had a window opening toward the sun rising, and the name of the room was Peace. In the morning they all got up, and after some more talk, they told him that they would take him to the armory before he left them. So they did, and when he came out he was harnessed from head to foot, lest he should be attacked in the way. Then Christian walked with his friends to the gate, and there he asked the porter if he had seen any pilgrims pass. The porter answered, "Yes, a pilgrim called Faithful has passed this way." "Oh," said Christian, "I know him. He comes from the place where I was born. How far do you think he has got?" "By this time he is below the hill," said the porter. Then Christian began to go down the hill, into the valley of humiliation, where it is difficult not to slip. He went down very warily, yet he slipped once or twice. Now in the valley Christian had a hard fight with a fiend called Apollyon. Apollyon was a monster and hideous to behold. He was clothed with scales like a fish. He had wings like a dragon, feet like a bear, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion, and out of it came fire and smoke. When he came up to Christian, he looked at him with rage in his face, and said, "Prepare thyself to die, for thou shalt go no further." Then he threw a flaming dart at him, but Christian had a shield in his hand which caught the dart, so that it did him no harm. Then did Christian draw his sword, but Apollyon threw darts at him as thick as hail, and wounded him in his head, his hand, and foot. This great combat lasted half a day, till Christian was almost worn out. Then Apollyon came close to Christian, and wrestled with him, and gave him a dreadful fall, and Christian's sword flew out of his hand. "I am sure of thee now," said Apollyon. But while he was taking a last blow to kill this good man altogether, Christian nimbly stretched out his hand for his sword, and caught it. Then he gave Apollyon a deadly thrust, and Apollyon spread his wings and sped him away, so that Christian saw him no more. In this combat no man could imagine, unless he had seen and heard as I did, what yelling and roaring Apollyon made all the time of the fight. He spake like a dragon. On the other side sighs and groans burst from Christian's heart. I never saw him give so much as a pleasant look till he saw that he had wounded Apollyon with his two-edged sword. Then indeed he did smile and look upward, but it was the dreadfulest sight that I ever saw. So when the battle was over, Christian said, "I will give thanks to him that did help me against Apollyon." He also sat down in that place to eat and drink. So being refreshed, he again began his journey with his sword drawn in his hand. "For," said he, "I do not know if some other enemy may not be at hand." Now at the end of this valley was another, called the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Through it Christian must go, because the way to the Celestial City lay through it. Now this valley is a very lonely place. It is like a wilderness or a desert, full of pits. No man dwells in it, and no man but a Christian passeth through it. Here Christian had a worse time than even in his fight with Apollyon. I saw then in my dream that when Christian had reached the borders of this valley, there met him two men making haste to go back. Christian said to them, "Whither are you going?" "Back, back," they cried, "as you will go if you prize life or peace." "Why, what is the matter?" said Christian. "Matter!" said they. "We were going the way you are going, and we went as far as we dared, but had we gone a little further, we had not been here to bring the news to thee." "But what have you met with?" said Christian. "Why, we were almost in the valley of the shadow of death, but by good chance we looked before us and saw the danger before we came to it." "But what have you seen?" said Christian. "Seen!" said the men. "Why, the valley itself was as dark as pitch. We also saw hobgoblins and dragons, and we heard a continual howling and yelling as of people in great misery. Death also doth always spread its wings over it. In a word, it is altogether dreadful, being utterly without order." "But," said Christian, "this is the way to the Celestial City." "Be it your way, then. We will not choose it for ours." So they parted. Christian went on his way, but still with his sword drawn in his hand, lest he should be attacked. I saw then in my dream that as far as this valley reached, there was on the right hand a very deep ditch, and again, behold, on the left hand there was a very dangerous mire, into which if a man falls he finds no bottom for his foot to stand on. The pathway here was also exceeding narrow, and therefore Christian was the more distressed, for when he sought in the dark to shun the ditch on the one hand, he was ready to tumble over into the mire on the other, and when he sought to escape the mire without great carefulness, he would nearly fall into the ditch. Then he went on, and I heard him sigh bitterly, for besides these dangers, the pathway was here so dark that when he lifted up his foot to go forward, he knew not where, nor upon what he should set it next. About the middle of this valley I saw the mouth of hell to be, and it stood close to the wayside. "Now," thought Christian, "what shall I do?" And ever and anon the flame and smoke came out in such abundance, with sparks and hideous noises, that he was forced to put away his sword and betake himself to another weapon called all prayer. Then he cried out in my hearing, "O Lord, I beseech thee, deliver my soul." Thus he went on a great while, yet still the flames would be rushing toward him. Also he heard doleful voices and rushings to and fro, so that sometimes he thought he should be torn in pieces, or trodden down like mire in the streets. This frightful sight was seen, and these dreadful noises were heard by him for several miles together. Then Christian came to a place where he thought he heard a company of fiends coming forward to meet him, and he stopped and began to think what would be best for him to do. Sometimes he thought he would go back, but again he thought he might be halfway through the valley, so he resolved to go on. Yet the fiends seemed to come nearer and nearer, but when they were come almost close to him, he cried out in a loud voice, "I will walk in the strength of the Lord God." Then the fiends went back and came no farther. Now Christian thought he heard the voice of a man going before him, saying, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." Then he was glad, for he thought that someone who feared God was in this valley, as well as himself, and he hoped to overtake him and have company by and by. Now morning being come, he looked back to see by the light of day what dangers he had gone through in the night. So he saw more plainly the ditch that was on the one hand, and the mire that was on the other, also how narrow the way was that lay between them both. He saw too the hobgoblins and dragons, but all afar off, for after break of day they came not nigh. About this time the sun was rising, and this was a great help to Christian, for you must know that though the first part of the valley of the shadow of death was dangerous, yet this second part through which he had to go was, if possible, more dangerous. For from the place where he now stood, even to the end of the valley, the way was all along so full of snares, traps, and nets here, so full of pits, pitfalls, and deep holes down there, that if it had been dark, he would almost surely have been lost. But, as I said just now, the sun was rising. In this light, therefore, he came to the end of the valley. Now as Christian went on his way, he came to a little hill, and going up he looked forward and saw Faithful before him. Then said Christian, "Stay, and I will be your companion." And when he overtook Faithful, they went very lovingly on together, and talked of all that had happened to them in their pilgrimage. Then I saw in my dream that when they got out of the wilderness, they saw a town before them, and the name of that town was Vanity. And at the town there was a fair kept, called Vanity Fair. It was kept all year long. At this fair there were sold houses, lands, trades, husbands, wives, children, silver, gold, pearls, and precious stones. And moreover, at this fair there were at all times cheats and jugglers and knaves and rogues. Now the way to the Celestial City lay just through this town, so the pilgrims had to go through the fair. The Prince of Princes himself, when here, went through this town to his own country, and that on a fair day too. And I think it was Beelzebub, the chief lord of this fair, that invited the Prince to buy one of his vanities. Beelzebub even said that he would have made him lord of the fair, if he would have done him reverence as he went through the town. Yea, because the Prince was so great a person, Beelzebub took him from street to street, and showed him all his kingdoms, that he might, if possible, tempt the Prince to buy some of his vanities. But the Blessed One did not wish any of these vanities, and therefore left the town without spending so much as 1 farthing upon these vanities. Now these pilgrims, Christian and faithful, as I said, had to go through this fair. Well, so they did, but behold, whenever they entered into the fair, it and the town itself were in a hubbub about them. For the pilgrims were clothed with raiment that was very different from the raiment of any that traded in that fair. The people gazed upon Christian and faithful, and called them outlandish men. Then also they wondered at the pilgrims' speech, as few could understand what they said, for they spoke the language of the Celestial City. But those that kept the fair spoke the language of the city of Vanity Fair, and they could not understand one another. Now when these pilgrims would not buy their wares, and would not even look at them, the sellers were angry, and mocked these men, and some called on others to smite them. At last the master of the fair told his men to question the pilgrims. And when Christian and Faithful told the men that they were strangers in the world, and were going to the Celestial City, the men thought they were mad. Therefore they took them and beat them, and threw mud at them, and then they put them in a cage to be a show to the people at the fair. But when they were tired of mocking them, these 2 pilgrims were again examined, and charged as guilty to the great disturbance in the fair. So they beat them pitilessly, and hanged irons upon them, and led them in chains up and down the fair. Then Christian and Faithful behaved so wisely and patiently that the others were still more angry, and said that they would put these men to death. Therefore, after a trial, Faithful was brought out to do with him according to their law. And first they scourged him, then they buffeted him, and then they stoned him with stones. Then they pricked him with their swords, and last of all they burned him to ashes at the stake. Now I saw behind the people a chariot and a couple of horses waiting for Faithful, who was taken by it through the clouds the nearest way to the Celestial City. Then was Christian sent back to the prison, where he dwelt for a time, till he escaped and went again on his way. But he did not go alone, for there was one whose name was Hopeful, who left the town of Vanity, and was a companion to Christian in his pilgrimage. They went on their way till they came to a pleasant river. Now their way lay just along the bank of the river, and Christian and his companion walked there with great delight. They drank also of the river, and ate of the fruit that grew on the trees by its bank. On either side of the river was also a meadow, very beautiful with lilies, and it was green all the year long. In this meadow they lay down and slept, for here they might lie safely. Now I beheld in my dream that they had not journeyed far when the river and the way parted, and at this they were very sorry, yet they dare not go out of the way. A little before them was a meadow, and a stile to go over into it. Then said Christian, "If this meadow lies along by our path, let us go over." He went to the stile to see, and behold, a path lay alongside the way on the other side of the fence. "That is as I wish," said Christian. "Come, good Hopeful, and let us go over." "But," said Hopeful, "what if this path should lead us out of the way?" "That is not likely," said the other. "Look, it goes by the wayside." So Hopeful, being persuaded by Christian, went after him over the stile. When they had gone over and had got into the path, they found it very easy for their feet. And as they looked before them, they saw a man walking as they did, and his name was Vain Confidence. So they called after him, and asked where this way led. He said, "To the Celestial City." "Look," said Christian to Hopeful, "did I not tell you so? You see, we are right after all." So they followed Vain Confidence, and he went down before them. But behold, the night came on, and it was very dark, so that they that went behind lost sight of him that went before. Vain Confidence then went on, not seeing the way before him, and fell into a deep pit which was there. The pit was made by the Prince of those grounds on purpose to catch such foolish men as Vain Confidence. He then fell into the pit, and was dashed to pieces with his fall. Now Christian and Hopeful heard him fall, so they called to know what was the matter, but there was none to answer, only they heard a groaning. Then said Hopeful, "Where are we now?" But Christian was silent, for he began to be afraid that he had led Hopeful out of the way. Now it began to rain and thunder and lighten in a very dreadful manner, and the river flowed over the banks. and Hopeful groaned, "Oh, that I had kept on my way!" By this time the waters were greatly risen, so that to go back was very dangerous. Yet they tried to go back, but it was so dark, and the flood was so high, that as they went they were nearly drowned 9 or 10 times, and they could not reach the stile again that night. Wherefore at last, coming to a little shelter, they sat down, but being weary they fell asleep. Now there was, not far from the place where this lay, a castle called Doubting Castle, and the owner of the castle was Giant Despair, and it was in his grounds the pilgrims were now sleeping. Wherefore the giant, getting up early and walking up and down in his fields, caught Christian and Hopeful asleep. Then with a grim and surly voice he woke them, and asked them what they were doing in his grounds. They told him they were pilgrims and had lost their way. The giant said, "You have trampled on my ground and slept on it, and therefore you must go along with me." So they were forced to go, because he was stronger than they. Also they said very little, for they knew they had done wrong. The giant therefore drove them before him, and put them into his castle, into a very dark dungeon. Here then they lay from Wednesday morning till Saturday night, without one bit of bread, or drop of drink, or light, or any one to speak to them. Now Giant Despair had a wife, and he told her that he had taken a couple of men prisoners, because they were sleeping on his grounds. Then she told him that when he arose in the morning he should beat them without mercy. So Giant Despair got a cudgel, and went down to the dungeon, and beat Christian and Hopeful fearfully, so that they could not move. Then the giant left them, and they spent their time in sighs and bitter tears. The next night Giant Despair again talked to his wife, and she said, "Tell your prisoners to kill themselves, for they will never escape from the dungeon." So when morning came, the giant went to them in a surly manner, and seeing they still ached with the stripes he had given them, he told them to poison themselves, for they would never get away from him any other way. But they asked the giant to let them go. That made him so angry that he rushed on them, and would have killed them, but he fell into a fit, and lost for a time the use of his hand, wherefore he withdrew and left them as before. Well, towards evening the giant went down again to the dungeon to see if his prisoners had followed his advice and poisoned themselves. He found them alive, but because of their wounds and for want of bread and water, they could do little but breathe. Now at night the giant's wife said, "Take the prisoners into the castle yard to morrow, and show them the bones and skulls of those prisoners you have already killed. Tell them that in a week you will tear them to pieces as you have torn your other prisoners." When the morning was come, the giant went to them again, and took them into the castle yard, and showed them all his wife had bidden him. "These," said he, "were pilgrims once as you are, but they walked in my grounds as you have done, and when I thought fit I tore them in pieces, and so within 10 days I will do to you. Get you down to your den again." And he beat them all the way there. That night, about midnight, Christian and Hopeful began to pray, and they prayed till dawn of day. Now just at dawn Christian spoke in sudden amazement. "How foolish we are to lie here when we might be free after all. I have a key in my pocket called Promise, that will, I am persuaded, open any lock in Doubting Castle." Then said Hopeful, "That is good news. Pull it out of your pocket and try it." Christian pulled it out and began to try the dungeon door, and the bolt, as he turned the key, yielded, and the door flew open, and Christian and Hopeful both came out. Then he went to the door that led to the castle yard, and with his key opened that door also. After that he went to the iron gate, for that must too be opened. That lock was terribly hard, yet the key did open it. Then they thrust open the gate to make their escape in haste, but as it opened, that gate made such a creaking that it waked Giant Despair, who got up hastily to follow his prisoners. But he could not run after them, for again he took one of his fits. Then Christian and Hopeful went on till they came to the King's highway, and so were safe, because they were out of the giant's grounds. Now when they had got over the stile, they began to wonder what they should do to keep other pilgrims from falling into the hands of Giant Despair. So they agreed to put up a pillar, and to write on it this sentence: "Over this stile is the way to Doubting Castle, which is kept by Giant Despair, who despiseth the King of the Celestial Country, and seeks to destroy his holy pilgrims." Many pilgrims that came after read what was written, and escaped Giant Despair. They then went on till they came to the Delectable Mountains. These mountains belonged to the Lord of the Steep Hill, which Christian had climbed. So they went up these mountains to behold the gardens and orchards, the vineyards and fountains. There, too, they drank and washed themselves, and ate the fruit of the vineyards. Now there were shepherds on the mountains who welcomed them lovingly, and showed them many wonders. First they took them to the top of a hill which was very steep on one side, and bid them look down to the bottom. So Christian and Hopeful looked down, and saw at the bottom several men dashed all to pieces by a fall they had had from the top. "These," said the Shepherds, "are for an example to others to be careful not to clamber too high, or to come too near the brink of this mountain." The name of this mountain was Error. Then the Shepherds took them to the top of another mountain, and the name of it was Caution, and the Shepherds bid them look afar off. When the pilgrims did this, they saw, as they thought, several men walking up and down among the tombs that were there. And they saw that the men were blind, because they stumbled sometimes upon the tombs, and because they could not get out from among them. Then said Christian, "What means this?" The Shepherds then answered, "Did you see a little below these mountains a stile that led into a meadow?" They answered, "Yes." "From that stile there goes a path that leads straight to Doubting Castle, which is kept by Giant Despair. These men," and the Shepherds pointed to those among the tombs, "came once on a pilgrimage as you do now, but when they came to the stile, because the right way was rough, they went over it into the meadow. Here they were taken by Giant Despair and cast into Doubting Castle. After they had been kept some time in the dungeon, he at last did put out their eyes. Then he led them among those tombs, and left them to wander there till this very day." Then Christian and Hopeful thought of their escape from Doubting Castle, and they looked at one another with tears in their eyes. But yet they said nothing to the Shepherds. Now I saw in my dream that the Shepherds brought them to another place, where there was a door in the side of a hill, and they opened the door and bid the pilgrims look in. They looked therein, and saw that within it was very dark and smoky. They also thought that they heard there a rumbling noise as of fire, and a cry as of some trouble. Then said Christian, "What means this?" The Shepherds said, "This is a byway to hell." And the Shepherds said to one another, "Let us show the pilgrims the gates of the Celestial City, if they have skill to look through our glass." So they took Christian and Hopeful to the top of another high hill called Clear, and gave them the glass to look. They tried to look, but the remembrance of that last thing the Shepherds had showed them made their hands shake, so that they could not look steadily through the glass. Yet they thought they saw something like a gate, and also some of the beauty of the place. When they were about to depart, one of the Shepherds gave them a note of the way. Another of them bid them beware when they met the flatterer. The third bid them take heed that they did not sleep upon enchanted ground, and the fourth bid them Godspeed. So I awoke from my dream. And I slept and dreamed again, and I saw the same two pilgrims going down the mountains and along the highway. They went on then till they came to a place where they saw another path that seemed to be as straight as the way which they should go, and here they knew not which of the two to take, for both seemed straight before them. Therefore here they stood still to think. And as they were thinking about the way, behold, a man, black of flesh, but covered with a very light robe, came to them, and asked them why they stood there. They answered that they were going to the Celestial City, but knew not which of these ways to take. "Follow me," said the man, "it is there that I am going." So they followed him in the path that had joined the way, and this path slowly turned, and at last turned them so far from the city that they wished to go to, that in a little time their faces were turned away from it. Yet they still followed him. But by and by, before they knew what had happened, he led them both into a net, in which they were so entangled that they knew not what to do. Then the white robe fell off the black man's back, and they knew that he was the flatterer, and had brought them into his net. Wherefore there they lay, crying some time, for they could not get themselves out. And as they lay weeping in the net, they saw a shining one coming toward them, with a whip of small cord in his hand. When he was come to the place where they were, he asked them whence they came, and what they were doing there. They told him that they were poor pilgrims going to Zion, but were led out of their way by a black man clothed in white. He bid us, said they, follow him, for he was going thither too. Then said the shining one, "It is a flatterer that has clothed himself like an angel of light." So he rent the net and let the men out. And he said to the pilgrims, "Follow me." And he led them back to the way which they had left when they followed the flatterer. The one with the whip then asked where they slept last night. They said with the Shepherds on the Delectable Mountains. He asked them if the Shepherds had not given them a note telling them about the way. They answered yes, but they had forgotten to read it. He asked them also if the Shepherds did not tell them to beware of the flatterer. They answered yes, but they did not think that this man who spoke so well could be he. Then I saw in my dream that the shining one commanded them to lie down, and he took his whip, and when he had whipped them, he said, "As many as I love I rebuke and punish. Be careful, therefore, and repent." This done, he bid them go on their way, and take good heed to the other directions of the Shepherds. So they thanked the shining one for all his kindness, and went gladly along the right way. Now I saw in my dream that when the pilgrims had got safely over the enchanted ground, they entered a beautiful country, where the air was very sweet and pleasant. Every day they heard continually the singing of birds, and every day they saw the flowers appear in the earth. In this country the sun shineth night and day, and here they were within sight of the city to which they went. So I saw that as they went on there met them two men in raiment that shone like gold, also their faces shone as light. These men asked the pilgrims where they came from, and they told him. They also asked them where they had lodged, what difficulties and dangers, what comforts and pleasures they had met in the way, and they told them. Then said the men that had met them, "You have but 2 difficulties more to meet, and then you are in the city." So they all walked together till they came in sight of the gate. Now I saw between them and the gate was a river, but there was no bridge to go over, and the river was deep. At the sight of the river Christian and Hopeful were stunned, but the men that went with them said, "You must go through, or you cannot come in at the gate." The pilgrims then, especially Christian, began to be afraid, and looked this way and that way, but could find no way by which to escape the river. Then they entered the river, and Christian began to sink, and to cry out to his friend Hopeful, saying, "I sink in deep waters, the billows go over my head." But Hopeful cheered Christian, and said he felt the ground under his feet. Yet a great horror and darkness fell upon Christian, for he thought he should never reach the celestial city, and Hopeful had much difficulty to keep his friend's head above water. Then I saw in my dream that at last Christian took courage, and soon he found ground to stand upon, and the rest of the river was shallow. Thus they got over. Now upon the bank of the river on the other side they saw the 2 shining men again, who waited there for them and led them toward the gate. The city stood upon a mighty hill, but the pilgrims went up that with ease, talking gladly to their shining companions, and thus they came up to the gate. And over the gate there were written in letters of gold, "Blessed are they that do the King's commandments, and may enter in through the gates into the city." I saw in my dream that these 2 men went in at the gate, and lo! as they entered they were transfigured. And they had raiment put on that shone like gold. They had harps given to them to praise on, and crowns were given to them in token of honor. Then I heard in my dream that all the bells in the city rang again for joy, and that it was said, "Enter ye into the joy of your Lord." Now just as the gates were opened to let the men in, I looked in after them, and behold, the city shone like the sun, the streets also were paved with gold, and I heard many voices saying, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord." And after that they had shut up the gates, when I had seen this, I wished I myself were within. So I awoke, and behold, it was a dream. End of Section 34. The Pilgrim's Progress.